Story 1. I accidentally discovered the family reunion planning group chat when my sister's phone lit up at dinner, where I was already listed as cleanup crew and childcare coordinator without anyone bothering to ask me. My aunt had written, "She never contributes anyway, so she can at least handle the kids and trash." When I questioned my mother about it, she said, "Well, you're not bringing a spouse or kids, so you need to help somehow." I just smiled and said, "You're right." That night, I quietly canceled my hotel reservation and booked a luxury spa day instead. On the day of the reunion, my phone exploded with frantic messages. "The kids are running wild and nobody's cleaning." I simply replied from my massage table with a selfie, "Sounds stressful." They lost it. I stared at my sister's phone screen for exactly 3 seconds before my entire world shifted sideways. Sarah had left it face up on the dinner table while she went to grab more wine, and when it lit up with a notification, I couldn't help but glance over. Force of habit, really, we'd always been the type of siblings who read each other's texts without shame. But this wasn't a text from some guy or a work emergency. It was a group chat called Henderson Family Reunion Planning 2025. And there, right below Aunt Linda's message about bringing extra folding chairs, was my name. Listed under a section labeled Assigned Duties in what looked like a meticulously organized spreadsheet screenshot. Emma Henderson, Cleanup Crew, Childcare Coordinator. My stomach dropped like I'd missed the last step going downstairs. I grabbed the phone, my hands suddenly shaky, and scrolled up through weeks of messages I'd never seen. Message after message about potluck assignments, decoration committees, games coordinators. Everyone had a role. Everyone except me, apparently, until someone decided I needed to be the designated garbage collector and babysitter. The worst part? The timestamp on my assignment was 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks of family dinners, phone calls, casual conversations about the reunion, and not one person had bothered to mention that they'd voluntarily sign me up to chase after screaming toddlers and scrape potato salad off paper plates. Looking for something? Sarah's voice made me jump. I looked up to find her standing in the doorway, wine bottle in hand, eyebrow raised in that particular way that meant she knew exactly what I'd seen. "When were you planning to tell me about this?" I held up the phone, pointing to the group chat. Sarah's face went through a fascinating series of micro-expressions: surprise, guilt, defensiveness, then finally settling on resignation. "Oh. That. Yeah, that." I set the phone down carefully, fighting the urge to throw it across the room. Care to explain why I'm apparently the designated janitor for a family event I didn't even know was being planned? She sank into her chair, suddenly very interested in the wine label. "Look, Emma, it's not that big a deal. We just figured." "We?" "The planning committee." "The planning committee that I'm not on." "Right, well." She poured herself a generous glass, not offering me any. "You don't really contribute to these things anyway, so we thought you could at least help with the practical stuff." The words hit me like a physical blow. I actually felt my chest tighten, that horrible sensation you get when someone says something so casually cruel that your brain takes a moment to process it. "I don't contribute?" Sarah took a long sip of wine, avoiding my eyes. "You know what I mean. You never organize anything, you don't coordinate with people, you just show up. Which is fine. But this year we really need everyone to pitch in." I stared at her, this woman who'd been my sister for 32 years, and realized I was looking at a stranger. "I show up," I repeated slowly. "I show up to every birthday, every holiday, every random Tuesday night dinner mom decides to throw. I bring gifts, I help with dishes, I listen to Cousin Rick's conspiracy theories about chemtrails for hours because it makes him happy. But I don't contribute. That's not what No, let me finish." I stood up, surprised by how steady my voice sounded. "I don't organize things because every time I try to suggest something, remember when I wanted to do a wine tasting for Mom's birthday instead of another backyard barbecue? You all shoot it down. I don't coordinate because when I offered to help plan Sarah's wedding, Aunt Linda told me I wouldn't understand the vision. So I learned to just show up and be grateful to be included." Sarah's face was getting red now, the way it always did when she was about to say something she'd regret. "Well, you're not bringing a spouse or kids to contribute to the family legacy, so, stop." The word came out sharper than I intended. "Just stop talking." I grabbed my purse from the counter, hands surprisingly steady now that the shock was wearing off and something harder was taking its place. "Where are you going?" "Home." I paused at the door, turning back to look at her. "Tell Mom I'll call her tomorrow. We need to discuss my exciting new role as the family help." The drive home was a blur of street lights and radio static. I kept thinking about that stupid group chat, about weeks of messages I'd never seen. About family dinners where they'd all sat around planning this reunion, talking about who would bring what and who would be responsible for what, while I chatted about work drama and asked if anyone needed help with anything. Gosh, I'd asked if anyone needed help. Multiple times. They'd all just smiled and said everything was under control. My apartment felt too quiet when I got home, the kind of silence that makes you aware of your own breathing. I poured myself a glass of the good wine, the stuff I usually saved for special occasions, and called my mother. "Emma, sweetheart. How was dinner with Sarah?" Mom's voice was warm and familiar, the same tone she'd used to comfort me through scraped knees and high school heartbreaks. For a moment, I almost chickened out. Almost pretended I'd never seen that group chat. Almost. "Interesting," I said instead. "I learned some fascinating things about my role in the family reunion." A pause. Too long of a pause. "Oh. Oh," I repeated. "That's it? Oh? Emma, honey, let me explain, please do." I settled into my couch, wine in hand, and waited. "It's not what it looks like. We weren't trying to exclude you or anything like that. It's just, well, you're not bringing a spouse or kids to the reunion, so we thought you could help with the children and cleanup. Everyone else has their own families to manage." I took a slow sip of wine, buying time while my brain processed what she'd just said. The casual dismissal of my worth, the assumption that because I wasn't married with children, my time was somehow less valuable than everyone else's. "So let me get this straight," I said finally. "Because I don't have a husband or kids, my default role at family events is unpaid labor? That's not how we meant it. How did you mean it, Mom?" Another pause. I could practically hear her scrambling for the right words, the ones that would make this sound reasonable instead of insulting. "We just thought it would be nice if everyone contributed something meaningful to the reunion. Sarah's handling decorations, Linda's coordinating food, cousin Beth is organizing games for the adults. We needed someone to watch the kids and handle cleanup, and since you don't have other family responsibilities." "I see." I was surprised by how calm I sounded. Inside, I felt like I was standing in the middle of a hurricane, but my voice was steady. Almost pleasant. "You're absolutely right, Mom. I am? Oh yes. You're completely right. I should contribute something meaningful to this reunion." "Well, good. I'm glad you understand. I do. I really do." I smiled, even though she couldn't see it. "Thanks for clarifying my role in the family. It's been very enlightening." "Emma, are you okay? You sound strange." "I'm perfect, Mom. Just perfect. I'll talk to you soon." I hung up before she could respond and sat there in the dark for a long time, wine growing warm in my hand, thinking about contribution and meaning and family legacy. Then I grabbed my laptop. The hotel reservation was easy to cancel. I booked a modest room at the Hampton Inn about 10 minutes from the reunion venue, nothing fancy, but clean and convenient for my role as designated child wrangler and garbage collector. The cancellation fee was $50, but honestly, worth every penny for what I was about to do instead. I opened a new browser tab and searched for luxury spas within driving distance. Not just any spa, I wanted the full experience. Hot stone massages, aromatherapy facials, those cucumber eye masks I'd only seen in movies. I wanted to be pampered and relaxed while my family learned what it really meant to handle children and cleanup without their designated volunteer. The Serenity Springs Spa Resort was exactly what I was looking for. 2 hours away, booked solid on weekends, but they'd had a cancellation for the exact date of the reunion. It was expensive, more than I'd usually spend on myself in 3 months, but I'd been saving money by not buying gifts for other people's children and not taking romantic weekend getaways. Apparently, there were some benefits to not contributing to the family legacy after all. I booked the full-day package: massage, facial, body wrap, manicure, pedicure, and access to their meditation gardens. I even added the champagne lunch upgrade because I felt like celebrating. The confirmation email arrived within minutes, complete with a detailed schedule of my day. While my family was dealing with screaming toddlers and overflowing trash bags, I'd be getting a hot stone massage and sipping champagne. I took a screenshot of the confirmation and saved it to my phone. I had a feeling I'd be needing it. The next few weeks passed in a strange sort of calm. Family members called to discuss reunion logistics, and I listened with newfound interest to their detailed planning. Sarah mentioned the game schedule. Mom talked about the food timeline. Aunt Linda went on and on about the new decorative centerpieces she'd ordered. Not one of them mentioned my assigned duties. Not one of them asked if I needed help or coordination for managing the children and cleanup. They just assumed I'd figured it out on my own. Which, in a way, I had. 3 days before the reunion, Sarah called with last-minute details. So the kids will probably start getting restless around 2 p.m., she said without preamble. Jenny's bringing sidewalk chalk and bubbles, but you'll need to watch them if they want to go to the playground. Oh, and we're using paper plates for everything except the main dishes, so cleanup shouldn't be too bad. Most of the trash bags are in Aunt Linda's car. I said, watching Netflix and painting my nails a shade called Revenge Red. Sounds like you've got it all figured out. I mean, we tried to make it as easy as possible for you. And Jenny said she'd help with the kids if you get overwhelmed. How thoughtful. Are you okay, Emma? You've been weird lately. I admired my freshly painted nails in the light. Just excited for the reunion. Can't wait to see everyone. Good. I was worried you were mad about something. Mad? Me? Never. The morning of the reunion, I woke up naturally at 8 a.m., no alarm needed, and took my time getting ready. I did my hair in loose waves, put on a flowing sundress in a color that made me look sun-kissed and relaxed, and packed a small overnight bag with everything I'd need for my spa day. My phone was already buzzing with family group texts. The reunion was scheduled to start at 11 a.m., and apparently there were last-minute panics about ice, forgotten salad dressing, and someone's car breaking down. I turned the notifications off and drove to Serenity Springs. The spa was everything I'd hoped for and more. Tucked into rolling hills covered in wildflowers, with a circular driveway lined with lavender bushes and a fountain that made the most soothing trickling sounds. The receptionist greeted me by name and handed me a mimosa before it even finished checking in. "We're so excited to pamper you today, Emma," she said, leading me to a private changing room. "Your first appointment is at 10:30, a full-body massage with heated stones. Then you have a 90-minute facial, followed by lunch in our garden pavilion, then a seaweed body wrap, and we'll finish with your mani-pedi around 4 p.m. I slipped into the plush spa robe and felt tension I didn't even know I was carrying melt away from my shoulders. At exactly 11 a.m., when the reunion was officially starting, I was lying face down on a massage table while a woman named Celeste worked magic on my back with oils that smelled like eucalyptus and peace. My phone, safely tucked away in my locker, was presumably starting to explode with messages. But I was in a technology-free zone, focusing on the sensation of warm stones against my spine and the soft instrumental music that seemed to make time slow down. The facial was even better. I lay there with cucumber slices on my eyes and some kind of miracle mask tingling on my skin, listening to the receptionist explain the benefits of each treatment while soft hands worked moisturizer into my arms. "This particular clay mask is wonderful for stress relief," she was saying. "We find that our clients often carry tension in their faces without realizing it." I definitely had been carrying tension. But not anymore. Lunch was served on a private terrace overlooking the meditation gardens. Grilled salmon with herb butter, quinoa salad with pomegranate seeds, and fresh strawberries with cream. I ate slowly, savoring each bite while watching butterflies dance around the flower beds. It was around 1:30 p.m. when I finally checked my phone. 47 missed calls. 63 text messages. And counting. The first few messages were fairly normal, people asking where I was, if I was running late, if my car had broken down. But as the timestamps progressed, I could see the growing panic. "Sarah, 11:47 a.m., where are you? Kids are asking for their activities coordinator." "Mom, 12:15 p.m., Emma, please call me back. We need you here." "Aunt Linda, 12:32 p.m., the Jameson twins just spilled punch all over the gift table and I can't find any napkins." "Jenny, 12:45 p.m., Emma, I can't handle all these kids by myself. When will you be here?" "Sarah, 1:01 p.m., this isn't funny anymore. Where the heck are you?" "Mom, 1:18 p.m., Emma Rose Henderson, you call me back right now." And then, the message that made me smile so wide the server asked if I needed anything. "Sarah, 1:25 p.m., the kids are running wild and nobody's cleaning up the messes. We need you now." I took a selfie right there on the terrace, making sure to get the spa's beautiful garden and my champagne glass in the background. I was glowing from the facial, relaxed from the massage, and wearing the kind of serene smile that comes from a morning of being treated like royalty. I typed my response carefully. "Sounds stressful, kissing face emoji." Then I attached the selfie and hit send to the entire group chat that I'd finally been added to, the one where I'd been assigned cleanup duty without anyone asking. My phone immediately started buzzing with incoming calls. I turned it off and handed it back to the receptionist. "Could you keep this safe for me? I'm trying to have a technology-free afternoon." "Of course. That's what we recommend for the full relaxation experience." The seaweed body wrap was like being cocooned in the most luxurious, mineral-rich hug imaginable. I dozed off somewhere between the application and the rinse, lulled by the sound of soft rain starting to fall on the spa's skylights. When I finally emerged, glowing and renewed, the afternoon storms had passed and golden sunlight was streaming through the windows of the nail salon. "What color would you like today?" the manicurist asked, gesturing to hundreds of bottles arranged like a rainbow. I chose the same revenge red I'd been wearing all week and settled in for the most relaxing pedicure of my life. It was 5:30 p.m. when I finally retrieved my phone and turned it back on. 112 missed calls. 218 text messages. I scrolled through them while sipping herbal tea and admiring my perfect nails, watching the digital meltdown unfold in real time. Aunt Linda, 2:47 p.m. I've been cleaning up after these children for hours. My back is killing me. Mom, 3:15 p.m. Emma, this is completely unacceptable. You have responsibilities to this family. Sarah, 3:33 p.m. I can't believe you're doing this. Do you know how selfish you're being? Cousin Beth, 4:02 p.m. Where did you go? Jenny's crying because her kids are covered in cake and someone needs to help. Jenny, 4:21 p.m. I'm never speaking to you again. Sarah, 4:45 p.m. The cleanup is going to take hours and it's your job. Mom, 5:10 p.m. Your father and I are very disappointed in you, young lady. And then, buried in the middle of all the anger and accusations, a message that made me pause. Cousin Rick, 3:58 p.m. Hey Emma, I know everyone's mad but honestly this is hilarious. Aunt Linda has been complaining about everything for hours and now she actually has to do something instead of just criticizing. You're my hero. I smiled and kept scrolling. The messages got progressively more frantic as the afternoon wore on. Apparently, without their designated unpaid laborer, the family had discovered exactly how much work was actually involved in managing a dozen children and cleaning up after 50 adults. Sarah, 5:25 p.m. We're still cleaning. There's frosting on the ceiling somehow. That was when I decided to call. Sarah answered on the first ring, her voice hoarse and exhausted. Emma, what the heck? Hi. I interrupted cheerfully. How's the reunion going? Everyone having fun? 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 Do you have any idea what you've put us through today? I looked around the spa's serene lobby, where soft music was playing and other pampered clients were browsing the gift shop full of luxury candles and silk scarves. Tell me all about it, I said, settling into a plush armchair by the fireplace. The kids have been completely out of control all day. Tommy Henderson drew on the tablecloth with permanent marker. The Morrison twins got into a food fight and there's potato salad ground into the grass. Jenny's baby had a blowout diaper and nobody knew where the changing supplies were. The playground equipment is covered in sticky fingerprints and someone spilled juice on all the presents. Wow, I said sympathetically. That does sound challenging. Challenging? Emma, it's been a nightmare. And the cleanup? She made a sound somewhere between a laugh and a sob. There's trash everywhere. Aunt Linda tried to organize it but her back went out and now she's sitting in a chair complaining while the rest of us pick up paper plates and napkins. Dad's crawling around on his hands and knees trying to scrape cake frosting off the picnic tables. Oh no, I said, not even trying to hide my amusement. How terrible. Where are you? And don't give me any more of that sounds stressful nonsense. I looked around the spa's lobby again, at the fresh flower arrangements and the wall of awards for excellence in customer service and relaxation. I'm contributing something meaningful to the reunion, I said simply. What the heck does that mean? It means I'm teaching all of you what happens when you take people for granted. It means I'm showing you the value of the work you casually assign to me without asking. It means I'm demonstrating that my time and energy have worth, even if I don't have a husband and children to prove it. Silence on the other end of the line. Emma, Sarah said finally, her voice smaller now. We didn't mean. Yes, you did. I stood up and walked to the spa's large windows, looking out at the sunset painting the hills in shades of gold and pink. You absolutely meant it. You meant that my time doesn't matter because I don't have a family. You meant that I should be grateful to be included even if it's just as unpaid labor. You meant that showing up and caring about all of you wasn't contribution enough. That's not. She trailed off, and I could hear children crying in the background, someone calling for help with yet another mess. The beautiful thing is, I continued, you were right about one thing. I should contribute something meaningful to this reunion. And I have. I've contributed a very important lesson about respect and assumptions and taking people for granted. Emma, please. We need you. Can't you just? I'm having a lovely day, Sarah. I had a massage and a facial and the most wonderful lunch. I feel completely refreshed and valued and peaceful. It's amazing what happens when people treat you like your time matters. I could hear her breathing on the other end, could practically feel her trying to figure out how to fix this without actually apologizing. Look, she said finally, maybe we handled the planning wrong. Maybe we should have asked instead of just assuming. But the reunion is today, and we need help, and your family. Isn't that more important than whatever point you're trying to make? And there it was. The final test. You're absolutely right, I said, and I could hear her exhale in relief. Family is the most important thing. That's why I'm never going to let mine treat me like hired help again. What does that mean? It means that the next time you want to plan a family event, you ask for my input instead of assigning me duties. It means that you consider what I might want to contribute instead of assuming I should be grateful for whatever role you give me. It means that you treat me like a person with value instead of like someone who exists to make your lives easier. And if we don't? I smiled, looking at my perfect red nails and feeling the lingering relaxation from my day of being properly pampered. Then you handle it yourselves. Just like you're doing right now. Emma, I have to go, Sarah. My spa day isn't quite over yet. But I hope you all have a meaningful experience cleaning up. I'm sure it will give you a new appreciation for the work involved. I hung up and turned my phone off again. The drive home was peaceful, windows down, music playing, the evening air still warm with the lingering heat of the day. I felt lighter than I had in years, like I'd finally set down a weight I'd been carrying so long I'd forgotten it was there. My apartment felt different when I walked in, not too quiet anymore, but perfectly peaceful. I poured myself a glass of the good wine and sat on my balcony, watching the stars come out. My phone stayed off for 3 days. When I finally turned it back on, I had dozens of messages waiting. Most were variations on the same theme: hurt feelings, accusations of selfishness, demands for explanations and apologies. But buried in all the anger and indignation were a few messages that gave me hope. Cousin Rick, Day 2, seriously, you're my hero. Aunt Linda is still complaining about her back and Dad keeps muttering about disrespectful young people, but I think you did something important. Also, the cleanup took until almost 9 p.m. Mom, Day 3, Emma, I've been thinking about our conversation and maybe we did handle things wrong. Can we talk? Sarah, Day 3, I'm still mad at you, but Jenny told me I should think about how I would feel if someone assigned me to cleanup duty without asking. I guess I wouldn't like it either. I didn't respond to any of them immediately. Instead, I spent the week doing things I enjoyed, reading books, trying new restaurants, taking long baths with expensive bath salts I'd bought at the spa gift shop. When Sarah finally called, instead of texting, I answered. Hi, she said, and her voice was different. Uncertain. How are you? I'm well, I said. Relaxed. Emma, I owe you an apology. I waited. I was thinking about what you said, about how we planned everything without including you. And about how we just assumed you'd be okay with cleanup and childcare duty. And you were right. We were wrong. Thank you, I said simply. I keep thinking about how I would feel if someone did that to me. If they planned my whole role in something without asking what I wanted to do or what I was good at or what would make me happy. How would you feel? Terrible. Invisible. Like I didn't matter. Is that how we made you feel? I considered the question, thinking about all those family dinners where I'd offered to help and been told everything was under control. All those events where I'd shown up and been grateful to be included, even when inclusion meant watching from the sidelines. Yes, I said finally. That's exactly how I felt. Silence for a moment. What can we do to fix this? That was the question I'd been hoping someone would ask. The next time there's a family event, I said, include me in the planning from the beginning. Ask what I'd like to contribute instead of assigning me what you think I should do. Treat me like someone whose ideas and preferences matter, not just someone who fills whatever role is left over. We can do that. And Sarah? The next time someone in this family doesn't have a spouse or kids or whatever arbitrary marker you're using to measure worth, remember that their time and energy still have value. Remember that everyone deserves to be asked instead of assigned. You're right. I'm sorry. I know you are. We talked for another hour after that. Really talked, in a way we hadn't in years. About expectations and assumptions, about the difference between being included and being valued, about how easy it is to take the people you love for granted when you assume they'll always be there. By the time we hung up, something had shifted. Not fixed completely, that would take time, but shifted in the right direction. The next family event was Mom's birthday 2 months later. Instead of just showing up with a gift and asking what I could do to help, I was included in the planning group chat from the beginning. My suggestions for a wine and paint party instead of another backyard barbecue were not only heard but enthusiastically adopted. I coordinated the art supplies and led the painting instruction, something I was actually good at and enjoyed doing. Other people handled the food and decorations and cleanup, and everyone contributed what they were best at instead of what was left over. It was the best family party we'd had in years. And when cousin Jenny's baby had an inevitable diaper blowout in the middle of the festivities, 3 different people jumped up to help, not because it was their assigned duty, but because that's what families do when everyone's contributions are valued. I never did get an official apology from Aunt Linda about that group chat message, the one that said I never contributed anyway. But she did ask me to help her plan her anniversary party a few months later, and she listened carefully to all my suggestions. Sometimes the best revenge isn't getting even. Sometimes it's teaching people to do better. And sometimes, when your family takes you for granted, the most valuable thing you can contribute is a reminder of exactly what they lose when you're not there. I still have that spa confirmation email saved on my phone, right next to a photo from Mom's wine and paint birthday party where everyone's laughing and covered in colorful paint. Both pictures remind me of the same thing: I have value beyond what I can clean up or organize for other people. The family learned that lesson the hard way, one sticky fingerprint and overflowing trash bag at a time. But they did learn it. Or so I thought. 3 months after Mom's successful wine and paint birthday party, I got a call from my cousin Beth. We'd always gotten along well enough at family gatherings, but we weren't exactly phone call close, so when her name popped up on my screen on a Tuesday evening, I was curious. Emma. Hi. I hope you don't mind me calling out of the blue like this. Not at all. What's up? Well, I'm getting married in October. Congratulations. I interrupted, genuinely pleased. Beth had been with her boyfriend Marcus for years, and they were perfect together. Thank you. And that's actually why I'm calling. I wanted to ask you something, and I wanted to do it the right way this time. Interesting phrasing. I settled back into my couch, wine glass in hand. I'm listening. So, we're having a pretty small wedding. Just family and close friends. But we want to make it really special, and I remembered what an amazing job you did coordinating Mom's birthday party. The way you organized everything, how creative you were with the painting stations. I felt a little glow of pride. The wine and paint party had turned out beautifully, and it was nice to have someone acknowledge the work I'd put into making it special. That's very sweet of you to say. The thing is, Marcus and I were wondering if you'd be interested in being our wedding coordinator. Not like, the official vendor, we can't afford that. But more like, family coordinator? You're so good at organizing things and thinking of details other people miss. I paused, processing this. On one hand, it was nice to be asked instead of assigned. On the other hand, I was getting a distinctly familiar feeling. What exactly would that involve? Well, just making sure everything runs smoothly on the day. You know, coordinating with vendors, making sure people know where to go, handling any little emergencies that come up. The venue coordinator will handle the big stuff, but we need someone to manage all the family logistics. And what about Sarah? Aunt Linda? Mom? Surely one of them could. Oh, they're all going to be busy. Sarah's matron of honor, so she'll be focused on me. Mom's handling the flowers and decorations. Aunt Linda is. Well, you know how she gets at events. More stress than help. I took a sip of wine, buying time. This felt uncomfortably similar to the reunion situation, just wrapped in prettier paper. Beth, I appreciate you asking instead of just assuming, but I have to wonder, would you be asking me to do this if I had a husband and kids to manage at the wedding? Silence on the other end. Then, what do you mean? I mean, would married Emma with 2 kids be your first choice for wedding day coordinator? Or am I getting this offer because I'm the family member with the most free time? Emma, it's not like that. I'm asking because you're good at this stuff. But would you ask Sarah to coordinate if she wasn't matron of honor? Another pause. Sarah's not as organized as you are. That's not what I asked. I heard Beth sigh. Look, maybe part of it is that you don't have other family obligations on the day. But that doesn't mean I don't genuinely think you'd be great at it. At least she was being honest. I had to give her credit for that. I appreciate the honesty, Beth. And I'm flattered that you think I'd be good at it. But I'm going to pass. What? Why? Because I want to enjoy your wedding as a guest. I want to drink champagne during cocktail hour instead of running around with a headset making sure Uncle Dave knows where the bathroom is. I want to dance and laugh and celebrate you and Marcus without worrying about whether the cake cutting is running on schedule. But Emma, I'll help with some planning beforehand if you want. I'm happy to contribute ideas, help with decorations, whatever. But on your wedding day, I want to be family, not staff. That's really disappointing. I understand. But I think you'll figure something out. Maybe hire an actual day of coordinator? Or ask multiple family members to handle small pieces instead of putting it all on one person? We can't afford a professional coordinator. Then maybe scale back other things to make room in the budget for one. Or accept that some things might not go perfectly and that's okay. Easy for you to say. It's not your wedding. I felt that familiar prickle of irritation. You're right, it's not. Which is exactly why I shouldn't be the one responsible for making sure it goes perfectly. We ended the call on an awkward note, with Beth saying she'd think about other options in a tone that suggested she thought I was being unreasonable. I didn't hear from her for 2 weeks. Then Sarah called. Emma, what's this I hear about you refusing to help Beth with her wedding? I didn't refuse to help. I refused to be the unpaid coordinator. Same thing. No, Sarah, it's really not. I offered to help with planning, decorating, any number of other things. I just don't want to spend her wedding day working instead of celebrating. Sometimes we have to make sacrifices for family. Sometimes family has to ask what sacrifices we're willing to make instead of assuming. Gosh, you're still hung up on that reunion thing, aren't you? I set down my coffee cup and took a deep breath. Sarah, let me ask you something. When you got married, who coordinated your wedding day? We had a wedding planner. Right. Did you ask any family members to spend their day managing vendors and logistics? That's different. How? We could afford professional help. And Beth can't, so I should work for free? She's family, Emma. We help family. I am helping. I offered to help with multiple other things. I'm just not willing to turn myself into unpaid staff at her wedding. You know what? Fine. Be selfish. But don't expect everyone to keep coddling you after your little spa day stunt. She hung up on me. I stared at my phone for a long moment, feeling that familiar knot forming in my stomach. The progress I thought we'd made after the reunion, the new understanding we'd seemed to reach, was it all surface level? Were they just waiting for the next opportunity to fall back into old patterns? My phone rang again. Mom this time. Emma, sweetheart, Sarah tells me you're having some concerns about helping Beth with her wedding. At least Mom's tone was gentler. More diplomatic. I offered to help with planning, Mom. I just don't want to be the day of coordinator. Can I ask why? You did such a beautiful job with my birthday party. Because I want to enjoy the wedding as a guest. Because I want to be present for the ceremony and reception instead of running around solving problems. Because I think it's unfair to expect one person to handle all the logistics for free just because they don't have a spouse and kids to manage. Oh, honey. It's not about that. Isn't it? Would you ask Sarah to coordinate if she wasn't matron of honor? Well, Sarah's so busy with her own family. And I'm not busy because I don't have a family? That's not what I meant. Mom, what am I busy with? In your mind, what fills my time that would make you hesitate to ask me to work for free at family events? Silence. My work doesn't count because it's just a job, not a family to support. My hobbies don't matter because they're not productive like raising children. My social life is disposable because I'm not maintaining a marriage. My rest and relaxation are luxuries I can sacrifice because I don't have the stress of family responsibilities. Is that about right? Emma, that's not fair. Isn't it exactly fair? Isn't that exactly the calculation you're all making when you decide who should handle the unpaid labor? We appreciate how capable you are. How organized and reliable. I am those things. But I'm also a person with my own wants and needs and boundaries. And I want to enjoy Beth's wedding instead of working at it. What if we all helped? What if it wasn't just you handling everything? Now that was interesting. What do you mean? What if we divided the coordination duties? You could handle one piece, Sarah could handle another, Linda could take something. You'd really be willing to do that? Even though Sarah's matron of honor and Linda's. Linda? If it meant you felt supported instead of overwhelmed, yes. I felt some of the tension in my shoulders ease. That's actually a really good compromise, Mom. I should have suggested it earlier. Before Sarah called you selfish and hung up on you. She told you about that? She called me right after, all worked up. I told her she was being ridiculous. Really? Really? Emma, I know we haven't always handled things well. The reunion was a wake-up call for all of us. But change is hard, and sometimes we slip back into old patterns without meaning to. I noticed. The important thing is that we keep trying to do better. And that means actually listening when you tell us something doesn't work for you. I appreciate that, Mom. So you'll call Beth? Work something out with the shared coordination idea? I'll call her. The conversation with Beth went better than expected. She was embarrassed about how she'd handled things initially, and genuinely grateful when I proposed the shared coordination plan. We divided responsibilities based on people's actual strengths and availability. Sarah would handle the bridal party logistics since she was already going to be with Beth all day. Mom would coordinate with vendors since she'd been involved in selecting most of them. Aunt Linda would handle the guest coordination, which mostly involved sitting at a table and directing people to bathrooms and coat check, perfect for someone who liked to feel important but couldn't do much physical running around. I took on timeline management and troubleshooting, which I was good at and could do while still enjoying the celebration. It worked beautifully. Beth's wedding was elegant and smooth, and I got to dance with my cousins and cry during the ceremony and give a toast that made everyone laugh. I handled exactly 2 minor crises, a missing boutonniere and a late vendor delivery, and spent the rest of the evening celebrating. During the reception, Beth pulled me aside. Emma, I owe you a huge apology for how I approached this whole coordination thing initially. You don't need to. Yes, I do. I was doing exactly what everyone did with the reunion. Assuming you'd be grateful to help however we needed instead of thinking about what you'd want from the day. Well, you figured it out in the end. Only because you made me figure it out. And because your mom called me and very diplomatically explained why my approach was problematic. I raised my eyebrows. Mom called you? She did. She said she'd made the same mistakes and didn't want to watch the rest of us repeat them. Huh. She also said you'd put a lot of thought into what makes family events work for everyone, not just the people being celebrated. And that I should listen to your ideas instead of just asking for your labor. That's very wise of her. It is. And Emma? The shared coordination approach worked so much better than putting it all on one person would have. Everyone felt involved and helpful instead of overwhelmed. It did work well. I want to remember this for other family events. Not just assuming someone will handle things, but actually thinking about how to make it work for everyone. That would be nice. Also, I've been thinking about what you said about wanting to be family instead of staff at the wedding. I realized I've never really thought about that distinction before. Like, the difference between contributing to something and being responsible for it. I nodded. It's a big difference. Contributing means you're part of the team. Being responsible means if something goes wrong, it's your fault. And I was asking you to be responsible for my entire wedding day. Pretty much. That's terrifying, actually. I wouldn't want that pressure at someone else's wedding. Most people wouldn't. But we keep asking you to take that pressure because you assume I don't have anything better to do. Beth winced. Yeah. Because of that. We stood there for a moment, watching Marcus spin his little niece around on the dance floor while she shrieked with laughter. Can I ask you something? Beth said. Sure. What do you want to do? At family events, I mean. If we stopped assuming you'd handle logistics, what would you actually want your role to be? I thought about it, watching the wedding celebration unfold around us. Sarah was laughing with the other bridesmaids, Mom was chatting with elderly relatives, Aunt Linda was holding court at her coordination station, looking pleased with herself. I want to be the person who remembers what everyone likes, I said finally. I want to be the one who makes sure Grandpa Joe gets a seat near the front because his hearing isn't great, and who brings extra tissues because Cousin Mary always cries at ceremonies. I want to contribute ideas and help with setup and bring good wine and tell stories that make people laugh. That sounds perfect. I want to be valued for knowing everyone's favorite dessert and remembering their anniversaries and being the one who thinks to take photos of the moments everyone else is too busy to capture. You do all those things already. I know. But I want those things to count as contributions, not just nice extras on top of the real work I'm expected to do. They should count. They do count. I'm starting to believe that. Finally. The rest of the wedding was lovely. I danced with Uncle Dave, helped Grandma Helen find the bathroom, and took approximately 100 photos of moments everyone else was too busy enjoying to document. I made sure the elderly relatives had rides home and that the vendors got tipped and that Beth's dress didn't get caught in the car door when she and Marcus left for their honeymoon. I contributed exactly the way I'd wanted to, and it felt right in a way that coordination duty never had. The real test came 6 months later when Cousin Rick called about his housewarming party. Emma, I need some advice about organizing this thing. I've never hosted anything bigger than pizza and a movie night. I'd be happy to help you plan it. That's not exactly what I'm asking. Oh. What are you asking? I'm asking if you'd be willing to help run it. Like, be there early to set up, make sure everything stays organized, handle any problems that come up. I took a deep breath. Rick, I appreciate you asking instead of just assigning, but, wait, let me finish. I know everyone's been dumping event management on you for years without considering what you want. And I know you've been working on setting boundaries about that. Yes, I have. So here's what I'm thinking. What if, instead of you working the party, you help me plan it in a way that doesn't require a coordinator? Like, what if we structure it so that everything mostly runs itself? That was not what I'd expected him to say. What do you mean? I mean, what if we plan it smart instead of planning it complicated? Simple food that doesn't require timing. Activities that people can do without management. Setup that's easy and breakdown that's minimal. That's actually a really good approach. I figured you'd know how to make that work. You've been watching everyone overload family events with complicated logistics for years. I have some ideas. I was hoping you'd say that. And Emma? I want you to enjoy the party. I want you there as my cousin who I like hanging out with, not as unpaid staff. I'd like that too. We spent 3 hours on the phone that week planning Rick's housewarming, and it was actually fun. He listened to my suggestions about keeping the food simple and the activities flexible. We planned for a casual open house style event where people could come and go as they pleased, with stations set up so guests could serve themselves and multiple seating areas so groups could form naturally. The party was a huge success. Rick was relaxed and able to enjoy his own event. I got to actually socialize and meet his friends, and everyone commented on how comfortable and welcoming the whole thing felt. This is how family events should be, Sarah said, finding me on Rick's back porch with a glass of wine and a plate of the excellent appetizers we'd planned. Fun for everyone, including the host. It helps when you plan for people to enjoy themselves instead of planning to impress people. Is that a dig at my usual party planning style? Not a dig. An observation. Sarah laughed. Fair enough. I do tend to overplan things. We all do. We get so focused on everything being perfect that we forget the point is for people to have a good time. Speaking of having a good time, I owe you another apology. For what this time? For calling you selfish about Beth's wedding coordination thing. That was unfair. It was. I was frustrated because I felt like you were changing the rules without warning us. Like, we'd always been able to count on you to handle things, and suddenly you were saying no. I wasn't changing the rules, Sarah. I was pointing out that there were never any rules, just assumptions you'd made about me. You're right. And the assumptions were pretty insulting when I actually think about them. They were. I keep thinking about what you said about wanting to be family instead of staff at events. And I realize that I've never felt like staff at family events because no one's ever expected me to be. Because you have a husband and kids. Right. Which is such a stupid reason to treat someone differently. It is. I want to do better. We all do. You are doing better. This is better. We sat in comfortable silence for a while, listening to the sounds of the party inside, the laughter and conversation and Rick's terrible music choices. Emma? Yeah? What you did with the reunion, with the spa day, I was really mad at the time, but I think it was the right thing to do. Really? Really? Sometimes people need a dramatic wake-up call to understand how their behavior affects others. We needed to experience what it was like when you weren't there to clean up our messes. It felt pretty dramatic to me too. I wasn't sure I was doing the right thing. You were. And it worked. Look at us now, actually thinking about how to make events work for everyone instead of just assuming someone will handle the hard parts. It's a much better approach. It is. And Emma? Thank you for not giving up on us completely after we screwed up so badly. You're my family. Even when you're infuriating. Same. The evening wound down naturally, with people helping to clean up without being asked and Rick looking happy and relaxed instead of stressed and overwhelmed. It was exactly what a family gathering should be. As I drove home, I thought about how much had changed since that night I discovered the reunion group chat. Not just in how my family approached event planning, but in how I saw myself and my own worth. I'd learned to ask for what I wanted instead of hoping people would notice what I needed. I'd learned that setting boundaries wasn't selfish, it was necessary for healthy relationships. I'd learned that teaching people how to treat you sometimes requires dramatic gestures, but the lesson is worth it if they're willing to learn. Most importantly, I'd learned that my contributions to my family were valuable exactly as they were. I didn't need to prove my worth by accepting whatever role they assigned me. I could choose how to contribute in ways that felt meaningful to me. The family learned too. They learned that taking people for granted has consequences. They learned that assumptions about other people's time and priorities are often wrong. They learned that asking is better than assigning, and that considering everyone's needs makes events better for everyone. But the most important thing they learned was the same lesson I'd learned, that love isn't about sacrifice for its own sake. It's about caring enough about each other to pay attention to what makes everyone feel valued and included. That lesson was worth every penny I'd spent on those cucumber eye masks. And every slightly awkward conversation we'd had to have to get here. Story 2. At my wife's birthday dinner, I asked what she wanted for her special day, and she announced, "I wouldn't mind getting my ex back. If he called me right now, I'd leave you instantly." Her mother added, "Good choice. I never liked your husband anyway." I just smiled and acted like it was all in good fun. That was last night. This morning, she got a call, but not from someone she expected. The phone was still ringing when Sarah bolted upright in bed, her hand already reaching across my chest like I wasn't even there. 7:15 in the morning. Her birthday hangover forgotten, her eyes wide and hungry in that way that made my stomach turn cold. "Maybe it's him," she whispered, and I swear she was already halfway out of our marriage before she even touched the screen. But when she saw the caller ID, her face crumpled. Not disappointment exactly, more like confusion mixed with something that looked almost like fear. "Detective Morrison," she said, glancing at me with those big green eyes that used to make me forget my own name. Now they just made me remember everything I wished I could forget. Why would a detective be calling me? I already knew. Had known for 3 months, actually, ever since I hired him to look into Marcus Webb, Sarah's precious ex-boyfriend who'd apparently never stopped being the love of her life, according to last night's little performance. But I let her answer anyway. Sometimes you have to watch the trap spring shut to really appreciate the craftsmanship. "Mrs. Sarah Chen?" The detective's voice was loud enough for me to hear through the phone. "Professional. Clinical. I'm calling about Marcus Webb. I'm afraid I have some difficult news." Sarah's face went white. Actually white, like someone had drained all the blood from her cheeks in one swift motion. Her free hand found my arm, gripping it tight enough to leave marks. "Is he hurt?" she whispered. "Ma'am, Mr. Webb was found deceased in his apartment 3 days ago. We've been trying to reach his next of kin, but you're listed as his emergency contact. We need someone to come in and answer a few questions." The phone slipped from Sarah's hand and clattered onto the hardwood floor. She just stared at it, her mouth opening and closing like a fish gasping for air. I picked up the phone, my voice steady and concerned in that way I'd been practicing. "Detective? This is David Chen, Sarah's husband. She's pretty shaken up. What happened to Marcus?" "Apparent suicide, Mr. Chen. Though there are some inconsistencies we're trying to sort out. Would it be possible for Mrs. Chen to come in today? Say, around 2? "Of course. We'll be there." I hung up and looked at my wife, really looked at her. She was crying now, these silent tears that made her look younger somehow. Fragile. For a moment, I almost felt sorry for her. "Sarah." I kept my voice gentle, concerned. "I'm so sorry, baby. I know you and Marcus had history." She nodded, wiping her nose with the back of her hand. "I can't believe he's gone. Just yesterday I was thinking about him, wishing." She caught herself, looked at me with something that might have been guilt if I didn't know her better. "I mean, I was just remembering old times." Old times. Right. Like the way she'd been remembering old times every Tuesday and Thursday for the past 6 months at the Marriott downtown. Like the way her phone lit up with his messages every night while I pretended to sleep. Like the way she'd started comparing everything I did to how Marcus used to do things. Marcus used to bring her flowers just because. Marcus remembered her coffee order. Marcus knew how to make her laugh until she cried. Well, Marcus wouldn't be doing much of anything anymore. "We should get dressed," I said, rubbing her back in small circles. "The detective wants to see you this afternoon." She nodded again, then looked at me with those eyes that had once made me believe I was the luckiest man alive. "David? Thank you for being so understanding about this. I know last night was. I was drunk and stupid." "Hey." I cupped her face in my hands, my thumbs brushing away her tears. "We're married. We're a team. Whatever you're going through, we face it together." The lie tasted bitter on my tongue, but Sarah's smile was so grateful, so relieved, that I almost convinced myself it might be worth it. Almost. The police station smelled like burnt coffee and industrial disinfectant. Detective Morrison was exactly what you'd expect, middle-aged, tired-looking, with the kind of mustache that had gone out of style 20 years ago. He led us to a small interview room that somehow managed to be both too bright and too dim at the same time. "Mrs. Chen," he began, sliding a manila folder across the table. "How well did you know Marcus Webb?" Sarah's hands were shaking. "Just barely, but I noticed. I always noticed everything about Sarah. It was one of my better qualities and also, apparently, one of my worst. We dated in college, she said. Stayed friends afterward. We kept in touch. How often? She glanced at me, and I nodded encouragingly. Go ahead, sweetheart. Tell him all about it. Maybe once a week? Sometimes more if he was having problems at work or with his family. Detective Morrison made a note. And when was the last time you spoke with him? Tuesday. No, Wednesday. She was fidgeting with her wedding ring now, spinning it around her finger. He called to ask about my birthday party. Was he planning to attend? No, David doesn't really like him. I thought it would be easier if he didn't come. I reached over and squeezed her hand. I never said I didn't like Marcus. I just thought it might be awkward having your ex at a family dinner. The detective's pen stopped moving. He looked between us with those cop eyes that seemed to see too much and too little at the same time. Mr. Chen, how did you feel about your wife's relationship with Mr. Webb? It bothered me sometimes, I admitted. But Sarah's a grown woman. I trusted her judgment. Sarah's grip on my hand tightened. She was staring at the table like it held the secrets of the universe. Mrs. Chen, did Marcus ever express any suicidal thoughts to you? Never. Her voice was firm for the first time since we'd gotten here. Marcus was the most optimistic person I knew. He was always talking about the future, making plans. He was going to start his own consulting firm next year. He was excited about it. Detective Morrison opened the folder and pulled out a piece of paper. This was found on his computer. A suicide note addressed to you. Sarah's face went pale again. She read the note silently, her lips moving slightly as she went through each word. When she finished, she looked confused. This doesn't sound like him, she said. The writing style is all wrong. Marcus never used phrases like eternal rest or burden of existence. He thought that kind of language was pretentious. Could you give us some examples of how he normally communicated? Sarah pulled out her phone with trembling fingers. I can show you his texts from last week. She scrolled through their messages, and I leaned over to read along like the supportive husband I was pretending to be. The contrast was stark. Marcus's texts were casual, full of inside jokes and emoji. The suicide note read like something from a Victorian novel. There's something else, Detective Morrison said. The coroner found defensive wounds on his hands. Small cuts, like he'd been fighting someone off. And his apartment was too clean. When someone takes their own life, they usually don't tidy up first. Sarah was shaking now, really shaking. Are you saying someone murdered him? We're exploring all possibilities. Mrs. Chen, I have to ask, were you and Mr. Webb having an affair? The question hung in the air like smoke. Sarah's eyes darted to mine, and I saw the exact moment she decided to lie. No, she said. We were just friends. Detective Morrison made another note. Mr. Chen, where were you Tuesday night between 9 and 11? Home with my wife. We were watching Netflix. And Wednesday night? Same thing. We rarely go out on weeknights. The detective nodded and closed his folder. That's all for now. We may have more questions later. If either of you think of anything else, please call me. We walked out of the police station in silence. Sarah was crying again, but quietly this time, like she was trying not to let me see. In the parking garage, she finally broke down completely. David, I have to tell you something. Here it comes, I thought. The confession. The tears. The begging for forgiveness. Marcus and I. We were meeting sometimes. For coffee. For lunch. Nothing happened, I swear, but I know how it looked. I pulled her into my arms, letting her sob against my chest. She smelled like her vanilla perfume and fierce sweat. Why didn't you tell me? I asked, my voice carefully calibrated to sound hurt but not angry. Because I knew you'd be upset. And I knew how it would sound. But David, I need you to believe me, nothing physical ever happened between us. We just talked. About old times, about our problems, about what? She pulled back to look at me, her mascara streaked down her cheeks. About how different our lives turned out from what we expected. Different. Right. Like how she expected to marry Marcus instead of settling for me. Like how she expected to be living in his downtown loft instead of our suburban house. Like how she expected to be planning exotic vacations with him instead of arguing with me about the grocery budget. Sarah, I said, brushing a tear from her cheek. I understand why you didn't tell me. And I'm not angry. But if the police find out you lied about seeing him, it's going to look suspicious. She nodded miserably. Should I call Detective Morrison? Let me think about it. Maybe we should talk to a lawyer first, just to be safe. The drive home was quiet except for Sarah's occasional sniffles. She kept staring out the window like she was seeing the world for the first time. When we pulled into our driveway, she turned to me with those green eyes full of something I couldn't quite identify. "David? Last night, what I said about Marcus. About leaving you for him. I was drunk and hurt and stupid. I didn't mean it. I know, I lied. Do you? Because I keep thinking about how you just smiled. How you didn't get angry or fight back. It's like you already knew something was going to happen to him." My blood turned to ice water. Sarah was many things: beautiful, selfish, impulsive, but she'd never been particularly perceptive. If she was starting to put pieces together. "What are you saying, Sarah?" "I don't know. I'm probably just paranoid because of everything that's happened. But the timing is so weird, you know? I say I want him back, and the next morning he's dead?" I reached over and took her hand. "Sweetheart, you're in shock. You're looking for patterns where there aren't any. Sometimes terrible things just happen." She nodded, but she didn't look convinced. "I think I want to lie down for a while." "Good idea. I'll make you some tea." Inside the house, I watched her climb the stairs to our bedroom, her movements slow and defeated. When I heard the door close, I went to my office and opened the locked drawer in my desk. Inside was a burner phone and a notebook filled with 3 months of detailed observations. Marcus Webb's schedule. His habits. His weaknesses. The man had been surprisingly easy to manipulate once I figured out his patterns. Tuesday and Thursday afternoons at the gym. Wednesday nights at O'Malley's bar, always sitting at the same stool, always ordering the same whiskey. Friday evenings at the laundromat because he was too cheap to get his dry cleaning done. It had been almost insultingly simple to slip something into his drink that Wednesday night. He'd been so focused on complaining to the bartender about his job that he never noticed me slide onto the stool beside him. Never saw me drop the tablets into his glass while he was in the bathroom. The hardest part had been getting him back to his apartment without anyone noticing. But Marcus had always been a lightweight, and the sedative had worked exactly as advertised. He'd leaned on me like an old friend, mumbling about needing to get home and sleep it off. Once we were in his apartment, the rest had been methodical. I'd written the suicide note on his computer first, trying to make it sound dramatic enough to be believable but not so much that it screamed fake. Then I'd staged the scene, the pills scattered on his nightstand, the empty whiskey bottle, his phone placed just so on the coffee table. The defensive wounds had been an accident. Marcus had woken up just as I was positioning his body on the couch, more alert than I'd expected. He'd fought back for maybe 30 seconds before the drugs pulled him under again, but it was enough to complicate things. Still, suicide was such an easy sell. A lonely man, recently dumped by his latest girlfriend, struggling with work stress and financial problems. Who would question it too closely? I closed the notebook and locked it back in the drawer. Sarah was right about the timing being suspicious, but she was thinking about it backward. It wasn't that Marcus died because she wanted him back. It was that I'd been planning his death for months, and her little performance last night had simply been the final confirmation that I was doing the right thing. My phone buzzed with a text from Detective Morrison. "Need to speak with you privately. Can you come in tomorrow at 10 a.m.? Don't bring your wife." I stared at the message for a long moment, then deleted it. Tomorrow was going to be interesting. That night, Sarah barely touched her dinner. She kept staring at her phone like she expected Marcus to call and tell her this had all been some elaborate joke. Finally, she pushed her plate away and looked at me across our dining room table. "David, can I ask you something?" "Of course." "Do you think I'm a terrible person?" The question caught me off guard. "What? No, why would you ask that?" "Because of what I said last night. About leaving you for Marcus. About how I wished he would call." She was picking at her napkin, shredding it into small pieces. "And now he's dead, and I keep thinking that maybe I caused this somehow." I reached across the table and covered her hand with mine. "Sarah, you didn't cause anything. You were drunk and heard about your mother's comment. People say things they don't mean when they're upset. But what if I did mean it? What if, deep down, I really would have left you for him?" This was the closest Sarah had ever come to being completely honest with me. For a moment, I considered telling her the truth. About the private investigator who'd confirmed my suspicions about their affair. About the photos of them kissing in the parking garage at the Marriott. About the recording I had of her telling Marcus she wished she'd never married me. Instead, I squeezed her hand gently. "Then you would have left. And I would have been heartbroken, but I would have survived. Marriage isn't a prison, Sarah. If you're not happy, you should be free to go." She started crying again. "But that's what makes this so awful. You're so understanding, so patient with me, even when I don't deserve it. Marcus used to say, She stopped herself. What did Marcus used to say? That you were too good for me. That I didn't appreciate what I had. She looked up at me with those green eyes swimming in tears. He was right, wasn't he? The irony was so perfect I had to bite my tongue to keep from laughing. Marcus, who had spent 6 months trying to steal my wife, telling her I was too good for her. Marcus, who had been planning to convince Sarah to leave me so they could run away together to Portland where he'd gotten a job offer. Marcus, who would never say anything to anyone ever again. He was wrong about one thing, I said. You do deserve happiness. We both do. Sarah nodded and wiped her eyes. I want to make this work, David. Our marriage. I want to be the wife you deserve. You already are. Another lie, but this one felt different. Heavier. Because part of me wondered what would have happened if I'd just let her go. If I'd confronted her about the affair and filed for divorce like a normal person instead of this. But it was too late for normal now. Had been too late the moment I'd watched that first video of Sarah and Marcus together, their bodies intertwined in ways that made my chest feel like it was caving in. Too late the moment I decided that if I couldn't have her completely, no one could. I should call Detective Morrison back, Sarah said suddenly. Tell him about the meetings with Marcus. You're right, if he finds out some other way, it'll look worse. Tomorrow, I said. Let's talk to that lawyer first thing in the morning, then call the detective. She agreed, and we spent the rest of the evening watching mindless television while she curled against my side like she used to when we were first married. For a few hours, I could almost pretend we were happy. That she was there because she wanted to be, not because her other option was buried in Riverside Cemetery. At 11, we went to bed. Sarah fell asleep quickly, probably exhausted from all the crying, but I lay awake staring at the ceiling. Tomorrow, I would have to sit across from Detective Morrison and convince him that I was just a concerned husband. I would have to look surprised when he told me about the affair he'd undoubtedly discovered by now. I would have to act heartbroken when he explained that my wife had been planning to leave me. The performance would require my best work. But then, I'd been performing for Sarah for almost 2 years now, ever since I'd first started suspecting something was wrong. Pretending not to notice when she stayed late at work. Pretending to believe her when she said she was having drinks with girlfriends. Pretending that the way she said my name hadn't changed, like it tasted wrong in her mouth. The hardest part hadn't been killing Marcus. It had been continuing to love Sarah afterward, knowing what she'd done. Knowing that she would have chosen him if I'd given her the chance. But love isn't always about giving people choices. Sometimes it's about making choices for them. I rolled over and watched Sarah sleep, her face peaceful for the first time in months. Tomorrow would bring new complications, new lies to tell and maintain. But tonight, she was mine. Completely, permanently mine. And if that made me a monster, well, at least I was a monster who slept next to the most beautiful woman in the world. Detective Morrison's office looked different without Sarah there. Smaller, somehow. More cramped. He'd decorated it with commendation certificates and family photos, a wife, 2 teenage kids, a golden retriever. The kind of normal, happy life I'd thought I had until I found out I was wrong. Mr. Chen, thank you for coming in. I wanted to speak with you privately about your wife's relationship with Marcus Webb. I leaned forward slightly, my expression concerned but not defensive. Of course. Is there something Sarah didn't tell you? We recovered Mr. Webb's phone records. He and your wife were in contact much more frequently than she indicated yesterday. Text messages, phone calls, sometimes multiple times per day. I let my face fall, just a little. How much more frequently? Daily contact for the past 6 months. And Mr. Chen, we have evidence that your wife and Mr. Webb were meeting at the Marriott Hotel downtown. The desk clerk recognized Mrs. Chen's photo. Perfect. I'd been wondering when they'd discover the hotel meetings. Sarah had been so careless about it, using her real name, paying with her credit card. It was like she wanted to get caught. I see. I rubbed my forehead, letting my shoulders sag. Detective, I need to be honest with you. I suspected something might be going on. Sarah had been distant lately, working late more often, secretive with her phone. But I hoped I was wrong. Did you confront her about it? No. I kept telling myself I was being paranoid. Sarah and I have been married for 8 years. I wanted to trust her. Detective Morrison made notes while I spoke. His expression was sympathetic, like he'd seen this story 100 times before. Mr. Chen, where were you on Wednesday evening between 7 and midnight? Home. Sarah and I ordered Chinese food and watched Netflix. We went to bed around 11. Can anyone else verify that? I shook my head. Just Sarah. We don't go out much during the week. And you didn't leave the house at any point that evening? No. Detective, am I a suspect? He held up a hand. We're just trying to establish a timeline. Mr. Webb's neighbors reported hearing raised voices from his apartment around 9 p.m. Wednesday night. A man and a woman arguing. My pulse quickened, but I kept my voice steady. You think Sarah was there? It's possible. We're still investigating. I was quiet for a moment, like I was processing this information. Detective, if Sarah was having an affair with Marcus, and if she was at his apartment the night he died, what does that mean? I can't speculate about ongoing investigations. But I will say this, if your wife was there that night, and if she lied about it, she's going to need a lawyer. I nodded slowly. Should I tell her about this conversation? That's up to you. But Mr. Chen, if you know anything about what happened to Marcus Webb, now would be the time to share it. I met his eyes directly. Detective, I loved my wife enough to ignore the signs that she was cheating on me. But I would never hurt anyone over it. If Sarah killed Marcus, I had nothing to do with it. It was technically the truth. Sarah hadn't killed Marcus. She'd just driven me to it. Detective Morrison studied me for a long moment, then nodded. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chen. We'll be in touch. Outside the police station, I sat in my car and called the lawyer Sarah and I had consulted that morning. Patricia Vance was expensive but good, the kind of criminal defense attorney who specialized in making problems disappear. Patricia, it's David Chen. I need to talk to you about Sarah's case. The police just told me they have evidence she was at Marcus's apartment the night he died. How strong is their evidence? Hotel records showing an affair. Neighbors who heard arguing. Phone records showing daily contact. Patricia was quiet for a moment. David, I need to ask you directly, did Sarah kill Marcus Webb? I don't know. She lied about the affair, so she might be lying about other things too. And you? Is there anything the police might find that would implicate you? I thought about the burner phone, the notebook, the careful research I'd done into sedatives and their effects. All of it locked in my desk drawer at home, waiting to be discovered if anyone ever got suspicious enough to search our house. No, I said. Nothing. Good. Don't talk to the police again without me present. And David? If there's anything you haven't told me, anything at all, now is the time. I've told you everything. Another lie. But what was one more at this point? I hung up and drove home, my mind racing through possibilities. The police suspected Sarah, which was actually perfect. She had means, motive, and opportunity. She'd been cheating with Marcus for months. She'd been at his apartment before, her fingerprints would be everywhere. The only problem was that Sarah genuinely didn't remember being there Wednesday night, because she hadn't been. But how could she prove a negative? How could she demonstrate that she'd been home with me, watching Netflix, completely unaware that her lover was dying across town? She couldn't. Which meant the police would keep building their case against her until they had enough for an arrest. And then it would be my word against the evidence, my testimony as her loving husband that she'd been home all evening. I was so lost in thought that I almost missed the car parked across the street from our house. A plain sedan with tinted windows, the kind of car that screams surveillance. I drove past without slowing down, then circled back through the alley behind our house. They were watching us. Which meant I needed to be very, very careful about what happened next. Sarah was in the kitchen when I came through the back door, sitting at our small breakfast table with a cup of coffee growing cold in her hands. She looked up when I walked in, and I could see the question in her eyes before she asked it. What did Detective Morrison want? I sat down across from her, reaching for her free hand. Sarah, there's something I need to tell you. The police know about your affair with Marcus. Her face went white. What affair? David, I told you, nothing happened between us. They have hotel records. Phone records. Witness statements. I kept my voice gentle, concerned. Sweetheart, they know you were seeing Marcus at the Marriott. Sarah's coffee cup slipped from her fingers and shattered on the kitchen floor. Coffee splashed across the white tiles like blood spatter. Oh my gosh, she whispered. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. She was shaking again, but this time it was different. This was the shaking of someone whose world was collapsing in real time. Sarah, I need you to tell me the truth. Were you at Marcus's apartment Wednesday night? No. The word came out as a sob. David, I swear, I was here with you. We ordered Chinese food from Golden Dragon. We watched that documentary about the serial killer. I fell asleep during the third episode. I remembered that night differently. Sarah had been unusually affectionate, almost desperate in her attention. She'd curled up against me on the couch and held my hand during the entire documentary, Like she was trying to anchor herself to something solid. At the time, I'd thought it was guilt over her affair. Now I wondered if it had been something else. The police think you were there, I said carefully. They think you and Marcus were arguing about something. But I wasn't. She was crying now, ugly tears that made her mascara run in dark streaks down her cheeks. David, you have to believe me. I would never hurt Marcus. I loved him. The words hit me like a physical blow, even though I'd known them for months. Hearing Sarah say it out loud, that she loved Marcus, not past tense but present, like he was still alive somewhere in her heart, made something twist in my chest. I know you did, I said. That's why we're going to get through this together. She looked at me with those green eyes full of confusion and terror. How can you be so calm about this? Your wife just admitted she was in love with another man, and now that man is dead, and the police think I killed him. Because I already knew all of this, I thought. Because I've had months to get used to the idea. Because I'm the one who killed him, not you. Because I love you, I said instead. Whatever happens, whatever you've done, I'm not going anywhere. Sarah stared at me for a long moment, then started laughing. It was a broken, hysterical sound that made the hair on my arms stand up. You're going to stand by me, she said. Even though I cheated on you. Even though the police think I'm a murderer. Even though I told you I'd leave you for Marcus in a heartbeat. Yes. Why? The word came out as a whisper. Because you're mine, I thought. Because I've invested too much in this marriage to let it go. Because if I can't have you willingly, I'll have you by default. Because that's what marriage means, I said. For better or worse, remember? She was quiet for a long time, staring at the broken coffee cup on the floor. Finally, she looked up at me with an expression I'd never seen before, something between gratitude and horror. David, what if they arrest me? Then we'll fight it. Patricia says they don't have enough evidence for a conviction. It's all circumstantial. But what if they find something else? What if someone saw me somewhere I'm not supposed to have been? What if there's security footage or witnesses or... She was spiraling now, her breathing quick and shallow. I moved around the table and pulled her into my arms. She felt small and fragile against my chest, like she might break if I held her too tightly. Then we'll deal with it when it happens. Right now, all we know is that the police are investigating. They haven't charged you with anything. She nodded against my shoulder. I'm scared, David. I know. But whatever happens, I'm going to take care of you. I promise. It was the most honest thing I'd said to her in months. Because I was going to take care of her, just not the way she thought. If Sarah got arrested for Marcus's murder, I would be the perfect supportive husband. I would visit her in jail, hire the best lawyers, give tearful interviews about my wife's innocence. I would wait for her however long it took. And if she was acquitted, she would come home to me grateful and broken and completely dependent on the man who'd stood by her when everyone else believed she was guilty. She would never try to leave me again, because who else would want a woman suspected of murder? And if she was convicted? Well, at least I'd know exactly where she was every night. The phone rang, interrupting my thoughts. Sarah pulled away from me to answer it, her hand still shaking. Hello? I could hear Detective Morrison's voice through the speaker. Mrs. Chen, I need you to come in for another interview. Can you be here in an hour? Sarah looked at me with panic in her eyes. I nodded and took the phone from her. Detective, this is David Chen. My wife will be there with her attorney. That's fine. But Mr. Chen, I should tell you, we have a warrant to search your house. The team will be there in 30 minutes. My blood turned to ice. The notebook in my desk drawer. The burner phone. 3 months of careful planning and surveillance, all documented in meticulous detail. Of course, I heard myself say. We'll cooperate fully. I hung up and looked at Sarah. She was staring at me with those green eyes, and for the first time since I'd known her, I couldn't tell what she was thinking. They're going to search our house, I said. What are they looking for? Evidence that you killed Marcus. She nodded slowly. David, before they get here, there's something I need to tell you. My heart stopped. What? I lied about Wednesday night. Not about being here with you, that part was true. But I lied about something else. She took a deep breath. I was planning to leave you. Marcus and I weren't just having an affair. We were going to run away together. He got a job offer in Portland, and he wanted me to come with him. I stared at her, my carefully constructed world tilting on its axis. When? We were going to leave this weekend. After my birthday. Marcus said it would be like a present to myself, a new life with someone who really understood me. The irony was so perfect it was almost funny. I'd killed Marcus to prevent him from taking Sarah away from me, and she'd been planning to leave anyway. All my careful planning, all my months of surveillance and manipulation, and it wouldn't have mattered. Sarah was still talking, the words tumbling out like she couldn't stop them. That's why I said those things at dinner. I was working up the courage to tell you. I thought if I said it out loud, it would make it real. But you stayed, I said. Because he died. She was crying again. Because I don't know if I stayed because I wanted to or because I had to. Outside, I could hear car doors slamming. The search team was here. Sarah, I said, my voice urgent. Whatever they find in this house, whatever questions they ask you, I need you to remember something. What? I love you. More than Marcus ever did. More than anyone ever will. She looked at me for a long moment, her eyes searching my face like she was seeing me for the first time. I know, she whispered. The doorbell rang. Through the window, I could see Detective Morrison with a team of officers and crime scene technicians. They had come to tear our house apart, looking for evidence of a murder I'd committed and a woman who'd planned to abandon me. I squeezed Sarah's hand one last time, then went to answer the door. Whatever happened next, at least we were in it together. At least she was still mine. Even if she'd never really wanted to be. The door opened, and Detective Morrison stepped inside with his warrant and his team of investigators. They spread through our house like ants, methodical and thorough, looking for secrets we'd buried deep. I watched them work with the detached fascination of someone watching their own execution. They photographed everything, bagged potential evidence, dusted for fingerprints on surfaces that Sarah and I touched every day. One technician spent 20 minutes examining our computer, copying hard drives and browser histories. Another headed straight for my office. David? Sarah squeezed my hand. What if they find something that looks bad? Something taken out of context? Like what? I don't know. Maybe old emails where I complained about our marriage. Or search histories from when I was looking up divorce lawyers last year. Last year. She'd been thinking about leaving me for over a year, and I'd never suspected. The private investigator hadn't gone back that far in his surveillance. All those nights when I'd thought we were working through a rough patch, she'd been planning her escape. It'll be fine, I said, though my mouth felt like it was full of sand. From my office came the sound of drawers being opened and closed. I could picture them finding the locked drawer, could imagine Detective Morrison's expression when he discovered what was inside. The notebook with Marcus's daily routine mapped out in obsessive detail. The burner phone with calls to the pharmacy where I'd researched sedatives. The printed emails from the hotel where I'd posed as Marcus to cancel his Portland job interview. But when the technician emerged from my office 20 minutes later, he was empty-handed except for our desktop computer. Detective, he called out. The desk drawer was forced open. Looks like it was broken into recently. Detective Morrison frowned. What was inside? Nothing. Completely empty. I felt Sarah's eyes on me, questioning. I gave her a puzzled look, like I was just as confused as everyone else. But I wasn't confused at all. Because I'd moved everything 3 days ago, after I'd killed Marcus. The notebook was now buried in a storage unit across town, registered under a fake name. The burner phone was at the bottom of Miller's Pond, along with the remaining sedatives and anything else that could connect me to Marcus's death. I'd learned long ago that the key to getting away with something wasn't being smarter than the police, it was being more paranoid than they expected. The search continued for another 2 hours. They found Sarah's laptop, her journals from college, old photos of her and Marcus together. They bagged her cell phone and took samples from our bathroom, hair from her brush, traces of makeup from her compact. They found exactly what I wanted them to find, evidence that Sarah had been having an affair, that she'd been planning to leave me, that she'd had every reason to want Marcus dead if he'd tried to back out of their arrangement. What they didn't find was any evidence that David Chen, devoted husband and patient victim, had ever lifted a finger against anyone. When they finally left, the house felt violated and strange. Sarah and I sat in our living room, surrounded by the debris of our searched life, and tried to process what had just happened. They think I killed him, Sarah said. It wasn't a question. Maybe. Or maybe they're just being thorough. She laughed, but there was no humor in it. David, they took my phone, my computer, samples of my DNA. They're building a case against me. I reached for her hand, but she pulled away. Sarah, why aren't you angry? She asked suddenly. Your wife cheated on you for months, planned to leave you for another man, and now she's a murder suspect. Why aren't you screaming at me? Why aren't you throwing me out? It was a fair question. Any normal husband would be furious, hurt, demanding answers. Any normal husband would be questioning everything he thought he knew about his wife. But I wasn't normal. Hadn't been normal since the day I'd first seen Sarah laugh at something Marcus had said, her face lighting up in a way it never did for me. Because I understand, I said. Understand what? Why you fell in love with him. Marcus was charming, spontaneous, everything I'm not. He made you feel alive in ways I couldn't. Sarah stared at me like I was speaking a foreign language. That doesn't make it okay. No, but it makes it human. Sarah, I've watched you become more and more unhappy over the past few years. I knew something was wrong, but I didn't know how to fix it. Part of me is almost relieved that it's out in the open now. She was quiet for a long time, studying my face like she was trying to solve a puzzle. Who are you? She asked finally. What do you mean? I mean, what kind of man reacts this way? What kind of husband is so understanding about adultery and murder accusations? It's not normal, David. Nothing about your behavior is normal. My heart started beating faster. Sarah was asking the right questions, finally. But she was asking them too late. I'm the kind of man who loves his wife unconditionally, I said. Even when she doesn't deserve it. Don't. Her voice was sharp. Don't make me the villain here. You want to know why I fell in love with Marcus? Because he saw me. Really saw me. You love some idea of me, some perfect wife who exists only in your head. But Marcus loved the real me, flawed and selfish and complicated. And where did that love get him? The words slipped out before I could stop them. Sarah's face went pale. What did you say? I just meant. No. She stood up, backing away from me. What did you mean, where did that love get him? I could see the wheels turning in her head, the pieces finally starting to fall into place. Sarah wasn't stupid, she just never had reason to suspect her own husband before. Sarah, you're upset. You're not thinking clearly. I'm thinking more clearly than I have in months. She was breathing fast now, her eyes wide with something that looked like recognition. David, where were you really on Wednesday night? I was here with you. No, you weren't. I remember now. You got up around 8:30 to take out the trash. You were gone for almost an hour. I fell asleep on the couch waiting for you to come back. My mouth went dry. She was right, I had left that night, but only for 30 minutes to drive to Marcus's apartment and back. She'd been half asleep when I left, and fully asleep when I returned. I'd thought she wouldn't remember. I had trouble with the garbage disposal, I said. I was in the garage trying to fix it. For an hour? Time flies when you're wrestling with plumbing. She shook her head slowly. You killed him. Oh my gosh, David, you killed Marcus. I stood up, my hands raised in a calming gesture. Sarah, listen to yourself. You're accusing your own husband of murder. Because my own husband is a murderer. She was backing toward the stairs now, her voice rising. You killed him, and you're going to let me take the blame for it. That's crazy. Is it? You've been so calm about everything. So understanding. So supportive. Like you already knew how this was going to play out. She stopped at the bottom of the stairs, her hand on the banister. You set me up. Sarah, you knew about the affair for months, didn't you? You probably hired someone to follow us. You found out about Portland, about our plans to leave together. So you killed him and made it look like suicide, except you made sure there was just enough evidence to point to me if anyone looked too closely. She was right about everything except the setup. I hadn't planned for her to be a suspect, that had been a fortunate accident. But she was too close to the truth for my comfort. You're in shock, I said, taking a step toward her. You're looking for someone to blame, and I'm an easy target. Stay away from me. She was halfway up the stairs now. I'm calling Detective Morrison. And telling him what? That your loving husband, who's been nothing but supportive through this whole ordeal, is actually a cold-blooded killer. Based on what evidence? She stopped climbing. Because she was right, and we both knew it. There was no evidence. I'd made sure of that. Sarah, think about what you're saying. Think about how it sounds. You're a woman who was having an affair, planning to leave her husband for another man. That man turns up dead under suspicious circumstances. The police already suspect you. And now you want to accuse me of murder to deflect attention from yourself? I could see her resolve wavering. She wanted to believe I was guilty, because it would mean she wasn't. But she also knew how her accusation would look to anyone else. You're good at this, she said quietly. At manipulation. How long have you been lying to me, David? I've never lied to you about anything that mattered. Everything matters. She was crying now, angry tears that made her voice rough. Our entire marriage is built on lies. You let me think you were this patient, understanding man, but really you're a control freak who killed someone rather than let me go. I am patient and understanding. And I do love you. You love owning me. There's a difference. I climbed the stairs slowly, my hands visible and non-threatening. Sarah, I need you to calm down and think clearly. Even if what you're saying were true, and it's not, what would you gain by going to the police? You'd still be their primary suspect. I'd still be the grieving husband who stood by his wife through the worst time of her life. She was at the top of the stairs now, her back against the wall. And if you left me, I continued, where would you go? Who would believe you? Your mother, who never liked me anyway. Your friends, who've always thought you were too good for me. The police, who are already building a case against you. Someone would listen. Maybe. But probably not. And in the meantime, you'd be alone. No husband, no lover, no support system. Just a woman running from a murder charge with a crazy story about her innocent husband. I was close enough to touch her now. She flinched when I reached out, but didn't pull away. Or, I said, you could stay here with me. We could work through this together. I could help you fight the charges. I could be your alibi, your character witness, your rock. We could come out of this stronger than ever. Sarah looked at me with those green eyes, and I could see the exact moment she made her choice. Not because she loved me, but because she was scared and trapped and running out of options. If I stay, she whispered, if I pretend to believe you, what happens then? Then we rebuild. We start over. We become the couple we were always meant to be. And if I ever try to leave again? I smiled and brushed a tear from her cheek. Why would you want to leave? You'll have everything you need right here. She closed her eyes and leaned into my touch. When she opened them again, something had changed. The fight had gone out of her, replaced by a kind of resigned acceptance. I hate you, she said. I know. I'll never forgive you for this. You don't have to. You just have to stay. She nodded slowly. For how long? Forever, I said. Or until death do us part. We stood there in the hallway of our house, husband and wife, murderer and accomplice, captor and prisoner. Outside, the sun was setting, painting our walls in shades of red that looked too much like blood. Tomorrow, Detective Morrison would call with more questions. Tomorrow, the investigation would continue. Tomorrow, Sarah would have to decide whether to keep my secret or risk destroying us both. But tonight, she was mine. Completely, permanently, unwillingly mine. And that would have to be enough. Story 3.
I arrived at the venue for my son's wedding celebration, only to find it completely empty. When I called to ask where everyone was, he casually told me, actually, the ceremony happened 3 days ago, looks like you didn't get the update. Oops. I didn't scream. I simply replied, that's fine, son. Hope you had a wonderful time. Then I charged back all the vendor payments and canceled the $105,000 honeymoon I had planned to gift them. Within 24 hours, vendors were at his doorstep threatening lawsuits, and his wife left him because she couldn't handle the stress. I'm standing in an empty ballroom that should have been filled with 200 guests toasting my son's happiness, and my hands are shaking so hard I can barely hold my phone. The silence echoes off the vaulted ceilings like a mockery. White linens draped over empty tables. Centerpieces nobody will see. A wedding cake sitting alone on a table meant for cutting ceremonies that apparently already happened. Without me. 3 days ago, apparently. While I was getting my hair done for what I thought was my only child's wedding day. While I was pressing the mother of the groom dress I'd spent weeks picking out. While I was lying awake the night before, wondering if I'd raised him right, if I'd given him everything he needed to be a good husband. The venue coordinator found me first, clipboard in hand, looking as confused as I felt. Mrs. Patterson? I wasn't expecting anyone today. The reservation was canceled this morning. Canceled? My voice came out smaller than I intended. But this is my son's wedding. Michael Patterson. Today at 4 o'clock. She consulted her clipboard with the kind of practice sympathy you develop working in the event industry. I'm sorry, but we received notice that the celebration was moved to a different date. The deposit was forfeited, but everything else was handled through your credit card on file. That's when I called Michael. Standing there in my carefully chosen navy dress and pearl earrings, surrounded by the ghost of a celebration I'd been planning for 8 months. Mom? His voice carried that particular tone he'd perfected as a teenager, half guilty, half defiant, entirely unapologetic. What's up? I'm at the Riverside Country Club, sweetheart. Where is everyone? A pause. Too long. The kind of silence that fills with dread. Oh. Yeah. Actually, the ceremony happened 3 days ago. Looks like you didn't get the update. Oops. Oops. 26 years of birthday parties I never missed. Science fair projects we stayed up all night finishing. Driving lessons in empty parking lots. College tuition payments that stretched our budget thin. Piano lessons and soccer practices, and that time he broke his arm and I held him in the emergency room at 2 in the morning, promising everything would be okay. Oops. That's fine, son. Hope you had a wonderful time. I ended the call before he could hear the crack in my voice. The drive home passed in a blur of suburban streets I traveled 1,000 times, but everything looked different now. Sharper. Like someone had adjusted the contrast on my entire life. I pulled into my driveway, the same house where Michael had learned to ride a bike, where we'd carved pumpkins every Halloween, where I'd helped him get ready for prom, and sat in the car for 20 minutes, engine ticking as it cooled. Inside, I poured myself a glass of wine. Not the champagne I'd been saving for toasts that would never happen, but the practical Chardonnay from the grocery store. The kind of wine you drink when your son decides you're not important enough to witness the most significant day of his life. Then I got to work. My laptop sat open on the kitchen table, the same spot where Michael used to do homework while I made dinner. The same table where we'd addressed wedding invitations together just 2 months ago, him joking about my old lady handwriting while I reminded him to double-check the addresses. First, I called American Express. 24 years as a cardholder, never a late payment, never a dispute. They put me through to fraud protection without hesitation. Mrs. Patterson, I see you're calling about several large charges from the past week. Can you walk me through what happened? I explained. Calmly, methodically. The catering charge for $8,200. The florist for $3,800. The photographer's deposit of $2,500. The band's final payment of $4,200. All authorized by me for a wedding I wasn't invited to attend. I see. And you're saying these services were used without your knowledge or consent? That's correct. I paid for my son's wedding reception, which I was told would take place today. Instead, they held it 3 days ago and deliberately excluded me. I consider this fraud. The representative's voice softened. I'm so sorry, Mrs. Patterson. That must have been incredibly painful. Let me process these disputes immediately. One by one, every charge got flagged for reversal. The venue deposit I put down 6 months ago. The upgraded bar package. The late-night snack service. Even the wedding cake, 3 tiers of vanilla and raspberry that I'd taste-tested with Michael and his fiancée, Sarah, just 6 weeks earlier. You realize, Sarah had said that day, fork poised over a sample of buttercream, this is going to be the most expensive cake I've ever eaten. Worth every penny, I'd replied, watching Michael's face light up as he tried the raspberry filling. Nothing's too good for my son's wedding day. The memory tasted bitter now. Next, I called the honeymoon resort in Bora Bora. The $105,000 package I'd booked as a surprise, overwater bungalow, spa treatments, private dinners on the beach. Everything I dreamed of giving them as a wedding gift, the kind of honeymoon that would start their marriage with magic. Oceanic Resort, this is Marina speaking. How may I help you? I need to cancel a reservation under Patterson. The bride and groom won't be needing it after all. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. Let me pull up the details. Yes, I see it here. 7 nights in our presidential bungalow suite, all meals included, couples massage package. This was booked as a surprise gift? It was. But circumstances have changed. I understand. Since this is more than 48 hours before the scheduled arrival date, we can process a full refund to your original payment method. It should appear within 3 to 5 business days. Thank you. I hung up and sat back in my chair, wine glass empty, laptop screen glowing in the gathering darkness. The house felt different now. Quieter. Like something fundamental had shifted in its foundation. My phone buzzed. A text from Michael. Hey Mom, sorry about the confusion earlier. Sarah's family wanted something smaller and more intimate. You understand, right? We'll have dinner soon to celebrate. I stared at the message for a long time. Confusion. As if I'd simply mixed up the date in my calendar. As if 8 months of planning and paying and dreaming meant nothing more than a scheduling error. I typed and deleted a dozen responses. Then I set the phone aside and went to bed. The next morning arrived with a kind of bright, mocking sunshine that makes personal disasters feel even more surreal. I was drinking coffee in my robe when the first call came. Mrs. Patterson? This is Janet from Riverside Country Club. I'm afraid we have a situation. What kind of situation? Well, your son and his wife are here demanding access to the ballroom for their wedding reception. They're saying the event is today, but we have the space booked for another party this afternoon. They're getting quite aggressive. I sip my coffee slowly. I see. What would you like me to do about that? They said you're paying for everything. That you can authorize the venue change. But I have to tell you, Mrs. Patterson, after yesterday's cancellation and the chargeback notice we received this morning, our management isn't comfortable proceeding without guaranteed payment. Janet, let me be very clear. I am not authorizing anything. I paid for a wedding reception that was supposed to happen yesterday, which my son chose to hold 3 days ago without informing me. I will not be paying for anything else. Silence on the other end. Then, carefully, should I tell them that? You should tell them whatever you feel is appropriate. But any financial responsibility ends with me as of yesterday. The second call came 20 minutes later. Michael himself, no longer casual. Mom, what did you do? The venue is saying you canceled everything and charged back the payments. Sarah is crying. Her dress is already delivered to the country club. The photographer is here. The photographer you already used 3 days ago? That was different. That was just the ceremony. This is the reception. The party? You know, the fun part that everyone actually cares about. I set down my coffee cup with deliberate precision. Michael, let me ask you something. In all your planning for this fun part that everyone cares about, did it occur to you to invite your mother? Of course we were going to invite you. Sarah just wanted to handle the guest list herself, and things got complicated with her family dynamics, and we thought. You thought what, exactly? We thought you'd understand. You always understand. You're low maintenance, Mom. You don't cause drama or make demands. We knew you'd be fine with whatever we decided. Low maintenance. 26 years of putting his needs first, of swallowing my own disappointments to make his life easier, and this is what it earned me. A label that made my absence convenient. Michael, I want you to listen carefully. I paid for a wedding that I believed would include me. When I discovered that wasn't the case, I canceled my financial support. That's not punishment, it's logic. You can't ask someone to pay for a party they're not invited to. But Sarah's family is already here. Her cousins flew in from Portland. The flower arrangements are delivered. Everything is set up. Then I suggest you figure out how to pay for it. Mom, come on. Don't be like this. You're being petty. The word hit like a slap. Petty. As if my hurt was small and unreasonable. As if wanting to be included in my son's wedding was some kind of character flaw. I'm hanging up now, Michael. When you're ready to apologize, really apologize, not just explain why I should accept being treated badly, you know my number. The third call came from Sarah herself. Mrs. Patterson? Her voice was thick with tears. Please, I need you to help me understand what's happening. Michael says you canceled everything, but that can't be right. You've been so supportive, so generous. You wouldn't just destroy our wedding day, would you? This was harder. Sarah had always been sweet to me, if a bit distant. I'd attributed that to the natural adjustment period between a new girlfriend and a protective mother. Now I wondered what version of me she'd been seeing all along. Sarah, did you know I wasn't invited to your ceremony 3 days ago? What? Of course you were invited. You're Michael's mother. But did you know I wasn't coming? Did anyone mention that I wouldn't be there? A pause. I thought you were running late. Michael said you were dealing with some kind of emergency. When you didn't show up, I figured he'd explained it to everyone else. What emergency was that, Sarah? I don't know. Something about work? Michael handles all the family stuff. I just assumed. She assumed. Like her new husband, she built her understanding of my absence on assumptions rather than asking direct questions. It was easier to imagine I was busy than to wonder why a mother would miss her son's wedding. Sarah, I need you to understand something. I found out about your ceremony when I arrived at an empty venue yesterday. Nobody told me it had been moved. Nobody invited me to the actual wedding. Michael's explanation was oops. Silence stretched between us. Then, quietly, oh my gosh. Mrs. Patterson, I had no idea. Michael said he'd handled all the family coordination. I trusted him to make sure everyone important was included. And yet here we are. I'm so sorry. This is all wrong. Let me fix this. Let me talk to Michael and figure out how to make this right. Sarah, I appreciate that. But making this right isn't about finding money for today's reception. It's about acknowledging what happened and why it was hurtful. Your marriage started without me, which was your choice to make. But asking me to pay for it was asking too much. The fourth call came an hour later. Michael again, but different this time. Panicked. Mom, you have to help me. The caterer is threatening to leave if we don't pay them by noon. The florist already took back half the arrangements. Sarah's dad is furious. Her whole family is asking me how I could let this happen. How did you let this happen, Michael? I don't know. I thought you'd cover it like you always do. You've never said no before. You thought I'd pay for a wedding I wasn't invited to because I've never said no before? That's not. You're twisting it. You know I didn't mean to hurt you. But you did mean to exclude me. That was a deliberate choice. The hurt was just an acceptable side effect. Fine. Yes, okay? We wanted a small ceremony without a bunch of family drama. Sarah's parents are divorced and they hate each other, and her grandmother has dementia and gets confused at big events, and we just wanted something simple and stress-free. We were going to do the big celebration today with everyone else. And you decided I was the kind of family drama you needed to avoid? No. No, Mom, you're making this so much harder than it has to be. We just wanted one day that was about us, not about managing everyone else's feelings and expectations. You understand that, right? You've always been the one person we could count on not to make everything about yourself. There it was. The real truth buried under all the explanations. I'd been so accommodating, so understanding, so willing to put my needs last, that my son genuinely believed I didn't have feelings that could be hurt. I trained him to see my love as unconditional and my presence as optional. Michael, let me explain something to you. The fact that I don't usually make demands doesn't mean I don't have needs. The fact that I've been understanding in the past doesn't mean I'll accept being treated poorly forever. You took my support for granted, and now you're learning what it feels like when that support disappears. So you're just going to let my marriage fall apart over this? Sarah's family thinks I'm some kind of fraud who can't afford his own wedding. Her father is talking about flying everyone home tonight. This is destroying everything. Your marriage isn't falling apart because I canceled payment for vendors. It's falling apart because you started it with lies and assumptions. You told Sarah I was handling family coordination while telling her family that payment was secured. You told me one thing and them another. That's not my doing, son. That's yours. The line went quiet except for the sound of his breathing. Please, Mom. I'm begging you. I know I messed up, but don't punish Sarah for my mistakes. She didn't know what I was doing with the planning. This isn't her fault. You're right. It's not her fault. But it's also not my responsibility to fix. You made choices that hurt me deeply, and now you're facing the consequences of those choices. That's how life works. What do you want me to do? Grovel? Apologize? I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry I didn't invite you to the ceremony. I'm sorry I didn't handle this better. I'm sorry I took you for granted. Is that enough? Can you please just fix this? I closed my eyes. This was the apology I'd been waiting for, but it felt hollow. Transactional. He was sorry because his plan had backfired, not because he understood why his actions were wrong. Michael, here's what I want you to do. I want you to call your new wife and explain exactly what happened. Not a sanitized version that makes you look better, but the truth. Tell her you deliberately excluded me from your ceremony and assumed I'd pay for everything anyway. Tell her you never intended to invite me to the real wedding because you saw me as potential drama rather than as someone who loves you. And tell her that the financial crisis you're facing now is the result of your own poor choices. Mom, that's not. Then I want you to call her parents and explain the same thing. Take responsibility for the position you've put their daughter in. Don't hide behind explanations about family drama or logistics. Tell them the truth about what you did. I can't do that. They already don't trust me because of the money situation. If they think I'm the kind of person who would do this to his own mother. You are the kind of person who would do this to his own mother, Michael. You did do it. The question is whether you're also the kind of person who can own up to his mistakes and try to do better. The fifth call came that evening. Sarah again, but this time she wasn't crying. Mrs. Patterson, I need to ask you something, and I need you to be completely honest with me. Of course. Michael told me his version of what happened. But I've been thinking about it all day, and some things don't add up. The way he talks about the planning, the way he's been handling our finances, the things he said about you not being at the ceremony. I think he's been lying to me about more than just the guest list. I waited. I found out today that he told my parents you were covering all the wedding expenses as a gift. But he told you that we were splitting costs and that my family was contributing too. Neither of those things is true, is it? No, Sarah. They're not. He's been taking money from both sides and not telling anyone the real numbers. My dad wrote him a check for the photography thinking you were handling everything else. You were paying for everything thinking we had other costs covered. He let everyone believe what was convenient for him. I'm sorry you're learning this now. Mrs. Patterson, can I ask you something else? And please don't feel like you have to spare my feelings. Go ahead. Do you think I should stay married to him? The question hung in the air between us. This young woman, barely 24, asking her new mother-in-law if she should end her marriage before it really began. The honest answer felt too heavy to give, but anything else would be a lie. Sarah, I can only tell you what I've learned about my son today. He's willing to deceive people he claims to love in order to get what he wants. He's comfortable taking money from family members under false pretenses. When his deception is discovered, his first instinct is to blame others rather than take responsibility. And he seems to believe that people who love him should accept being treated poorly without complaint. That's what I thought you'd say. Sarah, can I ask you something? Yes. Why did you marry him 3 days ago if you weren't sure about him? I was sure. At least, I thought I was. The red flags were small things, you know? The way he'd change his story about little stuff, or how he always seemed to have an excuse when things went wrong. I told myself those were just personality quirks. But today, seeing how he lied to you, how he manipulated the situation to get what he wanted without caring who got hurt, I realized those weren't quirks, they were patterns. What are you going to do? I don't know yet. But I wanted you to know that I understand why you did what you did. You weren't trying to hurt me or ruin our wedding. You were trying to protect yourself from being taken advantage of. I respect that. Thank you, Sarah. That means more than you know. Mrs. Patterson? I'm sorry I didn't ask more questions. I'm sorry I let him handle everything with your family without checking to make sure you were really okay with the arrangements. I should have been more involved. You're learning, sweetheart. That's all any of us can do. The final call came at midnight. Michael, drunk and desperate. Mom, she left. Sarah left. She took her things and went back to her parents' house. She won't answer my calls. Her father threatened to have me arrested if I show up there. I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, when the phone rang. I'd been expecting this call all evening. I'm sorry to hear that, Michael. You did this. You destroyed my marriage because I hurt your feelings. You couldn't just let it go, could you? You had to make me pay. Michael, I didn't destroy your marriage. Your lies destroyed your marriage. Your willingness to deceive both me and Sarah destroyed your marriage. The financial crisis was just what forced the truth into the light. I love her, Mom. I really love her. And now she's gone because you couldn't be understanding just one more time. If you really love her, then you need to understand why she left. She didn't leave because of money. She left because she realized she'd married someone who lies to get what he wants. Someone who deceives the people closest to him when it's convenient. Someone who blames others when his choices have consequences. So that's it? You're just going to let me lose everything because I made one mistake? Michael, this wasn't one mistake. This was a pattern of choices over several months. You chose to exclude me from your ceremony. You chose to lie to Sarah about the arrangements. You chose to deceive both families about who was paying for what. You chose to assume that my love for you meant I'd accept any treatment without complaint. Those weren't mistakes, they were deliberate decisions. Fine. You're right. I'm a terrible son and a terrible husband, and everyone is better off without me. Is that what you want to hear? What I want to hear is that you understand why your choices hurt people. What I want to hear is that you're going to work on becoming the kind of person who doesn't make those choices anymore. What I want to hear is a real apology that isn't just about getting what you want. Silence. Michael, you're my son and I love you. But love doesn't mean accepting bad behavior without consequences. It means caring enough about someone to hold them accountable when they're making choices that hurt themselves and others. So what am I supposed to do now? Sarah won't talk to me. I can't afford to pay back the vendors. Her family thinks I'm some kind of con artist. My life is ruined. Your life isn't ruined, Michael. But it is more complicated now because of the choices you made. You're going to have to figure out how to make things right with the vendors. You're going to have to decide if you want to fight for your marriage or accept that it's over. You're going to have to learn to live with the consequences of your actions. Will you help me? The question I'd been dreading. Because of course I wanted to help him. He was still my son, still the little boy who used to climb into my lap when he was scared. But helping him now would just teach him that he could treat me badly and still expect my support. I'll help you learn to be a better person, Michael. I'll help you figure out how to take responsibility for what you've done. I'll help you work on making real apologies to the people you've hurt. But I won't help you avoid the consequences of your choices. Those are yours to handle. That's not help, Mom. That's just more punishment. No, sweetheart. That's love. The kind of love that asks you to grow up and be better, not the kind that enables you to keep making the same mistakes. 3 months later, I got a letter from Sarah. She'd moved back to Portland, filed for annulment, and started divorce proceedings. Michael had contested it initially, but eventually accepted the inevitable. She was working as a paralegal and taking night classes in accounting. I wanted to thank you, she wrote, for showing me what it looks like when someone stands up for themselves with dignity. You could have screamed at Michael or tried to turn me against him, but instead you just refused to be taken advantage of? That taught me that I could do the same thing. I deserve to be married to someone who tells me the truth, even when it's inconvenient. I deserve to be with someone who includes me in important decisions rather than managing me with comfortable lies. I'm sad that Michael wasn't that person, but I'm grateful I learned that before we built a whole life together. She included a check for $500. I know this doesn't cover everything you paid for our wedding, she wrote, but it's what I can afford right now. I'll send more when I can. You shouldn't have to absorb the cost of Michael's deception. I deposited the check but put the money in a savings account. Someday, when she was more settled, I'd find a way to give it back to her. Wedding gift returned, maybe. Or down payment on the life she was building without my son. Michael called once a month now, usually on Sundays. Our conversations were stilted, careful. He'd moved back to his old apartment and picked up extra shifts at work to pay off the vendor debts. It was taking him months to clear the balances, but he was doing it himself. I was proud of him for that, though I didn't say so yet. How are you, Mom? He asked during one of these calls. I'm doing well, sweetheart. Reading more. Took up watercolor painting. Joined a hiking group. That's good. You sound different. Happier, maybe? I considered this. Was I happier? In some ways, yes. The house felt lighter without the weight of unspoken resentment. I'd stopped walking on eggshells around my own feelings, stopped minimizing my needs to make everyone else comfortable. I think I am happier, Michael. It turns out that standing up for yourself, even when it's hard, feels better than being taken for granted. I've been thinking about what you said. About the choices I made. About how I treated you. Oh? I think I understand now why Sarah left. Not just because of the money thing, but because of the lying. Because if I could lie to you, to my own mother, then I could lie to anyone. She realized she couldn't trust me. That sounds like an important realization. I miss her. I miss both of you, actually. The way things used to be between us. Michael, things can't go back to the way they were. But that doesn't mean they can't be better. It just means we have to build something new, based on honesty this time instead of assumptions. I want to try. If you let me. I looked out my kitchen window at the garden I'd been neglecting for years. Weeds choking out the flowers, overgrown shrubs blocking the light. It would take work to make it beautiful again, but the foundation was still good. The soil was still rich. I'd like that, son. But we go slow, okay? And we tell each other the truth, even when it's uncomfortable. Okay. Mom? Yes? I'm sorry. Really sorry. Not because I want something from you, but because I hurt someone I love. Because I took you for granted and convinced myself that was okay. Because I taught myself that your feelings mattered less than my convenience. This apology felt different. Heavier. Real. Thank you, Michael. That means everything to me. Do you think? Someday. Could we maybe have dinner? Just us? I want to hear about your painting class and your hiking group. I want to know who you are when you're not just being my mother. I smiled, surprising myself. I'd like that very much. We talked for another 20 minutes. About small things, his job, my book club, the weather. Normal conversation between two adults who were figuring out how to know each other again. After I hung up, I sat in my quiet kitchen and thought about the woman I'd been 3 months ago. The one who would have paid for a wedding she wasn't invited to because saying no felt too hard. The one who had confused love with accommodation, support with enablement. That woman was gone now. In her place was someone who understood that real love sometimes looks like consequences. Someone who knew that standing up for yourself isn't selfish, it's necessary. Someone who had learned that being low maintenance doesn't mean accepting poor treatment. I picked up my car keys and drove to the garden center. It was time to start replanting. The garden center was busy for a Tuesday afternoon. Families loading mulch into SUVs, elderly couples debating rose varieties, young mothers chasing toddlers between the greenhouse rows. I wandered through the perennial section, touching leaves and reading plant tags, feeling oddly peaceful for the first time in months. "Can I help you find something specific?" The attendant was a woman about my age, dirt under her fingernails, sun-weathered hands that spoke of years spent coaxing things to grow. "I'm starting over," I said, then laughed at how dramatic that sounded. "My garden, I mean. It's been neglected for a while, and I want to replant it properly this time." "Ah." She nodded knowingly. "Sometimes we have to clear everything out before we can see what we're really working with." "What kind of space are we talking about?" I described my backyard, the morning sun, the afternoon shade, the soil that used to grow beautiful things before I stopped paying attention. She listened thoughtfully, then led me through the rows, pointing out plants that would thrive with minimal fuss, flowers that would bloom in succession from spring through fall. "These are good choices for someone who wants beauty without drama," she said, loading my cart with purple cone flowers and black-eyed Susans. "Hardy, reliable, they'll come back year after year if you treat them right." I bought enough plants to fill 3 raised beds, plus new tools and a wheelbarrow to haul everything. The total came to more than I'd usually spend on myself, but I handed over my credit card without hesitation. For too many years, I'd been generous with others while being frugal with my own happiness. That evening, I called my sister Jennifer in Phoenix. We'd grown apart over the years, not from any conflict, just the natural drift that happens when lives get busy and complicated. But I needed to talk to someone who'd known me before I became Michael's accommodating mother. "Catherine? Is everything okay? You never call on weeknights." I laughed. "I never call at all anymore. That's probably part of the problem." "What problem?" "You're scaring me." So I told her everything. The wedding that wasn't, the vendors and chargebacks, Sarah's departure, Michael's angry calls. Jennifer listened without interrupting, making small sympathetic noises at the right moments. "Oh my, Kath. I mean, I'm sorry, but oh my gosh. He really did that to you?" "He really did." "And you actually followed through with canceling everything? You didn't just cave and fix it for him?" "I didn't cave." "Who are you and what have you done with my sister?" That made me laugh for real. "I know." I surprised myself. "Good for you." "I'm serious, Catherine." "Good for you. I've been watching you disappear into that kid for 26 years, and I've been wanting to say something, but you seemed so convinced that being a good mother meant never saying no. You could have said something. Would you have listened?" I considered this honestly. "Probably not." "Exactly. You had to figure this out for yourself. But I'm proud of you for finally drawing a line." It was terrifying. I kept waiting for him to call back and say he was sorry and that he'd learned his lesson, and then everything would go back to normal. But normal was the problem, wasn't it? Normal was me paying for everything and asking for nothing and being grateful when he remembered to call on my birthday. And now? Now I don't know what normal looks like. But I'm excited to find out. We talked for another hour. Jennifer told me about her job at the museum, her boyfriend who might become something more serious, the art classes she'd been taking. I told her about my book club and hiking group, the watercolor paintings I'd started hanging on my walls instead of hiding in a closet. "You sound different," she said as we were getting ready to hang up. "Lighter. Like you're taking up more space in your own life." "That's exactly what it feels like. I want to see you soon. Can I come for a visit next month? I promise not to give you unsolicited advice about Michael." "I'd love that. And Jennifer? You can give me all the advice you want. I'm finally ready to hear it." 6 weeks later, Michael showed up at my door unannounced. I was replanting the front flower beds, hands dirty, hair pulled back in a bandana, when his car pulled into the driveway. My first instinct was to drop everything and rush to greet him, but I forced myself to finish setting the marigold I was holding before standing up. "Hi, sweetheart." He looked thin, tired. Dark circles under his eyes that spoke of too many late nights working extra shifts. But there was something different in his posture, less of the entitled confidence that had carried him through his 20s. "Mom. Can we talk?" "Of course. Let me wash my hands." I led him to the kitchen, noting how he looked around like he was seeing the house for the first time. The walls I'd repainted in colors I actually liked instead of safe, neutral tones. The new art I'd hung, my own watercolors mixed with pieces from local artists. The fresh flowers from my garden in a vase on the counter. You redecorated. I've been making some changes. It looks good. Different, but good. I poured us both iced tea and sat across from him at the table. The same table where we'd addressed wedding invitations, but the dynamic felt completely different now. We were meeting as equals rather than as indulgent mother and entitled son. How are you doing, Michael? Better. Not great, but better. I paid off the last vendor 2 weeks ago. My credit is shot, but at least I'm not dodging phone calls anymore. I'm proud of you for handling that yourself. Yeah, well, I didn't have much choice. He paused, studying his hands. Actually, that's not true. I had a choice. I could have declared bankruptcy or just ignored the debts and let them go to collections. But I kept hearing your voice saying something about consequences and responsibility. How does it feel? Knowing you handled it yourself? Exhausting. Expensive. But also, I don't know. Good, I guess? Like I actually earned something instead of just being given it. We sat in comfortable silence for a moment. Then he looked up, meeting my eyes directly for what felt like the first time in years. Mom, I need to tell you something. And I need you to just listen, okay? Don't try to fix it or make it better. Just listen. I nodded. I've been going to therapy. Started about a month after Sarah left. At first it was just because I was angry and confused and I thought the therapist would tell me how to get her back. But it turned into something different. He took a shaky breath. I learned some things about myself that were hard to hear. About how I manipulate people without even realizing I'm doing it. About how I've been using your love as a safety net that let me take risks I couldn't afford because I knew you'd catch me if I fell. About how I trained myself to see other people's needs as obstacles to getting what I wanted. I stayed quiet, though every maternal instinct urged me to reassure him, to minimize his self-criticism. The therapist asked me to make a list of times I'd been dishonest with people I love. Not just big lies, but little manipulations and omissions and times I let people believe things that weren't true because it was convenient for me. He pulled a folded piece of paper from his pocket. It's 3 pages long, Mom. Single-spaced. That must have been difficult to write. It was horrible. But also necessary. Because I realized I didn't even know who I really was underneath all the manipulation. I'd been putting on whatever personality seemed most likely to get me what I wanted for so long that I'd lost track of my actual thoughts and feelings. What did you discover about yourself? That I'm scared most of the time. Scared of not being good enough, of people seeing through me, of having to handle things myself. And that I've been using other people's generosity to avoid facing those fears. He unfolded the paper, staring at it without reading. I wrote you a letter. A real apology, not the kind where I'm trying to get something from you. My therapist helped me understand the difference. Would you be willing to read it? I took the letter, noting how his handwriting looked more careful than usual, like he'd taken time with each word. Dear Mom, it began. I'm writing this because I finally understand that saying I'm sorry isn't enough if I don't actually understand what I'm sorry for. The letter was 2 pages long, written in the same careful handwriting. He detailed specific instances where he'd taken advantage of my generosity, times he'd manipulated situations to avoid responsibility, moments where he dismissed my feelings because acknowledging them would have been inconvenient. He wrote about the wedding planning, but also about smaller things, borrowed money he'd never repaid, promises he'd broken, the gradual way he'd trained me to expect less and less consideration. The most painful part was his analysis of how he'd used my love against me. I realized that every time you sacrificed something for me without complaint, I learned that your needs were negotiable while mine were fixed. I learned that loving someone meant absorbing their poor treatment without resistance. I learned that generosity was something I could take for granted rather than something I should reciprocate. You taught me how to be loved, but I never learned how to love you back in a way that honored who you are as a person instead of just appreciating what you could do for me. By the time I finished reading, my eyes were wet. Not from sadness, but from something closer to relief. This was the understanding I'd been hoping he would reach, not just regret for getting caught or sorrow for losing his wife, but genuine comprehension of how his actions had affected other people. Michael. I folded the letter carefully. This is exactly what I needed to hear from you. Really? Really. It shows me that you understand why your choices were harmful, not just that they had consequences you didn't like. I have a lot of work to do. On myself, I mean. The therapist says I need to learn how to have relationships that aren't based on what I can get from people. How to offer support without expecting something in return. How to handle disappointment without looking for someone else to blame. That sounds like important work. It is. And Mom? I want you to know that I don't expect us to go back to the way things were. I know I damaged our relationship, and I know that trust has to be rebuilt slowly. I'm not asking you to forget what happened or to start helping me financially again. I'm just asking for the chance to show you that I can do better. What would doing better look like? I don't know yet. But I think it starts with me being interested in your life instead of just expecting you to be interested in mine. Like, I want to hear about your art and your hiking group and the books you're reading. I want to know what makes you happy that has nothing to do with me. I'd like that. And I want to learn how to help you with things. Not big dramatic gestures to make up for what I did, but regular, normal ways of showing that I care about your well-being. Such as? Such as offering to help with yard work when I come visit. Or remembering to ask about your doctor appointments. Or bringing you coffee from that place you like downtown just because I was thinking about you. Small things that show I'm paying attention to who you are as a person. This was more than I dared to hope for. Not just an apology, but a plan for rebuilding our relationship on healthier terms. Michael, I have something to tell you too. Okay. I've been seeing a therapist as well. She's helping me understand why I found it so hard to set boundaries with you, and how to build relationships where my needs matter as much as other people's needs. What have you learned? That I confused being selfless with being loving. That I thought being a good mother meant never disappointing you, even when what you wanted wasn't good for you. That I was so afraid of being seen as demanding or difficult that I taught you it was safe to treat me poorly. Mom, you're not difficult. You're the least difficult person I know. That was the problem, sweetheart. Being too easy to please made me easy to take advantage of. I needed to learn how to be a little more difficult. We talked for 3 more hours. About his therapy and mine, about Sarah and whether he thought he'd ever be ready for a relationship that required real honesty. About my garden and hiking group, about the art class I joined and the solo trip to Italy I was planning for the fall. As he was getting ready to leave, he paused at the front door. Mom? Can I hug you? Of course. It felt different from our usual hugs. More mutual somehow, like we were both present instead of just going through the motions. I love you, he said. Not because of what you do for me, but because of who you are. I'm sorry it took me so long to learn the difference. I love you too, Michael. And I'm proud of you for doing this hard work on yourself. After he left, I called Jennifer. So? She said without preamble. How did it go? Better than I thought possible. He's been in therapy. He wrote me a real apology letter. He seems to actually understand what he did wrong. Do you believe him? I think I believe that he wants to do better. Whether he can actually follow through remains to be seen. That's probably the right attitude. Cautiously optimistic but not naive. Exactly. I'm not going back to being his personal ATM, but I'm willing to see if we can build something healthier. Good for you. You know what this means, right? What? It means your strategy worked. Standing up for yourself didn't drive him away permanently, it forced him to grow up. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do is refuse to enable someone's worst impulses. 3 months later, Michael started showing up for Sunday dinners again. But these weren't the old dinners where I cooked his favorite meal while he talked about his problems and I listened sympathetically. These were collaborative affairs where he brought ingredients and helped with preparation, where we took turns choosing the menu, where conversation flowed both directions. He was still figuring out how to be a better person, and there were setbacks. Times when he'd slip back into old patterns of self-pity or manipulation before catching himself. But the effort was genuine, and progress was visible. Sarah filed for divorce finalization that spring. Michael told me about it during one of our dinners, and I watched him process the grief without looking for someone else to fix it for him. I think she was right to leave, he said, stirring pasta sauce at my stove. I wasn't ready to be married to anyone, much less someone as kind as Sarah. How does that feel to acknowledge? Sad. But also relieving, in a way. Like I can stop pretending I was the victim and start focusing on becoming the kind of person who deserves love. You've always deserved love, Michael. You just needed to learn how to love people back. I'm working on it. I can see that. On my birthday that year, Michael surprised me with a gift that made me cry. Not jewelry or flowers or something expensive that showed how much he could afford to spend on me. Instead, he gave me a photo album filled with pictures from my hiking group adventures, my art class projects, my garden transformation, all photos he'd taken over the previous months when he'd visited. "I wanted to document this year," he said. "The year you became yourself again." The inscription on the first page read, "To Mom, who taught me that love sometimes looks like consequences, and that the people who matter most are worth fighting for, even when you're fighting against their worst impulses. Thank you for not giving up on me, and thank you for not giving up on yourself." As I flipped through the photos, me laughing with my hiking group on a mountain trail, concentrating intensely on a watercolor painting, kneeling in my garden with dirt-stained gloves, and a satisfied smile, I realized he was right. This had been the year I became myself again. Not just Michael's mother, but Catherine. A woman with her own interests and boundaries and dreams. The last page of the album was blank except for a note, for all the adventures still to come. I looked up at my son, this young man who was finally learning how to love people instead of just needing them, and felt something I hadn't experienced in years. Not just maternal pride, but genuine excitement about our future relationship. "Thank you, sweetheart. This is perfect. I'm glad you like it. And Mom?" "Yes?" "Happy birthday. I'm grateful you were born, not just because you're my mother, but because you're Catherine Patterson, and the world is better with you in it." That night, after Michael left, I sat in my garden with a cup of tea and watched the stars appear in the darkening sky. The flowers I'd planted were thriving, the herbs I'd started were ready for harvesting, and the small vegetable patch had produced enough tomatoes to share with my neighbors. Everything was growing exactly as it should. Including me.
Story 4.
My fiancé blocked me from his Instagram, and then posted "Nothing is confirmed until the papers are signed. Never stop finding your true love, but until you do, always keep a side piece." I just commented from my burner, "You're right, good luck finding your true love." Then I changed my status to single, took a screenshot of his post, and sent it to his family. Within minutes the post magically disappeared, and he was blowing up my phone. My fiancé blocked me from his Instagram. Not unfriended. Not made his profile private. Blocked. Like I was some crazy ex he needed to protect himself from. We've been engaged for 8 months, living together for 2 years, and planning a wedding for next June. I found out because my sister texted me a screenshot of his latest post with a simple "Girl, what is this?" The post read, "Nothing is confirmed until the papers are signed. Never stop finding your true love, but until you do, always keep a side piece." I stared at that screenshot for probably 5 full minutes, my coffee getting cold in my hands, my brain refusing to process what I was seeing. This was the man who cried when he proposed to me on the beach last Christmas. The same man who spent 3 hours last weekend debating centerpiece options for our reception. The man whose mother already ordered her mother of the groom dress. And he was posting about keeping a side piece while blocking me from seeing it. Here's what really gets me: he thought he was being clever. He probably figured I'd never see it, that he could play his little games in his carefully curated social media bubble while I planned our future like an idiot. But Marcus always forgot one crucial thing: I have 3 sisters, 2 best friends from college, and a cousin who follows literally everyone from our hometown. His social media blackout strategy had more holes than Swiss cheese. My hands were shaking as I created a burner account. It took me all of 30 seconds to find his profile again, and there it was in all its arrogant glory. 43 likes already. Comments from his fraternity brothers with fire emojis and preach responses. His cousin Jake had even replied with "Smart man, never put all your eggs in one basket." I sat there in our kitchen, with the coffee maker I bought and the fruit bowl his grandmother gave us, and felt something crystallize inside me. It wasn't just anger, though there was plenty of that. It was clarity. Pure, bright, devastating clarity about who I was really planning to marry. I commented from my burner account, "You're right, good luck finding your true love." Then I did something that probably sounds petty but felt absolutely necessary in that moment. I changed my relationship status to single. Not "it's complicated." Not some vague update. Single. Clear as daylight, no room for interpretation. But I wasn't done. Oh no, I was just getting started. I took a screenshot of his post, the original, with all those congratulatory comments from his friends cheering on his infidelity philosophy. Then I opened a group text with his parents, his sister, and his brother. People who had welcomed me into their family, who called me their future daughter-in-law, who had been nothing but kind and loving to me for 2 years. I sent the screenshot with a simple message: "I thought you should know what Marcus posted today. I'm not sure what's going on, but I wanted to be transparent with all of you since you've been such an important part of our relationship." My phone felt heavy as I hit send, like I was launching a missile. In a way, I guess I was. Within 3 minutes, his post had vanished. Deleted. Gone. Like it never existed. My phone started buzzing immediately. Marcus calling, texting, calling again. I let it ring. I had more important things to handle first. His mother called me before he did. Honey, Linda's voice was tight with embarrassment and anger. I just saw what you sent. I am so sorry. I cannot believe he would post something like that while engaged to you. We raised him better than this. I could hear her pacing in the background, the way she did when she was really upset. I've already called him. His father is livid. This is not how we raised our son to treat someone he claims to love. That conversation broke something loose in my chest, some knot of tension I hadn't realized was there. His family's immediate support meant everything to me, but it also made the betrayal cut deeper somehow. They were as shocked as I was, which meant this wasn't some family pattern or value system I'd somehow missed. This was all Marcus. By the time I hung up with Linda, I had 17 missed calls from Marcus and a string of increasingly frantic texts. Sarah, please call me back. I can explain everything. It was just a joke, you know how I am on social media. You're overreacting. Taking this to my family was really messed up. We need to talk now. That last message came through in all caps, and something about the demanding tone of it made my decision easy. I turned my phone off and went for a walk. I needed space to think, to breathe, to figure out what the heck I was going to do next. The engagement ring on my finger suddenly felt like it weighed 50 pounds. I kept twisting it as I walked around our neighborhood, past the park where we'd had our first official date, past the coffee shop where we'd spent entire Sunday mornings reading and planning our future together. Had any of that been real? Or had I been living in some elaborate performance while he kept his options open behind my back? When I finally came home 2 hours later, Marcus was sitting on our front steps. He looked awful, unshaven, disheveled, still wearing the same clothes from yesterday. For a split second, I felt a flicker of the old sympathy I used to feel when he was stressed or upset. Then I remembered why he was sitting there looking like his world had fallen apart, and the sympathy evaporated. Sarah. He stood up as I approached, his voice raw. Thank goodness you're okay. I've been going crazy trying to reach you. Have you now? I kept my voice level as I walked past him to unlock the door. He followed me inside like a lost puppy, which would have been pathetic if it wasn't so infuriating. That post, he started, but I held up a hand to stop him. Let me save us both some time, I said, finally looking at him directly. You posted about keeping a side piece while engaged to me. You blocked me from seeing it because you knew it would hurt me. You only deleted it after I screenshot it and sent it to your family, and now you're here because you got caught, not because you realized you did something wrong. Does that about cover it? He ran his hands through his hair, that nervous gesture I used to find endearing. You don't understand. It wasn't about you. It was just guy talk. Bravado. I didn't mean anything by it. Guy talk. I repeated the phrase slowly, tasting how bitter it felt. You blocked your fiancé to post guy talk about keeping a side piece. That's your explanation. I blocked you because I knew you'd take it the wrong way. What's the right way to take your fiancé posting about keeping a side piece, Marcus? Enlighten me. He was quiet for a long moment, and I could see him scrambling for an answer that would somehow make this my fault. That would make me the unreasonable one for being upset about his public announcement that our relationship wasn't exclusive in his mind. Look, he finally said, maybe I worded it badly, but you have to understand, guys need to feel like they have options. It doesn't mean I would actually cheat on you. It's just psychological. Like a safety net. I stared at him. Actually stared, because I couldn't believe those words had just come out of his mouth. A safety net. You're twisting what I'm saying. Am I? Because it sounds like you just told me that our engagement is your safety net in case you don't find someone better. And that you need to feel like you have options, which, by the way, is literally the definition of not being committed to this relationship. The color drained from his face as he realized what he'd actually admitted. That's not. I didn't mean it like that. How did you mean it, Marcus? Because I'm genuinely curious how there's a good way to interpret your fiancé telling the internet to keep a side piece. He sank onto our couch, the same couch where we'd cuddled watching movies just last weekend, and buried his face in his hands. I don't know, okay? I don't know why I posted it. Jake was giving me grief about settling down so young, and Brad was talking about all the girls he's been dating since his divorce, and I wanted them to think I still had it together. That I wasn't whipped. There it was. The truth, finally. He'd thrown our relationship under the bus for the approval of his fraternity brothers. Men in their 30s who were apparently still operating with the emotional maturity of college freshmen. So you decided to publicly humiliate me and announce to everyone that you're not really committed to our engagement because Jake thinks you're settling down too young. I never said I wasn't committed. Actions speak louder than words, Marcus. And your actions told me and everyone else exactly where your head is at. The silence stretched between us, heavy and uncomfortable. I could see him trying to calculate his next move, probably running through every argument and manipulation tactic he'd ever used to smooth over a fight. But this wasn't a fight about leaving dishes in the sink or forgetting to call when he'd be late. This was about the fundamental respect and trust that a relationship requires to survive. What can I do? He asked finally. Tell me how to fix this. That question might have melted my heart a week ago. Now it just made me tired. You can't fix this, Marcus. That's the point. Don't say that. We can work through anything, can we? Because the problem isn't just what you posted. It's that you felt comfortable posting it. It's that you blocked me to hide it. It's that you're more concerned about looking whipped to your friends than respecting your fiancé. It's that your first instinct was to gaslight me about overreacting instead of apologizing. And now you want me to tell you how to fix it, like there's some magic combination of words that will undo the fact that you don't actually want to be married to me. He looked up sharply. That's not true. Isn't it? When you picture your ideal life, your perfect future, am I in it? Or am I just there because it's what you're supposed to do next? Get engaged, get married, check the boxes? The pause before he answered told me everything I needed to know. Of course you're in it, he said, but his voice lacked conviction. I don't believe you. The words came out quietly, but they felt like a revelation. And more importantly, I don't think you believe you either. My phone buzzed with a text from my sister. How are you holding up? Do you need me to come over? Looking at that message, I realized something that probably should have been obvious hours ago. I had people who actually cared about me. People who supported me without conditions, who didn't need me to perform or pretend or make myself smaller so they could feel bigger. People who would never block me from their social media and then post about keeping their options open. I think you should leave, I said. Marcus's eyes widened. Sarah, come on. Don't make any big decisions right now. You're emotional. I'm not emotional, I cut him off. I'm clear. Maybe for the first time in months. This is crazy. We're supposed to get married in 8 months. According to your Instagram post, nothing is confirmed until the papers are signed anyway. I slipped the engagement ring off my finger and held it out to him. So I guess it's a good thing we haven't signed anything yet. He stared at the ring like it was a snake. You're not serious. I have never been more serious about anything in my life. Sarah. His voice cracked, and for a moment he looked genuinely devastated. Please. I love you. I want to marry you. That post was stupid, but it doesn't mean anything. The post means everything, Marcus. It means you're not ready to be married. Maybe not to anyone, but definitely not to me. And I'm not going to spend the rest of my life wondering when you're going to decide I'm not your true love after all. I set the ring on the coffee table between us and stepped back. The space between us suddenly felt enormous, like we were standing on opposite sides of a canyon. I'll stay at my sister's tonight, I said. We can figure out the logistics of the apartment and everything else later. But I need you to understand, this isn't a fight we're going to work through. This is me realizing that I deserve better than someone who sees our relationship as a safety net while he keeps looking for something better. Marcus sat there staring at the ring, probably calculating whether there was still a way to talk his way out of this. But something had shifted in me, some fundamental understanding about what I was worth and what I was willing to accept. The woman who had been planning centerpieces and researching wedding venues 3 days ago felt like a stranger now. You'll regret this, he said quietly. We're good together, Sarah. We work. We work when you're getting what you want from me, I corrected. But the minute you thought you could get away with disrespecting me publicly, you showed me who you really are. And I believe you. I packed a bag while he sat in our living room, probably still trying to figure out what had gone wrong with his plan. How his clever little social media strategy had blown up so spectacularly. I could hear him making phone calls, to Jake, probably, or Brad, the same friends whose approval had mattered more to him than my feelings. As I zipped up my suitcase, I caught sight of myself in the bedroom mirror. I looked different somehow. Older, maybe. Or just more solid, like I'd found some part of myself I'd been missing. My phone rang as I was loading my car. Linda again. Sweetheart, she said when I answered, I just wanted you to know that your father and I talked to Marcus. We told him that what he did was unacceptable, and that if he couldn't see why it was wrong, then he wasn't ready to be married to anyone, let alone someone as wonderful as you. I had to pull over because my eyes were suddenly full of tears. Thank you for saying that. I also want you to know that whatever happens between you and Marcus, you'll always be family to us. We love you, and we're proud of you for standing up for yourself. After I hung up, I sat in my car outside my sister's house and felt something I hadn't experienced in months: relief. Pure, overwhelming relief. Like I'd been holding my breath for so long I'd forgotten what it felt like to breathe normally. My phone buzzed with another text from Marcus. This is insane. You're throwing away everything we built together over a social media post. I hope you're happy. I stared at that message for a long time, then deleted it without responding. He still didn't get it, and maybe he never would. In his mind, I was the unreasonable one for having standards. For expecting basic respect from the person who claimed to want to spend his life with me. But here's what Marcus never understood: I wasn't throwing away everything we built together. I was protecting myself from building a life with someone who saw me as a placeholder until something better came along. Someone who valued his friends' opinions more than my feelings. Someone who thought commitment was a game where you hedged your bets and kept your options open. The really wild part? I wasn't even angry anymore. I was grateful. Grateful that he'd been stupid enough to block me from his Instagram instead of just not posting it. Grateful that his post had been so outrageously disrespectful that there was no way to spin it as harmless. Grateful that I'd found out who he really was before I signed any papers or walked down any aisles. Because here's what I know now that I didn't know 3 days ago: love isn't supposed to feel like a safety net for the other person. It's not supposed to make you feel like you're auditioning for a role in your own relationship. Real love doesn't require you to compete with imaginary options or prove that you're worth choosing every single day. My sister met me at her door with a bottle of wine and a hug that lasted about 5 minutes. So, she said when we finally sat down in her kitchen, "Tell me everything." So I did. I told her about the post, about the family group chat, about Marcus's pathetic explanations and my moment of absolute clarity. I told her about slipping off the ring and how good it felt to stop pretending that everything was fine when it so obviously wasn't. "I'm proud of you," she said when I finished. That took guts. It didn't feel brave in the moment. It just felt necessary. The best kind of brave usually does. We stayed up until 2 in the morning, talking about everything and nothing. About the wedding that wouldn't happen, the deposits we'd have to figure out, the awkward conversations with mutual friends who would inevitably take sides. But also about the future that was suddenly wide open again, full of possibilities I hadn't even considered in 2 years. I woke up the next morning on her couch feeling lighter than I had in months. My phone had 12 more missed calls from Marcus and 3 voicemails I didn't bother listening to. But it also had messages from friends who'd seen my relationship status change, offering support and asking if I was okay. The funny thing is, I was okay. More than okay, actually. I drove back to the apartment that afternoon to pick up more of my things. Marcus was at work, or at least, not there, which was probably for the best. Being in our shared space felt strange, like visiting a museum of a life I used to live. The wedding magazines on the coffee table, the save-the-date proofs we'd been reviewing, the little domestic details that had once felt so permanent and important. I was packing books when I found the note. It was tucked inside my copy of The 7 Principles for Making Marriage Work, a book I'd bought months ago, hoping to give us tools for building a strong foundation. The irony wasn't lost on me. The note was in Marcus's handwriting: "Sarah, I know I messed up badly. I know sorry doesn't fix this. I've been thinking about what you said about me not being ready to be married, and maybe you're right. Maybe I've been so focused on doing what I thought I was supposed to do that I forgot to think about what I actually wanted. Or what you deserved. I hope someday you can forgive me, but I understand if you can't. You deserve someone who chooses you completely, not someone who keeps looking over his shoulder for something better. I'm sorry I wasn't that person." I read the note 3 times, sitting there surrounded by cardboard boxes and the debris of our shared life. It was the first thing he'd said in 3 days that sounded like the truth. Part of me, the part that had loved him for 2 years, that had planned a future with him, wanted to feel vindicated by his admission. Wanted to feel like maybe this changed something, opened some door for reconciliation. But mostly, I just felt sad. Sad for both of us, for the time we'd wasted, for the relationship we tried to force into existence when we were fundamentally incompatible. Sad that it had taken something so public and humiliating to make us both see what had probably been true for months. I folded the note carefully and put it in my purse. Not because I planned to respond or because it changed anything, but because it felt like closure. The first honest thing Marcus had said to me in longer than I could remember. As I loaded the last box into my car, my phone rang. Unknown number. Sarah? This is David Chen from the catering company. I wanted to follow up on the menu tasting for your June wedding. I took a deep breath. Actually, David, I need to cancel. The wedding's off. It was the first of many calls I'd have to make, many conversations I'd have to have. Caterers and florists, and the venue coordinator who'd been so excited about our vision for the reception. My college friends who'd already bought plane tickets. Marcus's friends who'd probably heard his version of events and decided I was the crazy ex-fiancé who couldn't take a joke. But as I hung up with David and started the drive to my sister's house, I realized something that should have been obvious but somehow wasn't. I wasn't dreading any of it. The logistics, the explanations, the awkward social dynamics, none of it scared me anymore. Because for the first time in longer than I could remember, I was making decisions based on what I actually wanted, not what I thought I was supposed to want. Not what would make Marcus happy or keep the peace or maintain some image of the perfect relationship. I was free to figure out who I was when I wasn't trying to be the perfect fiancé to someone who saw me as a placeholder. 3 months later, I was having coffee with Linda, yes, Marcus's mother, when she told me something that probably should have surprised me but didn't. He's seeing someone new, she said quietly. Some girl from his gym. They've been together for about 6 weeks. I stirred my latte and waited for some feeling to surface. Jealousy, maybe. Or vindication. Instead, I just felt nothing. Empty, but in a good way. Like a house that had been cleared of clutter. I hope he's happy, I said, and meant it. I hope he's learned something, Linda replied. Though between you and me, I don't think he has. She's 24, Sarah. 24 and absolutely smitten with him. She probably thinks his whole keeping options open philosophy is exciting and mysterious. She'll figure it out eventually, I said. Or she won't, and they'll be perfect for each other. Either way, it's not my problem anymore. Linda reached across the table and squeezed my hand. You know what I realized after all this? Marcus never talked about you the way you talked about him. When you were together, you lit up talking about your future, about the wedding, about building a life together. But Marcus, he talked about you like you were a really good roommate he was fond of. That observation hit something deep and true that I'd never been able to articulate before. I think I knew that, I said slowly. I just didn't want to admit it. Love shouldn't be one-sided like that. You should be with someone who lights up the same way when they talk about you. 6 months later, I ran into that someone at a bookstore. His name was James, and he was reading the same novel I'd just finished. We ended up talking for 2 hours about books and coffee and the weird coincidences that shape our lives. When he asked for my number, he didn't play games or wait 3 days to text. He called that evening just to continue our conversation. On our third date, when he posted a picture of us at dinner, he tagged me in it. Not because he had to, not because I asked him to, but because he was proud to be seen with me. Because including me in his life felt natural and right, not like something he had to hide from his friends. The contrast was so stark it almost made me laugh. This was what it looked like when someone actually wanted to be with you. When you weren't competing with imaginary alternatives or walking on eggshells to avoid being seen as too much. 8 months later, when James introduced me to his family at Christmas dinner, his brother pulled me aside and said, I've never seen him this happy. He talks about you constantly. It's actually kind of annoying. I thought about Marcus's Instagram post, about his philosophy that nothing was confirmed until papers were signed, about keeping side pieces and safety nets. I thought about how exhausting it had been to love someone who was always looking over his shoulder for something better. And then I looked across the room at James, who was showing his nephew pictures from our vacation last month, genuinely excited to share our memories with people he cared about. Who had never made me feel like I was auditioning for the role of girlfriend, who chose me over and over again in small ways that added up to something solid and real. The thing Marcus never understood was that real love isn't about keeping your options open. It's about finding someone who makes you want to close them. Someone who makes the choice so easy and obvious that the idea of looking elsewhere becomes absurd. I still think about that Instagram post sometimes, about the moment I saw those words and felt my entire future crack open. About the woman I was then, so desperate to make things work that I'd ignored every red flag and rationalized every doubt. I'm grateful to her, that version of myself who found the courage to screenshot that post and send it to his family. Who took off her ring and walked away from a life that looked perfect on paper but felt hollow underneath. Because sometimes the worst thing that happens to you turns out to be exactly what you needed. Sometimes someone showing you who they really are, even when it's ugly and selfish and disappointing, is actually a gift wrapped in the ugliest paper imaginable. Marcus was right about one thing: nothing is confirmed until the papers are signed. But he was wrong about everything else. You don't keep side pieces when you find your true love. You don't hedge your bets or maintain exit strategies. You don't block your partner from your social media so you can pretend to be single when it suits you. When you find the right person, you confirm it every day through your actions, your choices, your willingness to show up completely and choose them again and again. Not because you have to, but because you can't imagine wanting to do anything else. I learned that the hard way, but I learned it. And now, 2 years later, I'm planning another wedding. This time with someone who would never dream of blocking me from his Instagram, because he's too busy posting pictures of us together and bragging to anyone who will listen about how lucky he feels. The papers still aren't signed, but everything else? Everything else has been confirmed 1,000 times over in all the ways that actually matter. But let me back up, because there's more to this story than just the happy ending. There's the messy middle part that nobody talks about, the part where breaking up with someone isn't just one dramatic moment, but a series of smaller battles that test whether you really meant what you said when you walked away. About 2 weeks after I moved out, Marcus started what I can only describe as a campaign. Not to win me back, exactly, but to prove that I'd made a mistake. That I was being unreasonable and throwing away something good over nothing. It started with the mutual friends. Sarah, I talked to Marcus, my college friend Jenny called to tell me. He's really torn up about this. He says you won't even talk to him. That's correct, I said, folding laundry in my sister's spare room. I won't. But don't you think you're being a little harsh? I mean, it was just a social media post. Guys say dumb things online all the time. This conversation happened approximately 17 times with different people. Each time, I found myself explaining the same basic concept, that respect matters, that blocking your fiancé to post about keeping side pieces isn't just a dumb thing, it's a fundamental revelation about someone's character. Some people got it immediately. Others looked at me like I was overreacting to a minor offense, like I should just forgive and forget because breakups are inconvenient for everyone involved. The worst part was how Marcus had positioned himself as the victim in these conversations. Poor Marcus, whose fiancé couldn't take a joke. Poor Marcus, who was just being one of the guys and got punished for it. Poor Marcus, who was trying so hard to make things right but his unreasonable ex wouldn't even listen. He deleted the post, Jenny pressed. Doesn't that count for something? He deleted it because I screenshot it and sent it to his family, I reminded her. Not because he realized it was wrong. But still, Jenny, I interrupted, would you be okay if your boyfriend posted about keeping a side piece while you were engaged? Silence. Long, uncomfortable silence. That's different, she finally said. How? It just is. Tom would never. I mean, he wouldn't mean it that way. Right. And the fact that Marcus did mean it that way is exactly why I'm not with him anymore. These conversations were exhausting, but they also served an important purpose. They showed me who really supported me and who just wanted things to go back to normal for their own convenience. Who understood that my standards weren't unreasonable demands, and who thought I should compromise on basic respect to avoid rocking the boat. The friends who suggested I was overreacting gradually faded from my life. The ones who said good for you became closer than ever. But Marcus wasn't just working the friend angle. He was also trying direct contact through increasingly creative methods. Since I'd blocked his number, he started calling from different phones. His work phone, his brother's phone, numbers I didn't recognize. When I stopped answering unknown calls, he moved to email. Long, rambling messages that started with apologies and devolved into explanations about why I was being unfair. I understand you're hurt, read one particularly tone-deaf message, but you have to understand that men need to feel like they have freedom, even within a relationship. It's biological. Evolutionary psychology shows that men are naturally inclined to want multiple partners, and acknowledging that doesn't mean I don't love you. It means I'm being honest about human nature instead of pretending to be something I'm not. I read that email 3 times, each time feeling more amazed by his complete inability to grasp the basic issue. He was literally mansplaining evolutionary psychology to justify why he needed to publicly announce his availability for extramarital affairs. I forwarded it to my sister with the subject line, "Please confirm I'm not losing my mind." Her response was immediate, "What an absolute walnut. Block his email too." So I did. Which led to Marcus showing up at my workplace. I was coming out of a client meeting when I saw him standing by my car in the parking garage. My heart rate spiked immediately, not with longing or nostalgia, but with the specific anxiety of being cornered by someone who won't take no for an answer. "Sarah, please," he said as I approached. "Just 5 minutes. That's all I'm asking." "No." I kept walking, keys ready, phone in my hand in case I needed to call security. "You can't avoid me forever." "Actually, I can. I've been doing a pretty good job of it so far." He stepped closer, and something in his posture made me stop walking. He looked desperate in a way that felt dangerous, like someone who'd run out of rational options and was moving into unpredictable territory. "Do you have any idea what you've done to my life?" His voice was low, intense. "My family won't talk to me. Half our friends think I'm some kind of monster. My boss heard about it through his wife, who knows your sister, and now I'm getting lectured about personal conduct at work. You destroyed everything because you couldn't handle one stupid post." "I didn't destroy anything, Marcus. You did that all by yourself. I made a mistake. One mistake, and you're acting like I cheated on you or something. You publicly announced your intention to cheat on me while blocking me from seeing it. How is that different from actually cheating?" "Because I didn't actually do anything." He was getting louder now, and a couple walking to their car glanced over nervously. "It was just words, Sarah. Just stupid guy talk that didn't mean anything." "If it didn't mean anything, why did you block me from seeing it?" He opened his mouth, then closed it, clearly not having anticipated that question. "Right," I said. "You blocked me because you knew exactly how those words would make me feel. Which means you knew they were hurtful and disrespectful, and you posted them anyway. Then you tried to hide them from me so you could have it both ways, look single and available to your friends while keeping me around as your safety net." "That's not," he started, but I held up a hand. "I'm not doing this, Marcus. We're not having this conversation in a parking garage or anywhere else. You made your choice when you posted that. I made mine when I took off your ring. Both decisions are final." I got in my car and drove away, hands shaking on the steering wheel. In my rearview mirror, I watched him standing there looking lost and angry, probably already composing his next email about how unreasonable I was being. That incident prompted me to take some precautions I'd been hoping I wouldn't need. I had a conversation with building security at work, letting them know that my ex-fiancé might try to contact me and that I didn't want him in the building. I changed my usual coffee shop and gym routine. I even considered getting a restraining order, though my sister talked me out of it. "Let's see if he backs off first," she suggested. "But if he escalates, we're calling the police." Fortunately, he didn't escalate. After the parking garage confrontation, Marcus seemed to finally understand that I wasn't going to change my mind. The calls and emails stopped. The friend intermediaries gave up their campaigns. For the first time since this whole thing started, I had actual peace and quiet to process what had happened. That's when the real emotional work began. Because here's what nobody tells you about leaving someone, even when you know you made the right choice, even when you're absolutely certain they were wrong and terrible for you, you still grieve. You grieve the future you thought you were building, the person you thought they were, the version of yourself that believed in forever with someone who saw you as temporary. I spent a lot of time during those first few months thinking about red flags I'd ignored. Like how Marcus always needed to check with Jake and Brad before making social plans with me, as if their approval mattered more than my feelings. How he'd make jokes at my expense in front of other people, then tell me I was being too sensitive when I said they weren't funny. How he'd criticize little things about my appearance or personality, always framing it as helpful feedback to make me the best version of myself. None of these things had seemed like deal breakers at the time. They were just Marcus being Marcus. Part of his personality that I'd learned to work around, like you work around a piece of furniture that doesn't quite fit but you don't want to throw away. But looking back with clear eyes, I could see the pattern. Marcus had spent 2 years slowly conditioning me to accept less respect, less consideration, less genuine partnership. He'd normalized behavior that should have been unacceptable, gradually moving the boundaries until I was grateful for basic human decency. The Instagram post wasn't an aberration. It was a logical conclusion of a relationship where one person's comfort and ego consistently mattered more than the other person's feelings. I started seeing a therapist during this period, Dr. Rodriguez, a woman in her 50s who specialized in relationship patterns and self-worth. I'd initially planned to go for just a few sessions, to process the breakup and move on. Instead, I ended up working with her for almost a year. "Tell me about your relationship with your father," she said during our third session, which made me roll my eyes so hard I probably pulled something. "Really? We're doing the daddy issues thing? I'm not suggesting you have daddy issues, she said calmly. I'm asking about your earliest model of how men treat women they love. That question opened up a whole conversation I hadn't expected to have. About my dad, who was a good man but emotionally distant. Who showed love through providing and protecting, but rarely through words or affection. Who had strong opinions about what women should and shouldn't do, delivered as gentle suggestions that were actually commands. I learned that love was conditional, I realized during one of our sessions. That I had to earn it by being good enough, accommodating enough, understanding enough. And with Marcus, I was always trying to be enough. What would it look like to be with someone where enough wasn't something you had to achieve, but something you already were? That question haunted me for weeks. Because I honestly couldn't imagine it. Every relationship I'd ever had involved some level of performance, some careful management of the other person's moods and needs and ego. The idea of being completely, authentically myself and having that be not just acceptable but celebrated felt like science fiction. Maybe that's why Marcus's post hit so hard, I told Dr. Rodriguez. It wasn't just about the content. It was about realizing that all my performing hadn't worked. That despite everything I'd done to be the perfect girlfriend and fiancé, he still saw me as replaceable. And how does that feel now? Liberating, honestly. If I was going to be replaceable anyway, I might as well be replaceable while being myself. This therapeutic work was happening parallel to the practical work of disentangling our shared life. Canceling wedding vendors, dealing with deposits, dividing up furniture and belongings. Each conversation was a small reminder of how much I'd invested in a future that was never as solid as I'd thought. The wedding venue was surprisingly understanding, apparently, they dealt with cancellations more often than you'd expect. The florist was less sympathetic but agreed to transfer half our deposit to a future order if I ever needed flowers again. The photographer, a woman named Maria who'd gotten excited about our vision for the reception, actually called me personally. I hope this isn't out of line, she said, but I saw what happened on social media. My girlfriend sent me a screenshot before he deleted it. I just wanted to say that you made the right choice. Thank you, I managed, suddenly emotional. That means a lot. I've been doing weddings for 15 years, and I can usually tell which couples are going to make it. You too. There was something off. He never looked at you the way you looked at him. I was actually kind of worried about shooting your wedding. That conversation stayed with me for weeks. The idea that our incompatibility had been visible to strangers, that professionals who worked with couples could see what I'd been too invested to recognize, it made me think about our engagement photos, which Marcus had posted all over social media with captions about being blessed and lucky. Looking at them now, I could see what Maria had noticed. In every single picture, I was looking at Marcus with genuine joy and love. He was looking at the camera, performing happiness for the audience. Even our engagement had been more about the performance than the reality. Marcus had proposed on Christmas morning in front of both our families, with a photographer hiding in the bushes to capture the moment. The ring was gorgeous, the proposal was picture perfect, and the resulting images got hundreds of likes on social media. But when I tried to remember how I'd felt in that moment, not how I'd looked, not how it had appeared to everyone else, but how I'd actually felt, what came up was anxiety. Anxiety that I was supposed to be overwhelmed with joy but mostly felt relief that he'd finally done what everyone expected him to do. Anxiety that the ring was bigger and more expensive than I'd wanted, that the proposal was more public than I'd imagined, that the whole thing felt like it was designed for other people's consumption rather than our private moment. I'd pushed those feelings down at the time, told myself I was overthinking things. Now I recognize them as my intuition trying to warn me about something I wasn't ready to hear. 9 months after our breakup, I ran into Jake at a coffee shop downtown. Jake, the fraternity brother whose approval had mattered so much to Marcus. The one who'd originally given him grief about settling down too young. He looked uncomfortable when he saw me, like he was debating whether to pretend he hadn't noticed me or come over and say something. Eventually, he approached my table. "Hey, Sarah. How are you doing?" "I'm good, Jake. Really good. How are you?" Good. He shifted from foot to foot. "Listen, I wanted to say. I know what Marcus posted was messed up. For what it's worth, most of us told him it was stupid." "Most of you?" "Well, Brad thought it was funny. But Brad's an idiot." The rest of us were like, "Dude, what are you doing? You had a good thing with Sarah?" I studied his face, trying to figure out if this was genuine regret or just social politeness. "Did you tell Marcus that at the time?" Jake's silence was answer enough. "Right," I said. "So you all knew it was messed up, but nobody said anything until after I left him. We didn't think. I mean, we figured you guys would work it out. We didn't know you'd actually break up over it. You didn't think I'd break up with someone who publicly announced he was keeping his options open while engaged to me? When you put it like that. Jake trailed off, looking genuinely uncomfortable. Look, Marcus has been pretty miserable since you left. I think he gets it now. Good. I hope he does better with the next person. Are you seeing anyone? The question surprised me. Why? Just curious. Marcus keeps asking people if you're dating anyone yet. What I do with my life isn't Marcus's business anymore. And it's not yours either, for that matter. Jake held up his hands. Fair enough. I hope you find someone who treats you better. You deserve that. After he left, I sat there thinking about that conversation. About how Marcus was still keeping tabs on my life, probably hoping I was miserable and alone. About how his friends still saw our breakup as some kind of temporary setback rather than the inevitable result of his choices. But mostly, I thought about Jake's comment, "You deserve that." Deserve what? Someone who treats me better? Why was that even a question? Why was basic respect and consideration something I had to deserve rather than something I should expect as a baseline? That night, I called Dr. Rodriguez for an emergency session. I think I've been approaching this all wrong, I told her. I keep thinking about what I deserve, like good treatment is something I have to earn through being good enough. But that's not how it works, is it? How do you think it works? I think good treatment should be the default. The starting point. And if someone can't manage basic respect and consideration, that's not about me not deserving better. That's about them not being capable of a real relationship. That's a significant shift in thinking. It feels huge. Like I've been playing by the wrong rules this whole time. That realization changed everything about how I approached dating when I eventually started again. Instead of trying to prove I was worthy of good treatment, I started from the assumption that I deserved it and filtered out anyone who suggested otherwise. Which is how, 6 months later, I ended up having that conversation with James in the bookstore. And why, when he asked for my number, I didn't spend 3 days analyzing whether I was good enough for him. Instead, I thought, he seems kind and interesting, and if he's not, that's information I'll learn quickly enough. The difference in my energy was remarkable. Instead of carefully managing my personality to be appealing, I was just myself. Instead of walking on eggshells to avoid being too much, I expressed my actual thoughts and feelings. Instead of grateful for basic consideration, I expected it. And James rose to meet those expectations effortlessly. Not because he was trying to impress me, but because treating people well was just who he was. You're different from other women I've dated, he told me a few months in. My Marcus-trained brain immediately went to, different how? What's wrong with me that I need to fix? But I'd learned to recognize that voice and question it. Different how? I asked. You're so present. Like you're actually here with me instead of performing being here. Does that make sense? It made perfect sense. And it made me realize how much energy I'd wasted over the years pretending to be whoever I thought someone wanted me to be. A year and a half after Marcus's Instagram post blew up my life, James and I were having dinner with his college friends when one of them brought up social media. I don't get people who post cryptic stuff about their relationships, she said. Like, just talk to your partner instead of broadcasting your drama to the internet. Or people who block their significant others from seeing their posts, another friend added. What's the point of being in a relationship if you're hiding things from them? I glanced at James, who knew the story of how Marcus and I had ended but had never made a big deal about it. He caught my eye and smiled, not in a way that suggested I should share or explain anything, but just acknowledgement that he understood this conversation might feel loaded for me. I think social media reveals people's real priorities, I said. Like, what matters more to you, looking good online or actually being good to the people in your life? Exactly. The first friend said. I always tell people, if you wouldn't say it with your partner standing right next to you, don't post it online. Such a simple rule. Such an obvious standard. And yet it would have prevented so much pain if Marcus had just followed it. Later that night, as James and I were getting ready for bed, he brought up the conversation. Are you glad it happened? He asked. The thing with Marcus, I mean. I thought about it seriously. Yeah, I am. It sucked at the time, but it taught me something important about what I'm willing to accept. And what I'm not. What's that? That I'd rather be alone than be with someone who makes me feel alone. James nodded thoughtfully. That's wise. Lonely is lonesome is one thing. But being lonely while you're with someone who's supposed to love you? That's devastating. Exactly. And I was so lonely with Marcus, I just didn't want to admit it. Well, for what it's worth, I'm glad his loss was my gain. Cheesy, I said, but I was smiling. True, though. And it was true. Marcus's Instagram post had been the catalyst for the best decision I'd ever made. Not just leaving him, but learning to value myself enough to expect better. To recognize that real love doesn't require you to shrink or perform or compete with imaginary alternatives. Real love sees you completely and chooses you anyway. Not as a placeholder until something better comes along, but as the person they want to build a life with, no conditions attached. The papers still aren't signed, James and I aren't engaged yet, though we talk about it sometimes, but everything else has been confirmed 1,000 times over in all the ways that actually matter. In the way he includes me in his social media without me asking. In how he talks about our future like it's something he's excited about, not something he's resigned to. In the simple fact that I've never once wondered if he's keeping his options open, because his actions make it clear that he's already found what he was looking for. And that, it turns out, is what love actually looks like when it's real.
Story 5.
My husband surprised me on my birthday by inviting his work wife to my celebration at our house. She proceeded to disrespect me throughout the evening, insulting my dress, calling me fat and ugly, and calling my makeup as cheap, all while my husband chuckled along with her. When I finally snapped and told her to shut up, my husband slapped me across the face and demanded, "Apologize or we're over." I just smiled and said, "It's over, darling." The handprint on my cheek was still burning when I said those words. 3 little words that ended 12 years of marriage, and honestly, they tasted like freedom. Let me back up. My 32nd birthday started like any other Tuesday. Marcus kissed my forehead before work, mumbled something about making it special tonight, and left me with cold coffee and the lingering scent of his cologne. I spent the day cleaning our house, though I'd been the one scrubbing every surface for the past decade while he climbed the corporate ladder. The doorbell rang at 6:30. I just finished putting on the emerald dress I bought specifically for tonight, nothing fancy, just something that made me feel pretty for once. When I opened the door expecting the Chinese takeout Marcus had promised, I found him standing there with a bottle of wine and a woman I'd never seen before. She was stunning in that effortless way that makes other women instantly self-conscious. Blonde hair cascading in perfect waves, designer everything, and a smile that looked like it belonged on a magazine cover. She was also at least 10 years younger than me. "Surprise, babe." Marcus beamed, sliding past me into our foyer. I invited Sophia to join us. You know, my work wife I'm always telling you about. Work wife. The term hit me like a slap, though I didn't know then how prophetic that would be. I'd heard him mention Sophia before, brilliant, funny, just gets me Sophia, but somehow I'd pictured someone different. Older. Less threatening to a woman whose husband had been coming home later and later, whose phone had suddenly acquired a passcode. "Oh," I managed, forcing a smile. "How? Nice. I wish you'd mentioned. Don't be such a control freak, Claire." Marcus was already heading to the kitchen, leaving me standing there with his gorgeous colleague. "Sophia, come in. Make yourself at home." She stepped inside, her heels clicking against our hardwood floors I'd mopped that morning on my hands and knees. Her eyes swept over our living room with the kind of assessment that makes you see your own space through someone else's judgment. The throw pillows I'd spent an hour arranging suddenly looked cheap. The family photos on the mantel felt desperate. "You have such a cozy home," she said, and something in her tone made cozy sound like pathetic. "Very lived in." I should have trusted that first instinct, that prickle of unease dancing up my spine. Instead, I thanked her and offered to take her coat. The first hour wasn't terrible. Marcus opened the wine, an expensive bottle I didn't recognize, and we sat in the living room making small talk. Sophia regaled us with stories from their office, inside jokes I wasn't part of, shared experiences that made me feel like a stranger in my own home. But she was charming, I'll give her that. Clever and quick-witted in a way that made Marcus light up like I hadn't seen in months. It was when we moved to the dining room that things shifted. "Claire, darling," Sophia said, settling into the chair beside Marcus, the chair I usually sat in. "That dress is so brave of you." I paused halfway through lighting the birthday candles I'd optimistically placed on a store-bought cake. Brave? Well, green can be such a tricky color. Especially with your... She gestured vaguely at my midsection. "It's just so tight. But good for you, embracing your curves." The match burned down to my fingers. I dropped it, shaking out the sting. Marcus laughed, actually laughed, as if she'd made a hilarious observation instead of a thinly veiled insult. "Sophia's got such an eye for style," he said, refilling her wine glass. "She's the one who told me to get rid of those old shirts you kept trying to make me wear." Old shirts. I'd bought him those shirts. For his birthday. Last year. I lit another match, focusing on the candles. 32 little flames. 32 years of life, 12 of them spent with this man who was now sitting in my dining room, letting another woman tear me apart with surgical precision. "And your makeup, sweetie," Sophia continued, leaning forward with fake concern. "Who did it for you?" "It's so gold. Very amateur theater. But I suppose not everyone can afford professional services." My hand trembled around the matchbox. I'd spent 2 hours on my makeup, watching YouTube tutorials, trying to make myself beautiful for my own birthday. It wasn't perfect, but it was mine. It was effort. It was hope. "I think Claire looks beautiful," I said quietly, speaking about myself in third person because it felt safer somehow. Sophia's laugh was like wind chimes in a hurricane, pretty and completely out of place. "Oh, you're so sweet. But honey, confidence is great, but there's also knowing your limitations. Maybe some contouring classes? I know a girl who does them." Marcus snorted. Actually snorted. Like I was a comedy routine they were both enjoying. The cake was ready, 32 candles burning bright. I carried it to the table, set it down in front of my spot, the spot Sophia had stolen. The flames flickered in the drafty room, casting shadows that made everything look distorted. "Make a wish, birthday girl," Marcus said, but he wasn't looking at me. He was watching Sophia, who was filming the moment on her phone. I closed my eyes. What do you wish for when your husband brings another woman to your birthday dinner so she can systematically destroy your self-worth while he provides the soundtrack of laughter? I wish for clarity. For strength. For the courage to see what was right in front of me. When I opened my eyes, Sophia was showing Marcus something on her phone. They were whispering, heads bent together like conspirators. Like lovers. "What's so interesting?" I asked, blowing out the candles. The room dimmed, leaving us in the glow of the chandelier I picked out when we first moved in. Back when I thought this house would be filled with children's laughter and anniversary dinners and growing old together. "Just work stuff," Marcus said, but his ears were red. They always turned red when he lied. Sophia looked up with that magazine cover smile. "Actually, we were talking about your little outburst earlier." "Outburst?" "When you got all defensive about your dress." "It's just..." "Well, Marcus was telling me how sensitive you've become lately. About your weight, your age. It must be so hard, watching time catch up with you." The room went very quiet. Even the candle smoke seemed to still in the air. "Excuse me?" "Oh, don't be embarrassed. It's natural. Women our age, well, my age versus your age, we all handle aging differently. Some of us embrace it gracefully, others..." She shrugged, a delicate gesture that somehow conveyed volumes about my inadequacies. I looked at Marcus. My husband. The man who'd promised to love me in sickness and health, for better or worse. The man who was currently nodding along like Sophia was delivering a TED talk on my failings. "Marcus," I said carefully. "Are you going to say something?" He shifted uncomfortably, playing with his wine glass. "Come on, Claire. Sophia's just being honest. You have been a bit sensitive lately." Sensitive. The word hung in the air like poison gas. "I see." I stood up, my legs surprisingly steady. "Well, since we're being honest, let me be honest too." Sophia leaned back in her chair, clearly relishing whatever breakdown she thought was coming. Her eyes glittered with anticipation. "I think," I said slowly, "that you're a miserable person who gets off on tearing other women down. I think you've been sleeping with my husband, probably for months. And I think you both planned this little humiliation ritual because you're too cowardly to just end things honestly." The silence that followed was deafening. Marcus's face went white, then red, then white again. Sophia's perfect composure cracked just slightly around the edges. "Claire," Marcus started, but I held up a hand. "I'm not finished. Sophia, sweetie, you can have him. Any man who would bring his mistress to his wife's birthday dinner and let her spend the evening tearing her down isn't worth fighting for. Consider him my gift to you." I turned toward the hallway, planning to go upstairs, pack a bag, maybe call my sister. I felt lighter already, like I'd been holding my breath for months and could finally exhale. That's when Marcus grabbed my arm. You're not going anywhere, he hissed, his grip tight enough to bruise. You're going to sit down and apologize to Sophia right now. I stared at his hand on my arm, then at his face. This man I'd shared a bed with for over a decade. This man whose laundry I'd done, whose meals I'd cooked, whose dreams I'd supported even when they meant sacrificing my own. Let go of me, I said quietly. Not until you apologize. Sophia is a guest in our home. She came here to celebrate your birthday, she came here to humiliate me while you watched. His grip tightened. You're being paranoid, embarrassing. Just say you're sorry so we can move on. I looked past him at Sophia, who was watching our confrontation with obvious fascination. She wasn't even pretending to be uncomfortable anymore. This was entertainment for her. No, I said. What? I said no. I won't apologize for defending myself in my own home on my own birthday. Marcus's face darkened. In all our years together, I'd never defied him so directly. I'd bent, compromised, made myself smaller to keep the peace. But something had broken in me tonight, some essential part of my willingness to accept unacceptable behavior. Claire, he said, his voice dropping to that tone he used when he was trying to sound reasonable while being anything but. You're making this into something it's not. Sophia was trying to help you, by calling me fat and ugly and telling me my makeup looks cheap. She didn't say. She said exactly that. And you laughed. His jaw clenched. You're twisting everything. You always do this, make yourself the victim when you're the one causing problems. I felt something crack inside my chest. Years of similar conversations, years of being told my perceptions were wrong, my feelings invalid. Years of shrinking myself to fit into the narrow space he'd created for me in his life. I want you to let go of me, I said again, my voice steadier than I felt. Not until you apologize. We stood there staring at each other, and I saw him clearly for the first time in years. Not the man I'd fallen in love with, not the man I'd built dreams around. Just a man who thought he could control me through intimidation and gaslighting. Then I guess we have a problem, I said. That's when he hit me. The slap came so fast I didn't see it coming. One moment I was standing there, defiant but calm. The next, my head was snapping to the side, my cheek exploding with pain, my ear ringing from the impact. The sound echoed in our dining room like a gunshot. The room fell completely silent except for the ticking of the grandfather clock in the corner, a wedding gift from his parents that had never kept proper time. I touched my cheek, feeling the heat, the sting. My eyes watered from the shock more than the pain. In 12 years of marriage, through all our fights and frustrations, he had never laid a hand on me. Ever. When I looked up at him, he looked as shocked as I felt. His hand was still raised slightly, fingers spread like he couldn't believe what he'd just done. Claire, get out. The words came out steady, clear. No tears, no hysteria. Just two simple words that contained 12 years of my life. Claire, please, I didn't mean to. Get out of my house. Our house, Sophia said quietly from her chair. She'd been so silent I'd almost forgotten she was there. It's his house too. I turned to look at her. She was still sitting in my chair, still holding her wine glass, still wearing that little smile. But now it looked different. Hungrier. Like she was feeding on the chaos she'd created. Actually, I said, my voice surprisingly calm, it's my house. My name on the deed. My inheritance money that paid for it. He just lives here. Marcus's face went pale. In all his calculations about our marriage, our finances, our future, he'd somehow forgotten that crucial detail. The house, our beautiful, carefully decorated house, belonged to me. You can't just. I can do whatever I want in my own home. I looked back at him, at his shocked face, his guilty expression. You brought your girlfriend to my birthday dinner. You let her spend the evening insulting me. And when I finally stood up for myself, you hit me. She's not my. Please don't lie anymore. You're not good at it, and we're past the point where it matters. He opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. For a man who made his living with presentations and negotiations, he seemed remarkably short of words. So here's what's going to happen, I continued, my voice still that strange, steady calm. You and Sophia are going to leave. Tonight. Right now. You can come back tomorrow when I'm not here to get your things. But from this moment forward, this is not your home. Claire, please, or, I said, cutting him off, I can call the police and have you both arrested for trespassing. Your choice. The threat hung in the air between us. We all knew I meant it. Something fundamental had shifted in the room, in me, in the balance of power that had governed our marriage for so long. Marcus looked at Sophia, who was finally starting to look uncomfortable. Her perfect evening of humiliation had taken a turn she hadn't anticipated. She'd wanted to watch me break down, not watch me break free. "This is insane," Marcus said, but he was already backing toward the door. "You can't just end our marriage over a misunderstanding." "I'm not ending our marriage over a misunderstanding," I said. "I'm ending it because you brought another woman into our home to humiliate me on my birthday, and when I finally stood up for myself, you hit me. Those aren't misunderstandings. Those are choices." He started to argue, but I held up my hand again. "And Marcus? If you ever touch me again, ever, I will make sure everyone you work with knows exactly what kind of man you really are. Including Sophia's boss. I assume she has one." Sophia's face went white. Apparently, the affair wasn't as open a secret as they thought. They left. Finally, reluctantly, but they left. I watched from my living room window as they got into Marcus's car, him in the driver's seat, her in the passenger seat she'd probably occupied many times before. They sat there for a few minutes, talking animatedly. Planning their next move, probably. Figuring out how to spin this, how to make me the villain in their story. I didn't care anymore. When their taillights disappeared around the corner, I walked back to the dining room. The birthday cake sat abandoned on the table, frosting melting under the chandelier's heat. 32 candles, all burned down to nubs. I picked up the cake and walked to the kitchen. Opened the trash can. Dropped it in, plate and all. Then I poured myself a glass of the expensive wine Marcus had brought, wine he probably bought with money from our joint account to impress his mistress, and sat down at my kitchen table. The house felt different already. Quieter, but not empty. Peaceful in a way it hadn't been in months. Maybe years. I called my sister. "Beth? It's Claire. Are you busy? I need to tell you something." "What's wrong? You sound weird." I touched my cheek, which was still tender but no longer burning. "Marcus hit me tonight." The silence on the other end of the line stretched so long I wondered if the call had dropped. "Beth? I'm coming over," she said, and I could hear her moving around, grabbing keys, probably already heading for the door. "Right now. Don't move, don't do anything, just wait for me." "I'm fine," I said, and realized I meant it. "Really? I'm actually better than I've been in a long time." But she was already on her way, and honestly, I was glad. I wanted to tell someone what had happened. I wanted to say it all out loud, make it real, make it true. While I waited, I walked through the house, seeing it with new eyes. All the compromises I'd made over the years, all the little ways I'd accommodated his preferences, his friends, his needs. The man cave in the basement that took up space I'd wanted for a studio. The guest room we'd never used because he didn't like having people stay over. The dining room set he'd chosen because it was more practical than the antique table I'd loved. But it was my house. My name on the deed, my money that had made it possible. Tomorrow, I'd start making it mine in truth, not just on paper. Beth arrived 20 minutes later, still in her pajamas with a coat thrown over them. She took one look at my face and pulled me into a hug so fierce it nearly knocked the wind out of me. "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere else? Do we need to go to the hospital?" "I'm fine," I said again, and for the first time in months, maybe years, I actually was. We stayed up until 3 in the morning, sitting at my kitchen table, drinking that expensive wine and talking. I told her everything, about the birthday dinner from hell, about the months of suspicion I'd been ignoring, about the moment I finally saw Marcus clearly. "I'm proud of you," she said as she was getting ready to leave. "For standing up for yourself. For not backing down. I should have done it sooner. You did it when you were ready. That's what matters." After she left, I went upstairs to my bedroom now, I realized. The bed looked different without his pillow, his nightstand, his side of the closet looming like a judgment of everything I wasn't. I slept better that night than I had in months. The next morning, I changed the locks. Marcus showed up at noon with his key, found it wouldn't work, and rang the doorbell like he was conducting a symphony of indignation. I watched him from the upstairs window for a few minutes before going down to answer. "You changed the locks?" He looked genuinely bewildered, like he couldn't fathom the consequences of his actions actually manifesting. "I told you this wasn't your home anymore. Claire, we need to talk. What happened last night? What happened last night is that you showed me exactly who you are. I believe you." He looked older in the daylight, more worn around the edges. Or maybe I was just seeing him without the filter of my own willingness to make excuses for him. "I brought boxes," he said finally. "For my things." I'd already packed most of his belongings, but I let him in to gather what I'd missed. It was strange, watching him move through spaces that had been ours, taking pieces of his life and loading them into cardboard boxes. He kept trying to start conversations. About the house, about our future, about how we could work through this if I'd just be reasonable. "There's nothing to work through," I said. "You brought another woman to my birthday dinner so she could humiliate me, and when I stood up for myself, you hit me. Those aren't relationship problems. Those are character revelations. I made a mistake. You made choices. Multiple choices. Over months. This wasn't one bad moment, Marcus. This was a pattern." He left that afternoon with 3 boxes and a suitcase. 12 years of marriage, reduced to what could fit in the back of his sedan. The divorce papers arrived 6 weeks later. He was asking for half of everything, including the house. I'd expected that. What I hadn't expected was the email from Sophia. It showed up in my inbox on a Tuesday morning, 2 months after the birthday dinner that changed everything. The subject line was simple: "I owe you an apology." I almost deleted it without reading it. Almost. But curiosity won. "Claire, I know you have no reason to read this, let alone believe anything I say, but I need to tell you something. Marcus has been lying to both of us. He told me you knew about our relationship. He said you were okay with it, that you discussed opening your marriage but you were too embarrassed to talk about it directly. He said the birthday dinner was your idea, that you wanted to meet me. I know how that sounds. I know it doesn't excuse my behavior. But I need you to know I thought I was playing a role you'd asked for. I found out the truth last week when I overheard him on a call with his lawyer. He was laughing about how he'd handled both of us, how he'd managed to get me to do his dirty work and you to throw him out so he could play the victim in the divorce. He's been telling everyone you're unstable, that you attacked me for no reason, that he never touched you. I quit my job yesterday. I can't work with him anymore, can't pretend I don't know what kind of man he really is. I know this doesn't fix anything. I know I hurt you, and I know saying I was manipulated doesn't undo that hurt. But I wanted you to know the truth. And I wanted you to know that when your divorce goes to court, I'll testify on your behalf if you need me to. I'm sorry. For all of it. Sophia." I read the email 3 times. Then I forwarded it to my lawyer. The divorce was finalized 4 months later. Marcus got nothing. The judge wasn't impressed with his character witnesses once Sophia testified about what had really happened that night, about the months of deception that had led up to it. I kept the house. I kept my savings. I kept my dignity. Most importantly, I kept the lesson I learned that night: sometimes the end of something terrible is the beginning of something beautiful. The house feels like home now in a way it never did before. I've redecorated, rearranged, made it mine in truth. The dining room has my grandmother's antique table now, the one Marcus always said was too impractical. The guest room is my studio. The basement is a library. I'm 33 now. Single, financially independent, and genuinely happy for the first time in years. Sometimes I think about that birthday dinner, about the moment everything changed. About how the worst night of my marriage became the first night of my real life. My birthday this year was different. I spent it with Beth and a few close friends, eating homemade cake at my grandmother's table, laughing until my sides hurt. No surprise guests. No hidden agendas. No one telling me I was too fat, too old, too sensitive, too anything. Just me, exactly as I am, surrounded by people who love me for it. And when I made my wish this year, I didn't wish for courage or clarity or strength. I wished for continued happiness. For the confidence to trust my instincts. For the wisdom to never again accept less than I deserve. The best part? All those wishes have already come true. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me tell you about what happened in between, the months that followed that night, the discoveries I made, the woman I became. The first few weeks after Marcus left were strange. I'd expected to feel lonely, maybe even regretful. Instead, I felt like I was recovering from a long illness. Everything was brighter, clearer. Food tasted better. I slept through the night for the first time in months. It was during the second week that I found his laptop. He'd forgotten it in his rush to pack, left it charging on his desk in what used to be our home office. I almost called him to come get it, but something stopped me. Maybe it was the way he'd been so protective of his devices lately, so secretive about his passwords and notifications. I told myself I was just checking if there were any important documents I needed to know about for the divorce. joint accounts, insurance policies, that sort of thing. What I found was so much worse than I'd imagined. The affair with Sophia hadn't been going on for months, it had been going on for 2 years. 2 years of hotel receipts and intimate photos and text messages so explicit they made me feel sick. But that wasn't even the worst part. The worst part was discovering I wasn't the first. There had been others. Jennifer from accounting. Maria from the marketing department. A woman named Kay whose last name I couldn't find but whose pictures filled an entire folder on his desktop. The pattern was always the same: charm them, seduce them, make them feel special, then move on when the novelty wore off or when they started asking for more commitment. I found forums where he bragged about his conquests. Dating sites where he was still active, listing himself as separated and looking for someone who understands me. Reviews he'd written of restaurants and hotels where he'd taken these women, sometimes on the same nights he told me he was working late. The birthday dinner hadn't been Sophia's idea or even a spontaneous cruelty. I found the planning emails. Marcus had orchestrated the entire evening, coached her on what to say, what buttons to push. He'd wanted me to snap, wanted me to be the crazy wife so he could justify leaving me for his younger, prettier mistress. Except Sophia hadn't been as compliant as he'd hoped. Her email to me had been telling the truth. She genuinely thought I knew about their relationship, thought the dinner was some kind of consensual humiliation game. When she realized she'd been used as a weapon against an unsuspecting wife, she'd been horrified. Not horrified enough to confess immediately, but horrified enough to eventually do the right thing. I printed everything. Every email, every receipt, every incriminating photo and message thread. My lawyer's eyes lit up when I handed him the thick folder. "This changes everything," he said, flipping through page after page of evidence. He's not going to get a penny. But it changed more than just the divorce proceedings. It changed how I saw our entire marriage. I started remembering things differently. Business trips that had seemed legitimate suddenly looked suspicious. Late nights at the office that I'd accepted without question. The gradual cooling of our physical relationship that I'd blamed on stress or aging or busy schedules. How long had I been living in a fantasy? How many years had I spent loving a man who saw me as nothing more than convenient cover for his double life? The anger came in waves. Some days I'd wake up furious, ready to burn down the world. Other days, I felt nothing but relief that it was over. The hardest days were when I felt stupid for not seeing it, stupid for trusting him, stupid for wasting so many years on someone who never deserved them. Beth helped me through the worst of it. She'd always suspected something was off about Marcus, she admitted one evening as we sat in my newly rearranged living room. "Why didn't you say anything?" I asked. "Would you have believed me?" She was right. I wouldn't have. I'd been so invested in the story I told myself about our marriage that I dismissed any evidence that contradicted it. I'd made excuses for his behavior, rationalized away red flags, convinced myself that my instincts were wrong. "I kept hoping you'd see it yourself," Beth continued. "And eventually, you did." The divorce proceedings dragged on for months. Marcus fought everything, contested every detail, tried to paint me as an unstable woman who'd had a psychotic break. His lawyer suggested I'd fabricated the evidence, that I'd somehow hacked his accounts and planted incriminating materials. That strategy backfired spectacularly when Sophia took the stand. I'll never forget that day in court. She looked different than she had that night at my birthday dinner, smaller somehow, less polished. She wore a simple black suit and no makeup, her blonde hair pulled back in a severe bun. When she spoke, her voice was steady but quiet. "Mr. Williams told me his wife knew about our relationship," she testified. "He said they discussed opening their marriage but that she was too embarrassed to acknowledge it directly. He suggested that having dinner together would be a way to normalize the situation." "And you believe this?" my lawyer asked. I wanted to believe it. It made what we were doing feel less wrong. She went on to describe the coaching sessions, the emails where Marcus had specifically told her what to say to provoke me. How he'd laughed when she'd expressed concern about being too harsh. How he'd assured her it was all part of some elaborate game I was playing. "When did you realize he'd been lying?" "When I overheard him on the phone with his lawyer a few weeks after the dinner. He was describing his wife as mentally unstable, saying she'd attacked a guest for no reason. He was laughing about how easily he'd manipulated both of us." The judge's expression grew colder with every word. When Marcus's lawyer tried to discredit Sophia's testimony, she produced her own folder of evidence, screenshots of their conversations, emails detailing his instructions, even a recording she'd made of that phone call. Marcus's face went white when she revealed the recording. He clearly hadn't expected her to be so thorough in documenting their relationship. The entire courtroom heard his voice, bragging about how he played both his wife and his mistress, how he'd orchestrated the birthday dinner to make me look unstable, how he planned to use my breakdown to justify the divorce and claim I was unfit to manage our shared assets. She completely lost it. His voice crackled through the courtroom speakers. Started screaming at Sophia for no reason, threatened to call the police. Classic hysteria. My lawyer says it'll be easy to prove she's too emotionally unstable to handle financial decisions. The judge called a recess. When we returned, Marcus's lawyer requested a private conference. 20 minutes later, they withdrew all contested claims. I got everything. The house, the savings, the investments, even his pension. The judge also granted me a restraining order after reviewing the evidence of his systematic deception and emotional abuse. Marcus left the courthouse that day with nothing but his lawyer's bill and the knowledge that everyone now knew exactly what kind of man he was. But winning the divorce was only the beginning of my real journey. The months that followed were a strange mix of liberation and reconstruction. I had to learn who I was outside of being Marcus's wife, outside of the role I'd played for so many years. I started small. I redecorated the house, but not all at once. Room by room, I replaced his choices with mine. The living room got soft, warm colors instead of his preferred stark whites and grays. The kitchen got new curtains, floral ones he would have hated. I hung my grandmother's paintings in the hallway, the ones he'd always said were too sentimental for public display. Each change felt like reclaiming a piece of myself. I also started therapy. Dr. Martinez was recommended by Beth, a woman in her 60s with kind eyes and an uncanny ability to ask exactly the right questions. How long do you think you were minimizing your own needs? She asked during one of our early sessions. The question caught me off guard. I'd been talking about Marcus's betrayal, about how shocked I'd been to discover the extent of his deception. I don't know what you mean. You've described a pattern of putting his preferences first. His choice of furniture, his preference for no house guests, his need for you to be available whenever he wanted to go out but understanding when he was too busy for your plans. When did that start? I thought about it. Really thought about it. Probably from the beginning, I admitted. He was so confident, so sure of what he wanted. I thought that was attractive. I thought it meant he was a leader. And what did you want? That was harder to answer. I'd spent so many years defining myself in relation to Marcus that I'd almost forgotten I was allowed to have independent preferences. I wanted children, I said slowly. We kept saying we'd start trying next year, when his career was more stable. But next year never came. The tears surprised me. I hadn't realized how much grief I was carrying about that particular loss. What else did you want? I wanted to go back to school. Get my master's degree in art therapy. I put it off when he got promoted, then when he changed jobs, then when we bought the house. I wiped my eyes. There was always a reason to wait. And now? I looked up at her, this woman who barely knew me but somehow saw me more clearly than my husband of 12 years ever had. Now I can do whatever I want, I said, and felt something shift inside my chest. Not the crack of something breaking, but the stretch of something expanding. I applied to graduate school the next week. The acceptance letter came on a Tuesday morning in March, exactly 6 months after that terrible birthday dinner. I was sitting at my grandmother's antique table, drinking coffee from a mug I'd bought for myself, a ceramic piece made by a local artist, beautiful and impractical and perfect. I read the letter 3 times before it sank in. Then I called Beth. I got in, I said when she answered. Got in where? Graduate school. The art therapy program. I got in. The silence stretched so long I thought the call had dropped. Beth? I'm crying, she said. Happy tears. I'm so proud of you. Starting school at 33 was intimidating. Most of my classmates were in their 20s, fresh from undergraduate programs, still figuring out who they wanted to be. I was older, sure of what I'd learned from my mistakes but uncertain about everything else. The work was challenging in ways I hadn't expected. Not just the academic requirements, but the emotional labor of studying how art could heal trauma while I was still processing my own. One of my first assignments was to create a piece about a significant life transition. I sat in my studio, the room that had been Marcus's guest bedroom, staring at a blank canvas for hours. Finally, I picked up a brush and started painting. The piece that emerged was abstract but unmistakable. A figure breaking free from dark, tangled blinds, moving toward light and open space. The colors shifted from muddy grays and browns on one side to clear, bright hues on the other. When I showed it to the class, Professor Chen asked me to talk about my process. I started painting the cage, I said, surprising myself with the honesty. The tangled parts, where the figure is trapped. But the more I worked on the escape, the more I realized the cage wasn't locked. The door was always open. She just had to be ready to walk through it. After class, a woman named Sarah approached me. She was maybe 25, with short dark hair and paint perpetually under her fingernails. "Your painting," she said. It reminded me of my own stuff. I've been working through leaving an abusive relationship. We talked for over an hour, standing in the hallway outside the studio. Her story was different from mine but familiar in its themes: the gradual erosion of self-worth, the confusion between love and control, the moment of clarity that changes everything. "You seem so together," she said. "Like you've got it all figured out." I laughed, but not unkindly. "I'm figuring it out as I go. But I'll tell you what I've learned: you don't have to wait until you're perfect to start building the life you actually want." She became one of my closest friends in the program. Through her, I met other women who'd rebuilt their lives after devastating endings. We formed an informal support group, meeting for coffee or wine, sharing our victories and setbacks. It was through this group that I met David. He was Sarah's brother, a high school art teacher who'd recently moved to town after his own divorce. Sarah had been trying to set us up for months, but I'd resisted. I wasn't ready, I told her. I needed to focus on school, on healing, on figuring out who I was as a single person. "You've been single for a year," she pointed out one evening as we cleaned brushes after a particularly intense studio session. "And you're the most centered person I know. Maybe it's time to stop hiding behind recovery and start actually living." The words stung because they were true. I had been hiding, using my healing journey as an excuse to avoid risking my heart again. I met David at a gallery opening Sarah had dragged me to. He was standing in front of a sculpture that looked like twisted metal but somehow conveyed profound sadness. "It's called After," he said without looking at me. "The artist made it after her husband died." "How do you know that?" He turned, and I was struck by how kind his eyes were. Not just friendly, but genuinely kind in a way that seemed rare. I asked her. "She's right over there if you want to meet her." We spent the next hour talking to artists, discussing technique and inspiration and the ways trauma could transform into something beautiful. He knew about art without mansplaining, listened without trying to fix, laughed at my jokes without performing his own humor in response. When he asked if I'd like to get coffee sometime, I surprised myself by saying yes. Our first date was at a small cafe near campus. We talked for 3 hours, covering everything from our favorite painters to our disaster marriages to our hopes for the future. "I want to be honest," I said as we were leaving. "I'm not looking for someone to save me or complete me or any of that stuff. I've spent the last year learning to be happy on my own, and I like who I've become." He smiled, and I noticed he had a small scar above his left eyebrow. "Good," he said. "Because I'm not looking for a project either. I want someone who chooses to be with me, not someone who needs to be." We took things slowly. Coffee dates, museum visits, long walks through the park near my house. He met Beth and got her approval. I met his teenage daughter, Emma, who was initially suspicious but gradually warmed up when she realized I wasn't trying to replace her mother or compete for her father's attention. The first time he kissed me was on my front porch after our 5th date. It was gentle, questioning, nothing like Marcus's possessive claiming. When we broke apart, he studied my face. "Okay?" he asked. "More than okay," I said, and meant it. We'd been dating for 6 months when he first spent the night. Not for anything naughty, we'd been taking that slowly too, but because we'd fallen asleep on my couch while watching a movie, his arm around me, my head on his shoulder. I woke up first, in the pre-dawn quiet of my house. For a moment, I panicked. There was a man in my space, my sanctuary, the place I'd worked so hard to make purely mine. Then I looked at his sleeping face, peaceful and unguarded, and realized something important: my sanctuary wasn't threatened by his presence. It was enhanced by it, because he was someone who understood the value of what I'd built, someone who added to it rather than trying to control it. When he woke up, the first thing he said was, "I should probably go home and change clothes before work." Not an assumption that he could stay. Not a claim on my space or my routine. Just a practical consideration delivered with a sleepy smile. "Coffee first?" I offered. "Coffee first," he agreed. That's how most of our relationship has unfolded, with consideration, communication, and the understanding that we're both whole people choosing to share our lives, not broken people trying to fix each other. I'm finishing my master's degree this spring. My thesis project is a series of paintings exploring themes of transformation and resilience, featuring women who've rebuilt their lives after trauma. The centerpiece is a large canvas showing a woman standing in the ruins of what used to be her life, but instead of looking backward with regret, she's facing forward toward a horizon full of possibility. I've already been accepted into the PhD program. Dr. Martinez says I have a gift for helping people process difficult emotions through creative expression. I'm thinking about specializing in working with women leaving abusive relationships. David and I are planning to move in together after I graduate. Not to my house, that will always be my sanctuary, my reminder of my own strength. We're looking for a place that can be ours from the beginning, a space we choose together rather than one of us accommodating the other's existing life. Emma, who's now 17 and preparing for college, has started calling me by my name instead of my dad's girlfriend. It's a small thing, but it feels significant. Claire, she said last week as we were making dinner together, "Can I ask you something personal?" "Sure." "Were you scared? When you left your husband?" I thought about the question, about the girl who was asking it. Emma had lived through her parents' divorce, had seen what happened when people stayed in situations that weren't working. "Terrified," I said honestly. "But not as scared as I was of spending the rest of my life pretending to be happy." She nodded, stirring the pasta sauce with more concentration than it required. "I'm glad you weren't," she said quietly. "Me too. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if Marcus hadn't brought Sophia to that birthday dinner. Would I have continued accepting the unacceptable indefinitely? Would I have kept making excuses, minimizing my needs, shrinking myself to fit into the narrow space he'd carved out for me in his life? I don't think so. I think the woman who'd spent months feeling uneasy, who'd noticed the late nights and the locked phone and the gradual erosion of intimacy, was already preparing to wake up. The birthday dinner was just the catalyst, the final straw that broke through my denial. But I'm grateful it happened the way it did. The shock of that evening, the clarity that came from seeing Marcus's true nature so completely exposed, saved me from years of gradual awakening. It was brutal but efficient, like ripping off a bandage instead of peeling it away slowly. 2 years later, I can say with complete honesty that Marcus did me a favor. Not intentionally, he was trying to manipulate and discard me in the most convenient way possible. But in showing me exactly who he was, he freed me to become exactly who I was meant to be. I still live in the house I bought with my inheritance, but it's completely transformed. Every room reflects my taste, my values, my vision of what a home should be. The walls are covered with art, some mine, some by friends from school, some by artists whose work speaks to me. The dining room table where that terrible birthday dinner took place is long gone, replaced by my grandmother's antique table where I now host dinner parties for people who actually like and respect me. The guest room that Marcus always said was impractical is my studio, filled with canvases and paints and the tools of a trade I'm passionate about. The basement that used to be his man cave is now a library, with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves and a reading nook by the window. Every change was intentional, purposeful, a deliberate act of reclaiming my space and my life. I'm 35 now. Single but not alone, independent but not isolated, strong because I've tested my own strength and found it sufficient. The woman who accepted that birthday dinner humiliation, who almost apologized for defending herself, who spent 12 years making herself smaller to accommodate a man who never deserved her, she's still part of me, but she's not in charge anymore. The woman who smiled and said it's over, darling, when faced with an ultimatum designed to break her spirit, she's the one driving now.
Story 6. My fiancé screamed, "The wedding's off, but I'm keeping the ring. Consider it compensation." After she got proof of me cheating from her best friend, I didn't argue. I smiled, "Keep it." When she tried to pawn the $15,000 ring and discovered what I'd actually given her, her mother called me screaming. "Look, I need to tell you something, and you're probably going to think I'm either a genius or completely unhinged. Maybe both. But here's the thing, when your fiancé of 3 years stands in your living room, mascara running down her face, screaming that she's keeping your grandmother's ring as compensation for your alleged infidelity, and you just smile and say keep it, you're either broken or you know something she doesn't." I knew something she didn't. Let me back up. 3 weeks before my wedding was supposed to happen, I was sitting in my home office, pretending to work on a presentation for a client meeting. In reality, I was staring at my phone, watching it buzz with texts from my best friend Marcus. "Dude, you need to see this. I'm serious. Call me. Jake, call me now." I called him. "What's going on?" I asked, trying to keep the annoyance out of my voice. I had actual work to do, and Marcus had a habit of treating minor inconveniences like national emergencies. "I'm at Rosewood," he said. Rosewood was this upscale bar downtown, the kind of place where drinks cost $20 and everyone pretends they're more important than they are. You need to get here. Now. Marcus, I have a deadline. Your fiancé is here. I paused. Okay? She said she was going out with Claire tonight. Girls' night or whatever. Jake. His voice dropped to barely above a whisper. She's not with Claire. She's with someone else. A guy. And from where I'm sitting, it doesn't look like a business meeting. My stomach did this weird flip-flop thing. You know that feeling when you're on a roller coaster, right at the top before the big drop? That moment of weightlessness where your body doesn't know whether to be excited or terrified? That's what hit me. What do you mean, doesn't look like a business meeting? I mean, she's touching his arm. Laughing. Really close. Too close. And Jake. She just kissed him. On the mouth. I'm looking at it right now. The thing is, I didn't feel what I expected to feel. No rage. No heartbreak. Just this weird, cold clarity settling over me like I'd been dunked in ice water. Take pictures, I said. What? Take pictures, Marcus. As many as you can without being obvious. Jake. Just do it. Please. I hung up and sat there in my office, the blue light from my computer screen washing over me. The presentation was still open, some meaningless corporate slideshow about market penetration and quarterly projections. None of it seemed real anymore. My phone buzzed. Photos. Marcus had delivered. And there she was. Sophia. My Sophia. The woman I'd spent 3 years building a life with, the woman who'd cried when I proposed on that beach in Maui, the woman whose mother had already booked the venue and sent out save the dates. She was leaning into some guy I'd never seen before. Broad shoulders, expensive suit, that kind of effortlessly confident posture that screamed money. Her hand was on his chest. In another photo, they were kissing. Not a friendly peck. This was the kind of kiss that told a story, and that story didn't include me. I should have been devastated. Should have been planning to drive to that bar and confront them both. Instead, I felt something else entirely. Something calculating. Because here's what you need to understand about Sophia, she was smart. Manipulative, even. She had this way of turning every situation to her advantage, of making you feel like you were the problem even when she was clearly in the wrong. I'd seen her do it to friends, to coworkers, even to her own family. And I'd loved her anyway. Or I thought I had. But looking at those photos, something clicked. All those late nights working. All those girls' trips that seemed to multiply over the past 6 months. The way she'd started picking fights over nothing, like she was trying to create distance. She wasn't just cheating. She'd been planning something. I opened my laptop and started digging. Bank statements first. We had a joint account for wedding expenses and household bills, but we'd kept our main accounts separate. Smart, in retrospect. Her spending had increased dramatically over the past few months. Designer clothes. Expensive dinners at restaurants we'd never been to together. A charge from a hotel in the city, the Grandview, one of the nicest places downtown. Then I checked her credit card statement. I know, invasion of privacy. But she'd given me access months ago when she asked me to help her track her spending for budgeting. She'd clearly forgotten about it. More hotels. More expensive dinners. And then something interesting, a charge from a jewelry store. Madison & Company high-end place, the kind where they serve you champagne while you shop. The charge was for $8,000. $8,000. 3 weeks before our wedding, and she'd bought something expensive from a jewelry store. But she hadn't given me anything. No watch, no cufflinks, nothing. I sat back in my chair, my mind racing. The pieces were falling into place, forming a picture I really didn't want to see. She was planning to leave me. Maybe she'd already decided. But she wanted to do it in a way that made her the victim, that made her friends and family rally around her while I became the villain. My phone rang. Marcus. They're leaving, he said. Together. They just got into a cab. Thanks, man. I appreciate you looking out. What are you going to do? Good question. What was I going to do? The ring. The thought hit me like a lightning bolt. My grandmother's engagement ring, the one I'd proposed with. Appraised at $15,000, a family heirloom that meant everything to me. Sophia knew that. She knew my grandmother had worn it for 60 years, that my grandfather had worked 3 jobs to afford it back in 1952, that it was the only thing of real value my grandmother had left me when she passed. Sophia had that ring. And if she was planning what I thought she was planning, she'd want to keep it. Sell it, maybe. Use the money to start her new life with Mr. Expensive Suit. I needed insurance. I needed a way to make sure that when this all blew up, and it was going to blow up, I wasn't left with nothing. I grabbed my keys and drove to my brother's house. Derek was a jeweler, ran his own small shop in the Arts District. He was still up when I got there, working in his home studio. Jake? He looked up from whatever piece he was working on, surprise written all over his face. "What are you doing here? It's almost 11. I need a favor. A weird one. And I need you to not ask questions." Derek set down his tools, studying me with that older brother concern that I usually found annoying but right now actually appreciated. "What kind of favor?" I pulled out my phone and showed him a picture of Sophia's engagement ring. "I need you to make me a replica of this. Exact replica. Same setting, same style. But instead of a real diamond, I need you to use cubic zirconia." "Jake," I said, "no questions, Derek. Can you do it or not?" He was quiet for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Yeah, I can do it. But it'll take a few days, and it won't be cheap. The setting alone. How much? For a rush job? Maybe $3,000. I pulled out my credit card. "Do it. I need it by Friday." That was 3 days away. 3 days to pull off what was probably the stupidest or smartest thing I'd ever done. Derek took my card, still looking at me like I'd lost my mind. "You want to tell me what this is about?" "Friday," I said. "I'll explain everything Friday." I left his place and drove home. The house was dark. Sophia was still out. Probably at a hotel. Probably with him. I didn't sleep that night. Just lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, playing out scenarios in my head. The next morning, Sophia came home early. She looked tired, but there was something else in her expression. Guilt, maybe. Or maybe I was just seeing what I wanted to see. "Hey," she said, dropping her purse on the counter. "Sorry I stayed at Claire's. We had a lot of wine and I didn't want to drive." "Claire's. Right. No problem," I said, keeping my voice neutral. "How was girls' night?" "Good. You know. Just needed to blow off some steam before the wedding craziness really kicks in." She kissed my cheek, and I smelled cologne. Not mine. Something expensive and woody. "I'm going to shower," she said. "Want to grab brunch after?" "Sure. Sounds good." I waited until I heard the water running, then grabbed her phone from her purse. I knew her passcode, 1, 2, 3, 4, because she was lazy about security. I opened her messages. There was a thread with Claire that was obviously not Claire. The contact photo was of Mr. Expensive Suit. "Last night was perfect. Can't wait to see you again. 2 more weeks and we're free. Just hold on, baby. I love you so much. This is going to work out, I promise." 2 more weeks. That was after the wedding. After we'd combined finances completely. After I'd added her to my insurance, my retirement accounts, everything. She wasn't just cheating. She was running a con. I took screenshots of everything and sent them to myself, then deleted the evidence from her phone. My hands were shaking, but my mind was crystal clear. She wanted to play games? Fine. I'd play. Friday came. Derek called me at noon. "It's done," he said. "And Jake, I have to say, it's some of my best work. You'd need a microscope to tell the difference." I drove to his shop and picked up the replica. He was right, it was perfect. Same white gold setting, same vintage design, same size stone. The cubic zirconia caught the light almost exactly like the real diamond. "Thanks, Derek. I mean it. Are you going to tell me what this is about now?" I looked at my brother, this guy who'd always had my back, who'd taught me how to throw a baseball and how to change a tire and how to not be a complete idiot around women. "Sophia's cheating on me," I said. "Has been for months. She's planning to take me for everything after the wedding. This is my insurance." Derek's face went through about 5 different expressions before settling on fury. "Are you serious?" "That," he caught himself. "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to let her think she's winning. And then I'm going to make sure she learns a very expensive lesson about trying to screw people over." That night, I made the switch. Sophia was at another girls' night. Funny how many of those she'd been having lately. I carefully removed the real ring from her jewelry box and replaced it with Derek's replica. The real ring went into a safety deposit box at my bank the next morning. Now I just had to wait. The waiting was the hardest part. Every day felt like walking on a tightrope, knowing one wrong move would blow everything up before I was ready. Sophia was acting weird too, distant 1 minute, overly affectionate the next. Classic guilt behavior. 2 weeks crawled by. The wedding was now just 1 week away. Invitations had been sent. The venue was paid for. Sophia's dress was hanging in our closet, wrapped in plastic like a corpse. Then, on a Tuesday night, it happened. I was in the living room, pretending to watch TV, when Sophia came home. But she wasn't alone. Claire was with her, actual Claire this time, her real best friend. And Claire looked uncomfortable, like she'd rather be literally anywhere else. "Jake," Sophia said, her voice cold in a way I'd never heard before. "We need to talk." I turned off the TV. "Okay. What's up?" Claire wouldn't meet my eyes. Sophia pulled out her phone and turned it toward me. On the screen was a photo of me at a restaurant with a woman. A woman I'd never seen before in my life. Want to explain this? Sophia demanded. I looked at the photo. It was clearly doctored. You could see the weird lighting inconsistencies if you looked close enough, the slightly blurred edges where they'd pasted my head onto someone else's body. Where did you get that? I asked calmly. That doesn't matter. What matters is that you've been lying to me. Cheating on me. And I'm done, Jake. We're done. Claire shifted uncomfortably. Soph, maybe we should. No. Sophia's voice was sharp. I trusted him, Claire. I was going to marry him. And this whole time, he's been sneaking around with some. That's not me, I interrupted. Excuse me? I stood up, walked over to her, and took a closer look at the phone. That's a fake photo, Sophia. A bad one, actually. Look at the shadows. Look at how my face doesn't quite match the angle of the body. Someone photoshopped this. Her eyes flickered. Just for a second, but I saw it. Uncertainty. Fear, even. You're lying, she said, but her voice had lost some of its conviction. Am I? Show me another photo. If I'm really cheating, there should be more evidence, right? She didn't have anything else. Of course she didn't. Because I hadn't been cheating. She had. This was her play. Accuse me of exactly what she'd been doing, use it as justification to call off the wedding, and paint herself as the victim. Probably keep the ring too, as compensation for her broken heart. It was almost elegant, in a sociopathic kind of way. The wedding is off, she said, straightening her spine. I can't marry someone I don't trust. Okay, I said simply. That threw her. She'd expected me to fight, to beg, to defend myself. Instead, I just stood there, hands in my pockets, waiting. Okay? That's all you have to say? What do you want me to say, Sophia? You've clearly made up your mind. You have some fake photo that I can't prove is fake without taking it to a forensics expert, which I'm not going to do because honestly, I'm tired. If you want to believe I cheated based on that, go ahead. I'm not going to stop you. Claire looked like she wanted to sink through the floor. This wasn't going how Sophia had planned. Fine, Sophia said, her voice rising. Fine. The wedding's off. But I'm keeping the ring. Consider it compensation for the time I wasted on you. For the emotional distress you've caused me. There it was. The real play. I'd been waiting for this moment for 2 weeks. I smiled. Actually smiled. Keep it, I said. It's yours. Her eyes narrowed. What? I said keep it. The ring. It's yours. I'm not going to fight you for it. Confusion flashed across her face, quickly replaced by triumphant satisfaction. She thought she'd won. Thought she'd outsmarted me. Good, she said. I'm glad we agree on something. Claire, help me pack. I watched as they went upstairs to the bedroom. Heard drawers opening and closing, the sounds of clothes being shoved into suitcases. Claire came down once to grab some boxes from the garage, still refusing to look at me. 30 minutes later, Sophia came down with 3 suitcases and 2 boxes of her stuff. The ring was still on her finger, glinting in the light. I'll send someone for the rest later, she said. Sure. Whatever you need. She paused at the door, studying me. You're taking this awfully well. What can I say? I'm a generous guy. Something in my tone must have bothered her because her eyes narrowed again. But she didn't say anything else. Just walked out, Claire trailing behind her with a mumbled apology I didn't acknowledge. The door closed. The house was silent. I stood there for a minute, then pulled out my phone and called Derek. It's done, I said. She took the bait. You're sure about this? Positive. Now we wait for phase 2. Phase 2 came faster than I expected. 3 days later, my phone rang. Unknown number. I answered. Is this Jake Morrison? A woman's voice shrieked. Yes, who is this? This is Barbara Henderson. Sophia's mother. What the heck did you do? I pulled the phone away from my ear. Barbara was screaming so loud I could probably hear her without the phone. Mrs. Henderson, I'm going to need you to calm down and tell me what's going on. You gave my daughter a fake ring. A cubic zirconia. Do you have any idea how humiliating this is? She went to Madison and Company to get it appraised, to sell it, and they told her it was worth maybe $200. $200. I let the silence stretch out for a moment. Then, very calmly, I said, that's impossible. That ring was appraised at $15,000. Not the ring she has. The ring she has is a fake. Mrs. Henderson, I'm confused. I proposed to Sophia with my grandmother's ring. The real one. If the ring she has now is fake, then she must have switched it at some point. Maybe she sold the real one and kept a fake for show? Don't you dare accuse my daughter of. I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I'm just saying, the ring I gave her was real. I have the appraisal documents to prove it. If she's got a fake now, I don't know what to tell you. I could practically hear her brain short-circuiting on the other end of the line. You're lying, she said, but she sounded less certain now. Am I? Tell you what, Mrs. Henderson. Have Sophia meet me tomorrow at Madison & Company. We can both bring our documentation and figure out what happened. Sound fair? She hung up on me. I sat back and waited. The next message came from Sophia herself. A text. We need to talk. Now. Madison & Company tomorrow at 2 p.m. Bring the ring. Jake, what the heck is going on? 2 p.m. Be there or don't. Your choice. I showed up at Madison & Company at 1:45 p.m. the next day. The store was exactly as I remembered, all glass cases and soft lighting, classical music playing in the background. The kind of place that made you feel like you should whisper. Sophia was already there, pacing near the entrance. She looked terrible. Dark circles under her eyes, her hair pulled back in a messy ponytail. The ring was clutched in her hand. Jake, she said when she saw me. Please. Just tell me what's happening. Let's go inside, I said. We approached the counter together. A woman in her 50s, wearing a name tag that said Margaret, smiled at us professionally. How can I help you today? Sophia held out the ring with a shaking hand. I need this appraised. Again. Please. Margaret took the ring and examined it under her loupe. Her expression didn't change, but I saw her shoulders tense slightly. Ma'am, she said carefully, this is cubic zirconia. Good quality, well-made setting, but the stone is definitely not a diamond. I'd estimate the total value at around $200, maybe $250. That's not possible, Sophia said, her voice cracking. Jake, you said this was your grandmother's ring. You said it was worth $15,000. I pulled out my phone and showed Margaret a photo. This is my grandmother's ring. The real one. Can you confirm this is what it looks like? Margaret studied the photo, then looked up at me with understanding in her eyes. Yes, sir. I actually handled this exact ring about 6 months ago. Mrs. Morrison brought it in for a cleaning and inspection. Beautiful piece. The diamond is certified, just over 2 carats, excellent clarity. And how much was it worth? I asked, even though I knew the answer. According to our records, it was appraised at $15,200. Sophia's face had gone completely white. But, you gave this to me. You proposed with this ring. No, Sophia. I proposed with my grandmother's real ring. This? I pointed to the cubic zirconia in Margaret's hand. This is something different. You're saying I switched it? That I stole your ring and replaced it with a fake? Did you? No. Of course not. I would never. She stopped, realization dawning on her face. You did this. You switched it. Before you gave it to me, or later, while I had it. Interesting theory, I said. But I have a better one. Want to hear it? She just stared at me, tears starting to stream down her face. I think, I said slowly, that you've been planning to leave me for months. I think you found some rich guy who promised you a better life. I think you were going to let me go through with a wedding, combine our finances, and then divorce me, taking half of everything plus whatever you could grab, including my grandmother's ring. That's insane. But you needed a reason to leave. Something that would make you look like the victim. So you had someone fake a photo of me cheating. Probably your boyfriend. Pretty easy to do with AI these days. You confronted me, called off the wedding, and demanded to keep the ring as compensation. Am I getting warm? Sophia looked at Margaret, who had very wisely stepped back from the counter to give us space. The problem is, I continued, you got greedy. You wanted to see how much the ring was worth, maybe even sell it. Start your new life with a nice chunk of cash. But surprise, the ring isn't worth anything. Because the real ring is locked in a safety deposit box at my bank, and it has been for 2 weeks. You son of a, she caught herself, glancing at Margaret. You set me up. This whole thing was a setup. Was it? Or did I just protect what's mine from someone who was trying to steal it? Her hand closed around the fake ring, squeezing it so hard her knuckles went white. I could sue you. This is fraud or something. Sue me for what? For giving you a ring? You were the one who said you were keeping it as compensation. I never agreed to that, I just said you could keep it. And you can. Keep that $200 piece of cubic zirconia. It's all yours. The tears were flowing freely now, and for a second, just a second, I almost felt bad. Almost. Why? She whispered. If you knew I was cheating, why go through all this? Why not just confront me? Because, Sophia, you needed to learn that actions have consequences. You thought you could manipulate me, use me, and walk away with my grandmother's ring as a trophy. I wanted you to know how it feels to think you've won, only to realize you've lost everything. She slapped me. Hard. The crack echoed through the quiet store. I didn't react, just stood there, my cheek stinging. I hope you're happy, she said. I hope this was worth it. Me too, I said. She threw the fake ring at me, it bounced off my chest and clattered on the marble floor, and stormed out of the store. Margaret approached cautiously. Sir, are you all right? Should I call security? I'm fine. Thank you for your help. She nodded, still looking concerned. For what it's worth, I'm sorry you had to go through all that. I picked up the cubic zirconia ring from the floor and pocketed it. Yeah. Me too. The aftermath was messy. Sophia's mother called me every name in the book. Her friends bombarded me with messages calling me manipulative and cruel. Social media was a nightmare for about a week. Sophia had posted some vague things about narcissistic men and dodged bullets that her friends ate up. But I had the screenshots. I had the photos from Marcus. I had the evidence of her boyfriend, of her secret hotel visits, of everything she'd been hiding. When people asked me directly what happened, I showed them. Not to be vindictive, I didn't post anything publicly, but to defend myself against the lies she was spreading. Slowly, the truth came out. People started realizing that Sophia wasn't the victim she was pretending to be. Her story had holes. The fake photo of me cheating was so obviously doctored that even her most loyal friends started questioning it. The guy she'd been seeing? Turns out he was married. His wife found out about the affair and confronted Sophia publicly at some restaurant. That little drama made the rounds on social media too, and suddenly Sophia wasn't getting quite as much sympathy. Marcus called me a week after the jewelry store incident. Dude, you okay? Yeah. I think so. That was some Game of Thrones level scheming you pulled off. I laughed, but it felt hollow. I didn't want to do it that way. I couldn't let her win. Not after everything. I get it. For what it's worth, I think she got what she deserved. Maybe she did. Or maybe we both just hurt each other in different ways, and there wasn't really a winner in any of this. Derek took me out for drinks that weekend. We sat at a bar, ironically, it was Rosewood, the same place where Marcus had first seen Sophia with her boyfriend, and didn't talk about anything important for the first hour. Then Derek said, "So what are you going to do with the real ring?" I'd been thinking about that. The ring was sitting in a safety deposit box, waiting. It was worth $15,000, but it was worth more than that to me. It was my grandmother's love story, her 60-year marriage, the life she built with my grandfather. I'm going to keep it, I said. For now, at least. Maybe someday I'll meet someone who deserves it. You think you'll ever trust anyone again after this? Good question. One I've been asking myself every night when I couldn't sleep. I don't know, I admitted. Maybe. Probably not for a long time. But yeah, maybe eventually. Derek raised his glass. To maybe. To maybe, I echoed. We drank, and I tried not to think about the fact that 3 weeks ago, I was supposed to be married right now. Supposed to be on a honeymoon in Greece, living the life I'd planned for 3 years. Instead, I was sitting in a bar with my brother, drinking whiskey that cost too much and tasted like regret. The wedding venue had been understanding about the cancellation. They kept the deposit, but at least I didn't have to pay for the whole thing. Small mercies. The invitations had already gone out, so I had to send a mass email explaining that the wedding was off. I kept it vague. Due to unforeseen circumstances, Sophia and I have decided to go our separate ways, but everyone read between the lines. My mom called, worried. My dad was furious on my behalf. My little sister sent me a text that just said, "Good riddance. She was always weird about your dog." That made me smile. Sophia had hated my dog, a golden retriever named Buddy. She'd wanted me to get rid of him once we got married because he shed too much. I'd refused, and it had been a point of contention for months. Buddy was currently lying at my feet, his head resting on my shoe. At least someone was loyal. A month passed. Then 2. The anger faded, replaced by something quieter. Not quite peace, but not rage either. Just acceptance, maybe. I'd been burned. Badly. But I'd also learned something about myself. I was more resilient than I thought. More capable of protecting myself, even if it meant doing something morally gray. Was I proud of what I'd done? Not really. Switching the ring, letting Sophia think she'd gotten away with something only to have it blow up in her face, it felt petty in retrospect. Justified, maybe, but petty. But would I do it again? Yeah. Probably. Because here's the thing nobody tells you about betrayal, it doesn't just hurt in the moment. It changes you. Makes you harder, more cautious. You start seeing manipulation in every kind gesture, deception in every white lie. I didn't want to be that person. Didn't want to spend the rest of my life suspicious and guarded. But I also didn't want to be a victim. Didn't want to be the guy who got taken for everything by someone he trusted. So maybe I found a middle ground. Maybe I learned to protect myself while still leaving room to trust again someday. Or maybe I'm just rationalizing. Trying to make myself feel better about the whole mess. 3 months after everything went down, I got a message from an unknown number. "I'm sorry." That was it. Just 2 words. I stared at my phone for a long time, trying to figure out if it was from Sophia. The number wasn't saved, but the timing felt right. I typed out a response. Deleted it. Typed another one. Deleted that too. Finally, I settled on something simple. "Me too." I don't know if she ever saw it. I blocked the number right after sending it, because I didn't want to risk having an actual conversation. Didn't trust myself not to say something I'd regret, or worse, to forgive her. Some things can't be forgiven. Shouldn't be forgiven. But acknowledging that we were both sorry? That felt important somehow. Life moved on, the way it always does. I threw myself into work, started going to the gym more, spent more time with friends and family. Standard post-breakup recovery stuff. I went on a few dates. Nothing serious, just coffee here and there with women I met through apps. They were nice enough, but I always found excuses not to see them again. Derek called me out on it one night. "You're self-sabotaging," he said. "Every time you meet someone who could actually be good for you, you find a reason to bail." That's not true. Really? What about that teacher you met last month? Rachel? She was smart, funny, into the same weird music you like. You had 3 great dates and then ghosted her. I didn't ghost her. I told her I wasn't ready for a relationship. Which is ghosting with extra steps, Jake. I couldn't argue with that. I can't do it again. Can't trust someone like that. Not yet. Derek's expression softened. "Look, what Sophia did was horrible. But you can't let her ruin every future relationship. That's letting her win in a different way." He had a point. A good one. "I'll work on it," I said. "You better. Because I didn't spend 40 hours making that fake ring just so you could die alone with a dog." That got a laugh out of me. "Buddy's great company, thank you very much." Yeah. Just promise me you'll try. Okay? Okay. I promise." And I meant it. Sort of. 4 months after the breakup, I was at the grocery store when I saw her. Sophia. She was in the produce section, examining avocados like her life depended on finding the perfect one. She looked different. Thinner. Tired. Her hair was shorter, cut into a sharp bob that didn't quite suit her face. I should have turned around. Should have gone to a different store. But something kept me rooted in place, watching her. She looked up, and our eyes met. For a second, neither of us moved. Then she set down the avocado and walked toward me. "Jake," she said. "Sophia. How are you?" The question seemed absurd given everything that had happened, but I answered anyway. "I'm okay. You?" She paused, searching for words. "I'm trying." We stood there in the middle of the produce section, 2 people who'd almost built a life together, now strangers making small talk among the organic vegetables. "I really am sorry," she said quietly. "For everything. I wasn't thinking clearly. I made terrible choices, and I hurt you, and I'm sorry." Part of me wanted to throw it back in her face. Wanted to list all the ways she'd destroyed my trust, my plans, my vision of the future. But looking at her now, seeing how much the guilt and consequences had already taken from her, I realized I didn't need revenge anymore. I'd already had it. "I appreciate that," I said. "I hope things work out for you." She nodded, blinking back tears. "You too. You deserved better than what I gave you." "Yeah. I did." There wasn't anything else to say. She walked away, and I watched her go, feeling something shift inside me. Not forgiveness, exactly. But maybe the beginning of letting go. I grabbed what I needed and checked out, driving home with Buddy sitting in the passenger seat, his head out the window, tongue flapping in the wind. That night, I pulled out the safety deposit box key. I hadn't looked at the real ring since I'd locked it away. Hadn't wanted to. But now I drove to the bank, went down to the vault, and opened the box. The ring sat there, gleaming under the fluorescent lights. My grandmother's ring. The symbol of a love that had lasted 60 years, through wars and recessions and everything else life threw at it. I picked it up, held it up to the light. The diamond caught the glow, splitting it into rainbows. This ring had survived my grandmother's entire life. It had survived my grandfather's death, my grandmother's passing, and now it had survived Sophia's attempt to steal it. Maybe that meant something. Maybe it meant that real things, real love, real commitment, could survive anything if they were built on the right foundation. Sophia and I hadn't been built on the right foundation. We'd been built on attraction and convenience and the idea of what we thought we wanted, not what we actually needed. I put the ring back in the box and locked it away again. Someday, I'd give it to someone who deserved it. Someone I could trust. Someone who understood that love wasn't about manipulation or games, but about showing up every day and choosing each other. Not today. Maybe not even this year. But someday. 6 months after everything imploded, I was at a coffee shop working on my laptop when someone sat down across from me. This seat taken? I looked up. It was a woman about my age, with kind eyes and a genuine smile. She had a book tucked under her arm, some literary fiction thing I'd never heard of. No, go ahead, I said. She settled in with her coffee and opened her book. We sat in comfortable silence for a while, both absorbed in our own things. Then she glanced at my screen and said, "You know, you've been staring at that same sentence for 10 minutes. I looked at my laptop. She was right. I'd written, "The market analysis indicates a significant shift in consumer behavior," and then just stopped. Writer's block, I said. Or maybe you're writing the wrong thing. Maybe. What should I be writing instead? She shrugged. I don't know. What do you actually want to say? It was a simple question, but it hit me harder than it should have. What did I want to say? What did I want to do with my life now that all my plans had gone up in smoke? I have no idea, I admitted. She smiled. That's honest, at least. I'm Emma, by the way. Jake. Nice to meet you, Jake. Want to hear something weird? Sure. I was supposed to get married in 2 weeks. Called it off yesterday. He was great on paper, but... She trailed off, staring into her coffee. Paper doesn't mean much when the reality is all wrong. I felt that familiar pang of connection, the kind you only get when someone understands exactly what you're going through. I was supposed to get married 6 months ago, I said. Turned out my fiancé was planning to scam me. Whole thing went nuclear. Emma's eyebrows shot up. Okay, you win. That's way worse than my story. We both laughed, and it felt good. Natural. Like maybe life was throwing me a bone after everything. Want to grab dinner sometime? I asked before I could talk myself out of it. Just as two people who dodged bullets comparing war stories? She considered it for a moment, then nodded. Yeah. I'd like that. But fair warning, I'm a mess right now. Not looking for anything serious. Good. Me neither. Just dinner. Just dinner, she agreed. We exchanged numbers, and she went back to her book. I went back to my laptop, but this time, the words came easier. I deleted the boring market analysis sentence and started writing something else. Something true. The thing about betrayal is that it teaches you two things: how to protect yourself, and how to recognize when protection isn't necessary anymore. It wasn't for the client presentation. It was for me. A week later, I met Emma for dinner at a small Italian place downtown. We talked for 3 hours, about everything and nothing. About our failed relationships, sure, but also about books and music and whether pineapple belonged on pizza. It doesn't, and I'll die on that hill. She laughed at my jokes. I appreciated her sarcasm. It was easy in a way that nothing had been easy in a long time. When we left the restaurant, she hesitated on the sidewalk. Full disclosure, she said. I'm probably going to be weird about trust for a while. I'm working on it, but it's a process. Same, I said. I did something pretty manipulative to my ex. Felt justified at the time, but looking back, I'm not sure I like who I became in that moment. What did you do? I told her. The whole story. The fake ring, the confrontation at the jewelry store, everything. When I finished, she was quiet for a long moment. That's actually kind of brilliant, she finally said. Morally questionable, but brilliant. You're not horrified? She was literally trying to con you. You just out-conned her. Is it pretty? No. But I get it. Something in my chest loosened. I hadn't realized how much I'd been carrying that guilt, wondering if I'd gone too far. Thanks for not judging me, I said. We've all got our damage, Jake. The question is what we do with it. Do we let it make us bitter and closed off forever, or do we learn from it and try to be better? Which one are you doing? She smiled. Ask me again in a year. We went on more dates. Slowly, carefully, like two people learning to walk after being bedridden for months. Some days were easier than others. Some days, the trust issues flared up and we had to talk through them. But we kept showing up. Kept trying. 3 months into whatever we were doing, Emma asked if she could meet Buddy. You sure? I asked. He sheds. A lot. I love dogs. Bring him over. I showed up at her apartment with Buddy, who immediately made himself at home on her couch. Emma sat down next to him, scratching behind his ears, and he looked at her with pure adoration. He likes you, I said. Good. Because I like him too. She looked up at me. And I like you. Is that weird to say? No. I like you too. It felt like a big admission. Bigger than it should have been. But after everything, even simple feelings felt monumental. We kept building. Kept learning each other. Emma told me about her ex, about how he'd been emotionally distant, How she'd spent 2 years trying to fix something that was fundamentally broken. I told her more about Sophia, about the little betrayals that had added up before the big one. The times she'd gaslit me into thinking I was overreacting. The way she'd made me feel small. You know what the worst part is? I said one night. We were lying on her couch, Buddy asleep at our feet. Part of me still wonders if I could have fixed it. If I'd just been better, or done something different. Stop, Emma said firmly. That's the trauma talking. You can't fix someone who doesn't want to be fixed. And you can't love someone into being a decent person. She was right. I knew she was right. But knowing something and feeling it are different things. How do you know when you're ready? I asked. When you're healed enough to really try again. Emma was quiet for a moment, her fingers playing with my hair. I don't think you ever feel completely ready, she said. I think you just reach a point where the possibility of something good outweighs the fear of getting hurt again. And you're at that point? Getting there. You? I thought about it. Really thought about it. 6 months ago, I would have said no. Would have built walls so high nobody could climb them. But now, with Emma curled up next to me, with Buddy's soft snoring filling the room, with the possibility of something real and good spreading out before me. Yeah, I said. I think I'm getting there too. She kissed me, soft and sweet, and it felt like a promise. Not the kind you make with words and rings and ceremonies. The kind you make by showing up, day after day, even when it's scary. A year after the wedding that never happened, I took the ring out of the safety deposit box again. This time, I didn't put it back. Emma and I were sitting in my living room, Buddy sprawled across both our laps, when I pulled out the small box. I want to show you something, I said. She looked at the box, and I saw her tense slightly. Jake. Relax. I'm not proposing. We've only been dating for 9 months. I'm not that guy. She relaxed a little. Okay. So what is it? I opened the box, revealing the ring. The real one. My grandmother's ring that had survived everything. This is the ring, I said. The real one. The one Sophia tried to steal. Emma took the box carefully, studying the ring in the light. It's beautiful. My grandmother wore it for 60 years. My grandfather worked 3 jobs to buy it for her. It's the only thing I have left from her, besides memories. Why are you showing me this? Good question. Why was I showing her? Because I want you to know that it exists. That it's real. And that someday, when we're both ready, if we get there, I want to give it to someone who deserves it. Someone who understands what it represents. Emma's eyes filled with tears. Jake. I'm not saying that someone is you. Not yet. I don't know if we'll make it that far. But I want you to know that I'm open to the possibility. That I'm not so broken that I can't imagine a future anymore. She set down the box and kissed me, and I tasted salt from her tears. I'm open to the possibility too, she whispered against my lips. We didn't talk about the ring again for a long time. Didn't need to. It went back into the safety deposit box, waiting for the right moment. Or maybe not. Maybe Emma and I wouldn't work out. Maybe I'd give the ring to someone else entirely, or maybe I'd keep it forever as a reminder of what love should be. But for the first time since everything fell apart, I was okay with not knowing. Okay with just living in the moment, building something day by day, without trying to control every outcome. 2 years after Sophia threw that fake ring at me in the jewelry store, I got a wedding invitation in the mail. Not from Sophia, I never heard from her again after that day in the grocery store. The invitation was from Marcus. He was getting married to his longtime girlfriend, Sarah. The wedding was beautiful. Traditional church ceremony, reception at a nice hotel, all the usual stuff. I sat with Derek and his wife, watching Marcus promise to love and cherish Sarah, for better or worse, in sickness and in health. When he said I do, I felt this weird pang. Not regret, exactly. More like awareness. This could have been me, with Sophia. But instead of a marriage built on lies and manipulation, I would have been standing at an altar promising forever to someone who was already planning to leave. The reception was in full swing when Marcus pulled me aside. You okay? He asked. I know this might be weird for you. I'm good, man. Really. Happy for you. You brought Emma. Things are good there? I glanced across the room where Emma was chatting with Sarah, both of them laughing about something. She caught my eye and smiled. Yeah, I said. Things are good. You ever think about it? Marriage? Sometimes. But I'm not in a rush anymore. If it happens, it happens. Marcus clapped me on the shoulder. Look at you, all zen and mature. Don't get used to it. I'm still the same guy who ate an entire pizza by himself last week. We laughed, and Marcus went back to his bride. I watched them dance, watched the joy on their faces, and felt genuinely happy for them. Maybe that was growth. Being able to celebrate someone else's happiness without it hurting. Emma and I left the reception early, both of us tired from the emotions of the day. In the car, she reached over and took my hand. That was nice, she said. Seeing people who actually love each other get married. Yeah. It was. Do you ever think about what our wedding would be like? If we got there? The question surprised me. We'd been together for over a year, but we'd never really talked about marriage seriously. Sometimes, I admitted. Nothing big. Maybe just family and close friends. Somewhere meaningful. Like where? I don't know. Maybe the beach. My grandparents got married on a beach. Emma was quiet for a moment. Would you use the ring? Your grandmother's ring? Yeah. I would. If you wanted it. I'd want it. When the time is right. When the time is right. Not if. When. Something shifted in that moment. Not a proposal, not a promise, just an understanding that we were both thinking about the same future. No rush, I said. No rush, she agreed. 6 months later, I proposed. Not at the beach, and not with some elaborate plan. Just the two of us, in my living room, with Buddy as our witness. I'd been thinking about it for weeks, carrying the ring around in my pocket, waiting for the perfect moment. But perfect moments don't really exist, do they? There's just real moments, honest moments, moments that feel true. We were watching a movie, some comedy neither of us was really paying attention to, when Emma said, I love this. Just being with you. It's easy. And that's when I knew. I paused the movie and pulled out the ring. Jake, Emma said, her eyes going wide. What are you? I don't have a speech prepared, I said. I thought about writing something perfect, but that's not really us, is it? We're not perfect. We're both damaged and working through our issues and probably always will be. This is a terrible proposal so far, she said, but she was smiling, tears already forming. What I'm trying to say is, I love you. I love how you call me out when I'm being an idiot. I love how you're patient with me when the trust issues flare up. I love that you love my dog almost as much as I do. Buddy's tail thumped at the mention of his name. And I want to keep doing this. Keep building with you. Keep showing up, even when it's hard. So, Emma, will you marry me? She laughed through her tears, nodding. Yes. Yes, you idiot, of course I'll marry me. I slipped the ring onto her finger, my grandmother's ring, the one that had survived everything, and it fit perfectly. We kissed, and Buddy barked, and it was chaotic and messy and absolutely perfect in its imperfection. That night, Emma kept looking at the ring, watching it catch the light. Your grandmother would have liked me, right? She asked. She would have loved you. She always said the most important thing in a marriage was finding someone who made you laugh and called you on your nonsense. You do both. I can't believe this is the ring Sophia tried to steal. Yeah, well. She didn't get it. You did. Emma was quiet for a moment. Do you ever think about her? About what happened? Sometimes. Mostly I just feel grateful it ended when it did. If we'd actually gotten married. I trailed off, not wanting to finish that thought. You would have figured it out eventually. And you would have been okay. You're resilient like that. Maybe she was right. Maybe I would have been okay regardless. But I was glad I didn't have to find out. The wedding was small, like I'd imagined. Just family and close friends, on a beach at sunset. Derek was my best man. Marcus was there with Sarah. My parents cried. Emma's parents cried. Even Buddy, who we'd brought along as our ring bearer, seemed to understand the significance of the moment. When the officiant asked if I had the ring, Derek handed it to me with a knowing look. This is the real one, right? He whispered, and we both grinned. I slipped it on Emma's finger, the same ring that had almost been stolen, the same ring that represented 60 years of my grandparents' love, the same ring that had survived betrayal and emerged on the other side. I do, I said. I do, Emma said. And we kissed as the sun set over the ocean, the same ocean where my grandparents had made these same promises 70 years ago. Life wasn't perfect after that. We still had fights. We still had moments where old wounds resurfaced, where trust felt fragile, where we had to actively choose each other instead of taking the easy way out. But that's what love is, isn't it? Not the fairy tale, not the perfect romance. Just two imperfect people deciding every day to keep building together, even when it's hard. 5 years after Sophia threw that fake ring at me, I saw her one more time. I was at a restaurant with Emma, celebrating our second anniversary, when I spotted her across the room. She was alone, picking at a salad, scrolling through her phone. She looked ordinary. Not villainous or cruel, just like a regular person having dinner by herself. Our eyes met, and she gave me a small nod. Not friendly, but not hostile either. Just acknowledgement. I nodded back, then turned my attention back to Emma, who was telling me some story about her coworker. That was it. No dramatic confrontation, no closure speech, no final showdown. Just two people who used to know each other, now living completely separate lives. And I was okay with that. Because here's the thing I finally learned: sometimes the best revenge isn't revenge at all. It's just moving on. Building something better. Proving to yourself that you deserved more than what you got, and then actually finding it. Sophia tried to take something from me. And in a way, she did. She took my innocence, my blind trust, my belief that love was simple and straightforward. But she didn't take everything. She didn't break me beyond repair. She didn't steal my grandmother's ring, and she didn't destroy my ability to love again. I took those things back. Maybe not in the healthiest way. Switching that ring was manipulative, petty, maybe even cruel. But it was necessary. For me, at least. It taught me that I could protect myself. That I didn't have to be a victim. That I could fight back, even if the fighting wasn't pretty. And then it taught me something else: that protection and love aren't mutually exclusive. You can guard your heart and still open it to someone worth the risk. Emma squeezed my hand across the table, pulling me back to the present. "Where'd you go?" she asked. "Just thinking," I said. "About how lucky I am." She smiled, the ring, my grandmother's ring, our ring, glinting on her finger. "Me too." We finished dinner, went home to Buddy, and fell asleep on the couch watching a movie we'd seen 100 times. It was ordinary. It was simple. It was everything I'd ever wanted, even when I didn't know I wanted it. And the ring? The ring that survived my grandmother's 60-year marriage, my broken engagement, my petty revenge, and finally found its way to someone who deserved it? It was right where it belonged. On the hand of someone who chose me every day, not because she had to, but because she wanted to. Someone who knew all my damage and loved me anyway. Someone who made that ring mean what it was always supposed to mean: not a transaction, not a trophy, but a symbol of real, honest, imperfect love. And that, more than any revenge, more than any vindication, was worth everything.